Awakening one eve, no sudden movements, my angel, no one has to die here tonight. His voice is calm, dead calm, yet the hand gripping my mouth is rough and unforgiving. Black spots cloud my vision as I struggle to draw breath. My heart feels like it's going to pound right out of my chest, and my thoughts, they're balancing on a jagged knife's edge, somewhere between fear and panic. He takes my arm and pulls me closer to him, the icy tip of his gun grazing the side of my temple, snapping me back to my harsh reality. I blink and focus on dragging air into my reluctant lungs, willing my racing pulse to slow, praying that my survival instincts kick in soon. I can't see his face, but there's a dark familiarity to how he's handling his weapon. There's knowledge there, training. This man knows how to pull the trigger, and he's not afraid of the consequences. My eyes dart to the young guy standing behind the liquor store counter. He's watching us with his mouth wide open. He's just a college kid, younger than me, my scared partner in this chaotic narrative. He only started his shift a few minutes ago. He's still wearing his jacket. His backpack is still lying next to a stack of cut-price beer kegs where he chucked it moments before. I only came into this liquor store because my friend Anna begged me to. I don't even drink. I was about to hand over a bottle and pay when Mr. Deadly walked in and held a gun to the back of my head. "Take what you want, mister," says the guy nervously, indicating to the open till. From my vantage point, I can see untidy wads of 20s, 10s, 1s, no hundreds. No one has to get hurt tonight. There's an amused sound from my assailant. "Oh, I don't want your money." His voice is deep, velvety, eminently masculine and laced with the faintest trace of an accent. He doesn't sound like your typical liquor store junkie thief. There's no slur in his speech, no admission of drink or drug abuse. He sounds educated, refined. For some reason, this scares me even more. "Get out, go." The store worker blinks at him. I don't like to repeat myself. There's an edge to his voice now that sends a shiver down my spine. Shooting me a regretful look, the young guy grabs his bag and hightails it out of there. At the same time, the hand tightens around my mouth and I'm yanked backwards against my assailant's body. I let out a muffled cry. It's like colliding with a brick wall. He's a solid mass of muscle from his chest and abdomen all the way down to the long length of his thigh. I twist my head from side to side to relieve some of the crushing pressure on my jaw. "What's your name?" he murmurs, loosening his grip to let me speak. "Eve," I gasp. "Eve who?" "Eve Miller. Eve Miller." He repeats slowly, but the way he says it feels like a hard caress, like some kind of twisted prelude. "Tell me, Eve Miller, are you going to be a good girl? Are you going to behave?" He's talking directly into my ear now. I can feel his hot breath on my skin, scrambling my senses, tormenting me further. Giving me no time to answer, he locks his arm across my shoulders, imprisoning me against his body and overwhelming me with his presence. It's musky, potent, rich, all male. There's no trace of panic underneath it all, no nervous sweat or unnatural body heat. This man is in total control of this situation, and it makes my next words tumble out of my mouth like some crazy defense mechanism. "Please let me go. I have plans. I have plans." It's a stupid thing to say given the circumstances, but I'm meant to be at Anna's house right now. It's my birthday celebration dinner tonight. 25 and barely alive. Will I live to see 26? Not if this man has anything to do with it. I had plans too, Eve, big plans. It looks like we'll both be rearranging tonight. Is he a fugitive on the run, a human trafficker, a drug dealer? My last thought makes my blood freeze. Is he someone I've name-checked in one of my articles for the Miami Reporter? I've gotten threats before, but only via my work's mailroom. Or maybe it's someone trying to get to my dad through me. "Are you going to hurt me?" I whisper. "Not unless you do something stupid." "I won't, I really won't. I promise." I sound so pitiful, so unlike my usual composed self. In my line of work, I've interviewed dealers, users, snitches, every type of unsavory character you can think of, but this man is something else. "That's good to hear," he murmurs. The repercussions would be such a pity. He forces me towards the store's exit, manipulating my slender body with ease. I catch a glimpse of our twin reflections in the glass door as we approach. My face is pinched and scared, hauntingly pale beneath my light tan, and my long, dark hair is a mussed-up mess. Nothing prepares me for my first glimpse of him. He's tall and handsome, well-built and olive-skinned with dangerously defined features, a firm square jaw adorned with a shadow of stubble and tousled black hair that's been slicked back off his face. He's the man of my dreams. He's the devil from my nightmares. He lowers his gun to open the door and guide me out onto the pavement. The streets are deserted except for the odd car rolling past, but he keeps his weapon pressed tightly against the small of my back, always in charge, lest I should forget. So close, too close. Anyone looking twice might think we were lovers. I start to shiver despite the red-hot heat radiating from his body. People tell me I'm smart. I've got majors in English and journalism, but my brain can't seem to rationalize any of this. It's like I'm on the outside looking in, feeling all the detached emotions of an innocent bystander instead of the victim. What does he want from me? My thoughts lead me to a place I don't want to go. I shut them down quickly as movement catches my eye. An SUV has appeared at the far end of the street and is accelerating hard in our direction. I try not to flinch as it screeches to a halt right next to us and two men jump out. They're dressed in black army fatigues, foreign-looking, intimidating. One has an ugly scar that runs the entire length of his face, shattering the skin around his eye socket into dozens of spidery red fragments. "Someone talked," the scary-looking man announces. "There's a leak higher up than we thought." My assailant curses under his breath, something hostile and unpleasant in a foreign language as a cacophony of blue lights and sirens erupt somewhere in the distance. I find myself being spun around, and then I'm face to face with him for the first time tonight. My hand flies to my mouth to stifle my screams. A pair of the darkest, cruelest eyes I've ever encountered are blazing into mine. "Who's the girl?" My gaze jerks in the direction of the voice, anything to escape that toxic scrutiny. The man with the scar is gesturing at me. "Collateral." I glance back. There's a slight twist to my assailant's lips now, and as I watch his eyeline dips down, all of a sudden I feel exposed and vulnerable right there in front of everyone, just by those dark pools alone. At the same time, a lick of something unfamiliar catches deep inside. "At least she bought champagne," drawls Scarface. I did. I look down, confused. I'm still clutching the bottle from the store, my grip as firm as this man's hold is on my arm. "There'll be no celebrating tonight," snaps my assailant, snatching the bottle from my trembling fingers and tossing it to one side. The glass smashes to smithereens as soon as it hits the pavement, the spilt alcohol staining the dirty concrete like blood seeping from a gaping wound. I dare myself to lock eyes with him again. He's older than I thought, mid to late 30s. They say the devil can mimic many forms, but can he really mimic pure perfection such as this? In the harsh glare of the streetlight, the man's expression is unreadable, but his features are mesmerizing. That full mouth, those carved cheekbones. It takes me a moment to get a hold of myself, and when I do, I'm being led towards the vehicle. The door is open for me, and I'm guided towards the back seat. Not this. Anything but this. Terrified, I buck backwards against him with all my strength, colliding with those solid muscles again and something even harder. Holy shit, is that his weapon? I'm really scared now. I consider making a run for it, but even with the liquid fire of fight or flight pumping through my veins, I know the odds of success are non-existent. These men would shoot me down like a dog in the street. "I gave you my word, Eve Miller," murmurs my assailant, placing a forceful hand between my shoulder blades, leaving me no choice but to bend to his will. "It's not something that's broken lightly. No harm will come to you if you do as I say." The sirens are getting louder. Glances are exchanged which galvanize the men into action. The two newcomers jump into the front of the vehicle whilst the devil slides into the back seat after me. Doors slam and the car accelerates away. I'm thrown backwards against the cream leather, but my captor barely shifts. In such a confined space, I'm suddenly aware of how large he is. Broad, muscular, lethal. His rock-hard thigh is rammed up against my own, but I daren't move away. "Hack the store cameras and wipe them clean," I hear him order. The guy in the passenger seat nods, pulls out a laptop and sets to work immediately. "Water." With a start, I realize he's addressing me. I glance down at the outstretched bottle and feel a surge of hope. If he's offering me sustenance, then surely he doesn't want to kill me. Yet. I take it without thanks, defying him as much as I dare with my lack of manners, and I feel the heat of his scrutiny again as I twist the cap and bring the bottle to my lips. The water is cool and refreshing. It tastes faintly metallic, though, as if soured by his nearness. I replace the cap and hand it back, our fingers briefly touching as I do. I flinch as shockwaves zip up and down my spine. No way was that normal. He takes a swig from the same bottle, not bothering to wipe the rim first. "Are you scared of me, Eve Miller?" There's no right answer here. If I say yes, I run the risk of incurring his wrath. If I say no, he'll know I'm lying and suffer it anyway. "I asked you a question, Eve Miller." I hate him saying my name. There's something so sinister, so intense about it. Do I need to repeat myself? That dangerous snap is back. He doesn't like to do that, remember. "No. Yes. Yes, I'm scared of you," I whisper, my voice barely audible above the screams of the engine. He nods, accepting this before taking another swig from the bottle. "You should be. You think." I can sense the monster lurking beneath that savage, beautiful mask all by myself. His civility is skin-deep, if that. I've never encountered anyone like him before. My life is sheltered, respectable. I'm a reporter and I work for a national newspaper. I write tough articles about tough subjects, but the truth is I'm an introvert who hides behind my words. After what happened to my brother, I'm allergic to risk. I go out at the weekends, but I always leave early. I'm the sensible one, the designated driver. I don't drink because I don't like that loss of control, and now this, in the space of 10 minutes he's gone and ripped my neat and orderly life apart. "Where are you taking me?" I say, risking another glance at him. He doesn't answer. He doesn't even look at me. "Cameras are wiped, Senor Dante." Dante. The devil has a name, an appropriate one at that. Born straight from the fires of hell. Call ahead. Make sure my aircraft is ready. I want out of this godforsaken place as soon as possible. My stomach drops when I hear this. I'm being abducted, kidnapped, dragged from my family, my home, and all that I love. I have to do something. I have to stop this. Please, Mr. Dante. I go to grab his forearm to establish some sort of connection in the vain hope it might aid my release from this nightmare. Instead, his reflexes are lightning quick and vicious. He twists away from me, grabbing my outstretched hand, and all of a sudden I'm being pinned to the seat by my throat. I cry out in pain and terror. His strength and speed are inconceivable. My instincts were right. This man has some kind of military training. I can feel the heat of his fingers on my skin, kneading, squeezing. His face is mere inches from my own. "You were saying, Eve Miller." He declares it almost conversationally, and I feel a frisson of something unfamiliar again. Up close, he's devastating. This man should come with a hazard warning. 100,000 hazard warnings. All I can see are those eyes, so hostile and unflinching, but so damn compelling. "Are you an angel or the devil?" I mutter, the words leaving my mouth before I have a chance to snatch them back. A look of amusement crosses his face and his grip on my neck loosens. "I think you know the answer to that already. Don't touch me again or you'll regret it." He releases me and slides across the back seat to give me a little room to recover. I glance down at my hands. They're trembling again. Tears start to trickle down my cheeks. Everything feels so hopeless and out of control. I can feel him watching me constantly. There's no need to cry, Eve Miller. No need to spoil that pretty face. The man called Ricardo starts talking to him again. He's speaking in that language, the one I don't understand. I think it's Spanish. Whatever he says seems to irritate my assailant, who bites back with a sharp retort. The uneasy atmosphere lingers. The car stops. The doors open again. My assailant exits first, surprisingly elegantly for such a large man, and then motions with his hand for me to follow. I do so without a fight this time. He's not pointing a gun at my head anymore, but I'm under no illusions of what he's capable of. I glance over my shoulder and my knees start to buckle. We're in an aircraft hangar. There's a private jet resting on the tarmac in front of us, surrounded by 10 heavily armed men, all toting scary-looking machine guns. My fear is tangible now, my senses on high alert and screaming. My only hope is to make a run for it whilst they're all distracted. I try to spin away, but he grabs hold of me at the last second. "You promised to behave, Eve Miller." His fingers are clawing into the soft flesh of my upper arm, crushing, tearing. I cry out as the pain shoots all the way up to the tip of my shoulder. "Are we still being followed?" he calls out to one of his men. "No, senor, we lost the tail a while back." He nods as if this news is expected. "Tell Tomas I'm ready to leave immediately." He glances back at me, and my head is filled with a million questions. Why did he walk into liquor store and hold a gun to my head? This man has money, serious money. I have $2,000 in a checking account, no savings, a mortgage. Why am I here? I scream, losing control suddenly, fighting like a hellcat to free myself from his grip. "Calm down, Eve." His dark eyes are perfect circles of fury. "Never, not until you tell me." He considers me coldly for a moment. "You're here because I take what I want." And before I can stop him, he's yanking me back against his body and crushing my mouth with his own, forcing all of his darkness and violence onto me. My lips part in shock, a silent scream, and his presence overwhelms me. I try to move my head away, but a large hand grips the base of my neck, holding me immobile. My palms find his chest, and I push with all my might, but it's no use. A fool's quest. He's an unmovable rock of hard muscle and determination, and I can do little but moan my protest. He responds with greater intensity, overwhelming me with his raw power. Does this man interact with the same skill and intensity? My thoughts seem to kickstart my senses. My reticence switches to submission, and I find myself melting into his rough embrace, my fingers reaching up to burrow into his silky, black hair as a throbbing beat awakens deep within me. A sound escapes me when I feel the hard press of his body against my stomach, and I'm starving for something I never knew I wanted. How has this happened? I hate this man. He's the antithesis to every quality I celebrate: kindness, tenderness, parity. This tyrant only knows how to take and take, and there's absolutely nothing gentle about his touch. All of a sudden he's pulling away again, leaving me gasping, wanting and breathless for more. "Goodbye, sweet Eve," he murmurs, his expression unreadable, his dark eyes giving me nothing. "It's high time I returned you to Eden." And just like that, he's turning away and walking towards his aircraft. "To Dante, we're ready to go when you are, Jefe." I nod in Tomas' direction, but my eyes are fixed elsewhere. I'm striding up the aisle to where Rodrigo is sprawled out across his seat, tapping out a message on his cell. 2 seconds later, I'm hauling him to his feet by his neck and slamming him against the side of the aircraft. He's a big man, but I'm a fucking mountain. The plane goes deathly quiet around me. No one makes a move. No one intervenes. No one dares. "You ever say shit like that to me again and I'll cut out your tongue," I say calmly, but my words are spiked with intent. My grip on his throat tightens. "Well," Rodrigo's remaining eye is bulging out of its socket with fear. "Sorry, Senor Santiago," he gasps, his voice nothing but a harsh wheeze through a crushed windpipe. "It won't happen again." Damn right it won't. There is no place in this universe where this man is my equal. What he said to me in the car crossed a fucking line. I release him with a hard push and he slides to his knees, gasping for air. I take a seat at the back of the aircraft as far away from him as possible. Breathe, Dante, breathe. My rage is blinding and bloody, a beast of unspeakable evil. Some days I can barely control this insidious darkness inside of me, and it's not just Rodrigo and his careless comments that are fanning the flames tonight. This operation was meant to be a cut and dry. 12 hours in Miami. That's all the time I needed to take out a rival who has been encroaching on our territory and fucking up the natural order of things. But someone talked. Someone leaked the plan. Now I have 10 dead recruits on my hands, skilled men I trained myself, and my target is still strutting about making a fool of me. The aircraft begins to taxi. All the seats adjacent to me are empty. These men know better than to try and make small talk when I'm in this kind of mood, when I've got nothing but harsh retribution on my mind. Tonight was a shit show, and I've no compensation for any of it apart from a lingering moment with the purest of angels. I didn't turn back once after I released her from my arms. I didn't stop to see her fall to her knees in tearful relief, but I imagined it all in my head. It played out like some perfect movie scene. The good girl granted a stay of execution at the last minute by the bad man. Because that's exactly what I am, a very bad man. I shocked myself by walking into that store and holding a gun to her head. I'm not a man who makes his decisions lightly, but I wasn't thinking straight. All hell had broken loose on us 10 blocks away. 20 vehicles were burning and a local nightclub had been decimated by firepower. The authorities were all over it and my men were on the ropes. It wasn't supposed to play out like that. My ops are swift, precise, and deadly. There's no margin for error. I've built our entire name on my particular brand of effectiveness. And now this. I'd only just managed to escape when I messaged Rodrigo to meet me at the rendezvous point, a quiet street about half a mile from the target. She'd walked past me and caught my attention right away. Something about her determined look and the way she carried herself, how the evening breeze kept mussing up her hair and slicing at those cheekbones with strands of black silk. Best of all was that fierce, focused look on her face. This woman had some place to be, somewhere that didn't include yours truly. That thought had eaten away at me until I found myself stepping inside that liquor store with my gun in my hand. It was a perfect storm of attraction. She never stood a chance. Skin like porcelain, tall and slender with fire in all the right places, soft pink lips that called out to me like a siren. I didn't lie when she asked me outright why I took her. I did so because I wanted her. I'm not in the habit of making women bend to my will. I have the money, the power, and the looks to get what I want with minimal effort, but I had a hunch she'd need a little more persuasion. And damn, I wanted to be the one doing the persuading. It caught me by surprise. I've learned to curb these sorts of feelings. I consider them dead to me like a couple of other things called decency and compassion. Once I made my move, there was no turning back. Something inside snapped the closer I got. Then there she was, 2 feet away and smelling like heaven. Not that a man like me will ever know. Everything about her was intoxicating. The feel of her soft form pressed tightly against me, the way she'd felt in my arms, so slender and fragile, the smell of her fear mixed with her perfume. Did she sense my desire for her? She must have done. It took every ounce of restraint not to take her in my arms and claim her then and there, forcing her to submit to me before we'd even left the liquor store. We're airborne now. From my vantage point, I can see the top of Rodrigo's blonde buzz cut from 5 rows away. In the car, he'd requested a share of her once I was done, like she was some prize I'd picked up on the street to lose myself in for an hour or two, a cheap and easy consolation for tonight. His words were disrespectful to me, to her. It stoked the beast inside of me. The thought of that prick laying a finger on her had made the ramifications of our aborted mission pale into insignificance. I'm feeling the urge to unfasten my seatbelt and go beat the living shit out of him, to finish what I started, to watch his ugly, scarred face dissolve into blood and bone beneath my relentless, pounding fists. He'll be dead in under a minute, and I can almost taste the satisfaction I'd feel from it. He's not one of my usual men. He works for my elder brother, Emilio, which puts an even bigger target on his back as far as I'm concerned. I have no loyalty to this man. If he survives this plane journey, he'll never do another job for me again. Miami's a couple of 100 miles behind us now, and I'm replaying that moment in my head. She tasted like the sweetest damn honey. The way she'd responded had promised such a contradiction to her straight-laced clothes and prissy manner, and I'd envisaged long nights wrapped around her presence. I was halfway drunk on her light and innocence until some long, forgotten sentiment clawed at me from the darkness. Mercy. That bullshit didn't belong in that aircraft hangar, but when I felt her fingers delving into my hair, I knew I didn't want her by force anymore. I couldn't risk breaking her. I'm not known for tender touches and soft moments. Hell, there are damaged women all over the world who can testify to that. So I let her go. I let her go. Bad move. Now I can't stop thinking about her. She's planted a seed that I'm aching to see grow. My good girl, my angel, has another side to her, and it's one that I intend to discover. One night, that's all I need. Just one. When things blow over, I'll return to Miami and take what I'm owed. I need to see her again. I don't have a choice. This kind of desire will never be satiated until she's in my bed and I'm buried deep inside her world, with her nails tattooing her need for me across my skin and that long dark hair spilling all around her face. Mine. That woman is mine. She has no choice in the matter. I always take what I want. 3 Eve, it's 2 a.m. I can't sleep. I'm lying underneath the covers in total darkness with all 4 walls closing in on me. 72 hours have passed since my ordeal, but I can't stop reliving it in my head. Everything about that man is wrong. He shattered my life with his appearance, and now he's tormenting me with his absence. I lied to the police. I gave them a false description of the dark-eyed devil who abducted me at gunpoint and left me stranded in a private hangar on the edge of Miami Beach. The man whose aircraft I stood and watched fade into the night sky until there was nothing left to see except a flashing, tricolor blur. I told them he was 5'7", with blonde hair and blue eyes, a complete contradiction to the deadly foreigner who has brought such terror into my life, the heartless criminal, the trained killer. The man who didn't think twice about forcing himself on me. My cell beeps. It's my friend Anna. You still awake? Her shift at the bar must be nearly done. She volunteers at an animal shelter by day and transforms into a cocktail-shaking vixen at night. She's a hot blonde with a heart of gold, and people always tell me she adds triple the amount of tequila to their margaritas. I message her back straight away. Friends reruns are for life, not just for insomniacs. Another lie. I haven't switched on my TV for days. A few seconds later, my cell rings. That bad, huh? Anna sighs. You want to come down? I'm not supposed to finish my shift for another 30 minutes, but I could duck out early if you want. My boss owes me. I smile at the concern in her voice, but at the same time I'm put off by the loud voices and thrumming beats in the background. The aftermath of my abduction has left me suspended in this weird alternative universe where all I want to do is hide away. I don't want to be the center of attention. I don't want to face any more probing questions. I don't want to have to think about him any more than I already do. Not tonight, I say quickly. Thanks anyway, I think I just need to hunker down. I chuck in an elaborate yawn that makes the sides of my jaw ache. You still thinking about him, all the damn time? I'm worried about you, Evie, she says, breaking my silence for me. You haven't been yourself since it happened. You're safe now, you know that, right? The police will hunt him down and lock him up. No, they won't. It doesn't matter what I told the police. My assailant has been playing on the wrong side of the law for years. Evading capture is a sport to him, not an inevitability. Are you chewing on your thumbnail again? No, I lie, whisking it out of my mouth. It's a cute habit left over from my childhood that all my friends tease me about. I do it when I'm uneasy, and that man is making me as edgy as hell. Have you thought about talking to anyone about this? I finger the outline of a business card on my nightstand. The police gave me this number to call. I trail off uncertain. Then call it, she urges. Promise me, Evie, first thing tomorrow. If anything, you'll get a couple of Xanax out of it. A voice starts talking to her suddenly, asking where the juice mixers are kept. Look, I gotta run. I'll call you in the morning, okay? Fine. And promise me you'll call that number. I promise, I lie. Do it, Evie. Okay, I'll do it. You know you look cute when you pout, right? Bye, Anna. I hang up and stare at my cell in despair. The truth is I don't want to talk to anyone about what happened. I'm scared I'll let something slip and implicate myself and him. Why do I feel this way? Why do I feel the need to protect this man? Because that moment changed everything. Is this lust? Hate? Some kind of messed up fusion of both? I'm frightened by the pull of emotion I feel, but I'm strangely curious about it too. Have I really existed for 25 years without experiencing this crazy firebrand called desire before? I realize now that I've been living a half-life. I've given my body to men in the past. I've even convinced myself I've been in love with them, yet I've never felt a connection like that. One moment, that's all it was, and in those few short seconds he managed to set fire to every single part of me. I responded to him. I couldn't help myself. It was instinctive. He's a natural-born hunter and I'm the hunted. I had nothing left to bargain with except my total and utter submission. He said it himself. He takes what he wants, and in that moment my body was craving a man like him. The shrill ring of my cell shatters the silence again. I pause before answering. No caller id. What if it's him? What if he's tracked me down? What if he's returning to finish what he started? With a trembling finger, I hit the green button right before it rings out. Straight away, my mom's voice filters down the line. Honey, did I wake you? Jesus, Mom, do you know what time it is? My words come out a little harsher than I intended. I'm sorry to call you this late. Her voice trails off with a wobble. It's Dad, Evie. There's been an accident. I thought you should know. I fumble for the light switch, my heart pounding like a drum. I've been dreading this phone call for weeks. I'm the proud daughter of a D special agent, and right now the streets of downtown Miami are like a war zone. Two local gangs are fighting tooth and nail over a territory, and my dad and his team keep getting caught in the crossfire. The same evening I was abducted, he was on duty about half a mile away. He followed a tip-off and lost 2 colleagues in the ensuing gun battle at a well-known nightclub. 28 dead. That number still shocks me. 28 lives lost needlessly, 28 lives destroyed, 28 families wounded forevermore by the events of that night. Up until 3 days ago, I'd been covering the story for my paper. Now I can't look at my laptop. I can't concentrate. I barely eat. But outside, the war is raging on just as fiercely. One family, the Garcias, are chancers and risk-takers, determined to gain power and notoriety by any means necessary. Their rivals are the Mendozas, with connections to the notorious Santiago cartel from South America, who rule the southern states with an iron fist. The Santiagos are faceless strangers, men who prize their anonymity above everything. There are whispers of 2 brothers, but nothing more. You could say I have a vested interest in all of this. I hate narcotics with every fiber of my being. I've seen what they do to people, what they did to my brother. I've been fighting my own private war against the illegal drugs trade for years, trying to expose the ringleaders and bring them down one newspaper article at a time. What sort of accident? I whisper. Is Dad going to be okay? My mom stifles a sob. Shit, it's bad, real bad. He's been shot, Evie. I'm at the hospital now. They've just taken him down to theater. Oh my God, I'm coming straight there. I'll be with you as soon as I can. I hang up and dress in record time. Not Dad, not my wisecracking, lion-hearted bear of a father who never misses a football game, or the chance to tell his only daughter how much he loves her. This can't be happening. I won't let it. If I force my mind into a state of vacant limbo, then I'll ward off all the painful thoughts that are closing in on me. I focus on zipping up my boots and grabbing my car keys and cell, and for the first time in 3 days, my focus shifts to someone other than him. I reach the hospital at around 4 a.m. It's still dark. The first colors of dawn are still evading the skyline above the great gray building in front of me. The temperature is a couple of degrees cooler than comfortable, and I pull my denim jacket tighter around my shoulders as I lock my car and hurry towards the entrance. The sliding doors drift open as I approach. Once inside, they swallow me whole. The reception area is a chaotic mix of people and gurneys, a discordance of noise and sharp, unfamiliar odors. Twilight hours are not defined in a place where the sick and injured have no schedules. A distant bell rings and a young nurse pushes past me in the direction of the noise, her green eyes opaque with tiredness. The security guard surveys me wearily and jabs a finger towards the reception desk. I slide my gaze away from him and take a step in that direction. The bright lights are forcing me to focus. My fears are threatening to consume me again. Dad has to be okay. He has to be okay. He has to. Evie, sweetheart. My head jerks up, but I don't recognize my mom at first. She's a true Southern belle, the definition of grace and composure, but tonight's events have distorted these virtues. Worry is etched into the soft lines around her mouth and forehead. Her eyes are red-rimmed, her makeup non-existent, her short, dark hair is wild and unkempt. It's been a while since I've seen her in such a bad way, and I feel another stab of guilt for being so sharp with her on the phone earlier. He's out of theater, Evie. He's in recovery. Oh, thank God. Tears of relief cloud my vision as I accept her embrace, surrendering to it completely like I used to as a child. He's going to okay, sweetheart, she soothes, brushing away the stray wisps of fringe from my eyes. Despite the fact that someone tried to use him as target practice, I mumble, trying to smile through my tears. My mom's laugh somehow turns into a sob too, and we hug each other that little bit tighter. One of his colleagues called me from the ambulance. He went to the Keys to check out a suspect container and was ambushed on the way. He took 2 bullets to his arm and shoulder, but I've just spoken with his surgeon. There's no reason to suggest he won't make a full recovery. I take a moment to digest this. Why was he out there so soon after the other night, Mom? Why would he take that risk? There were rumors one of the Santiagos might be here in Miami. I step back in shock as she pats the skin under her eyes and her cheeks, rubbing away the last traces of smudged mascara. Mine and Dad's inexorable quest for justice takes a heavy toll on her sometimes. This is big, no, it's huge. A Santiago here on our home turf. No wonder Dad was so keen to follow up on it. I feel a fierce love and pride for him then, as I'm reminded that destroying the cartels is personal to all of us. Not only was tonight a chance to take down one of the chief perpetrators, it was a chance to take down one of the men responsible for my brother's death as well. I know my dad. He's going to be gutted when he wakes up. He's going to blame himself for getting shot down when he was 2/3 to victory. Can we see him? Of course, though he won't be awake for a little while. She takes my arm and gently leads me through a twisted maze of cream corridors. I find I can endure people's curiosity again. What greets me back is a whole spectrum of human emotion, from mirror images of my own relief to the anguish of the alternative. Emotions that could so easily have been ours if the bullets aimed higher. The same emotions we faced together as a family 5 years ago. My mom ushers me into a private room, and I gaze down at the unconscious figure in the bed, mentally phasing out all the wires and tubes and scary, bleeping machinery around us. My dad looks so fragile, broken. There's no hint of his usual force of nature personality, and it frightens me to death. Good fortune's playing on our side this week, Evie, I hear my mom say. That's 3 lucky escapes for my family. You stay safe for me, young lady. I don't think I can take any more drama. You and me both, Mom. We've all had enough pain. Perhaps it's time to reconsider your job. There are safer ways to earn a living, you know. Not this again. But I'm only a reporter who writes implicating words about dangerous criminals. Her anger burns bright, then fades just as quick. She looks shattered suddenly. It could have been those sort of men who abducted you the other night. They might have been trying to scare you off. I say nothing. I can't. She's skirting dangerously close to the same conclusion I'm coming to myself. I can't walk away from my job, though. It's the last piece I have left of my former life. Perhaps now isn't the best time to be having this conversation, she concedes, heading for the door again. I need to have another word with the nurses. There was talk of moving him up to a new ward. Okay, Mom. I acknowledge her exit with a tight smile before returning my gaze to Dad. I stare and stare. Who did this to him? Who pulled the trigger? Was the tip-off just a ruse? The D have been circling the main cartels in Miami for a while now. 3 shipments alone have been intersected in the last month. Millions and millions of dollars worth of cocaine seized, and my dad's been heading up the operations. I pull my chair closer to his bedside, deep in thought. Was he getting too close? Has he irritated the wrong people? Has he finally caught the attention of the Santiagos? All of a sudden, there's a strange, prickling sensation on the back of my neck. I'm being watched. No, it's more than that. I'm being consumed. I turn to the doorway and then quickly rise to my feet, my chair falling backwards in my haste to stand. I barely hear the crash behind me. My mouth is frozen in a silent scream, and my heart is thumping wildly against the front of my rib cage. I can feel myself falling. Falling it can't be. The same devil from my dreams and nightmares is standing right there in front of me. 72 hours fall away to nothing. It's as if they never existed. He's dressed in black again. His dark eyes are burning with vengeance, and there's a gun in his hand. A gun pointing straight at my head. For Dante, she just stares at me, those flawless sapphires widening in shock, and I swear to God they're punching a hole right through to what's left of my heart. Her face is scrubbed clean of makeup, and her hair is scraped back into a rough ponytail. My angel looks pure this way, untainted. Somehow she's even more compelling in jeans and a denim jacket than she was in that black skirt. Fear is creeping into her eyes now, but there's a touch of defiance too. It makes my whole body tense just looking at them. Fuck. Does this woman have any idea what she does to me? What the hell is she doing here anyway? Is this man her lover? I feel the hand by my side clenching into a fist as the beast reawakens inside. Shades of red are now clouding my vision as I step further into the room and close the door behind me, yanking down the blind to shield the rest of the world from my twisted brand of justice. I pull so hard on the cord that the damn thing snaps in my hand. I toss it away as I lift the safety and aim the muzzle a little to her left. I'm going to enjoy every last minute of this. Stop, I'm begging you. He's my father, her father. My finger hesitates on the trigger as she throws herself forward to block my target with her arms outstretched. All traces of defiance are gone. She's pleading for leniency from me now. If only you knew me, Alma. I've pulled the trigger on countless others for less. I have no choice here. This message needs to be delivered. Until recently, the D have been nothing but flies to us, irritating as hell, easy to swat, and with a focus more backwards than anything else. Now they're getting a little too accurate. The flies are turning into wasps, and they're learning to sting hard. To lose 1 shipment in a month is careless, but to lose 3. The D strike rate just hit the fucking jackpot. It's up to me to give them a reminder of who's really running the show around here. In the past, a few dead agents tended to hammer it home, so the play was set. Our cousin, Nicholas, was in charge of setting up the local side of things. My plan was to fly in, get the job done, seek her out, and then reward myself with her presence, but life has a way of complicating the hell out of everything. "Get out of my way, my angel," I snarl. "I'll deal with you when I'm done." I can't help admiring her courage, though. She must love her father to do this, to sacrifice her life for his. I felt nothing for mine. I felt even less when I pulled the trigger on him. Her face blanches. "How did you find me? Who says I'm here for you? Are you curious, my angel? Have you been craving my touch as much as I've been craving yours?" There's a fresh flare of pain in her eyes, and for the first time I find myself questioning the validity of this hit. I can easily find another 10D assholes to eliminate before dawn. He's a good man. Please don't hurt him. I'm the one you want. I raise my eyebrows in amusement. "Is that so?" She flushes but meets my gaze head-on, daring me to contradict her. My eyes flicker to her full form pressed tight against her white t-shirt, and my body responds. I need to have her out of my system, and sooner rather than later. She's developing a dangerous habit of pricking my conscience. "Please, I'll do anything, anything." It's always the same script. First they plead, then they beg. She's stalling the inevitable by trying to appeal to my humanity. I feel a flash of pity for her then, because I left that behind in some Middle Eastern shithole over a decade ago. She takes a hesitant step in my direction, her blue eyes slamming into mine. "Take me instead. I'll do whatever you want. I won't fight you. Just leave my father alone." I stare back at her impassively, not giving a thing away. Truth is, I'm more than tempted. Different scenarios flash before my eyes, ones of her arching her back in pleasure as I overwhelm her senses, me claiming that stunning mouth of hers, her lush body folded over the side of my bed as I take her to oblivion. Oh, my angel, that might be the best suggestion of your life. A second later, a huge explosion rips through the hospital, and we're both thrown to the floor under a hail of shattered glass and flying debris. Rolling sideways, I have just enough time to maneuver my body to cover hers before a second explosion rocks the building. I'm smart enough to realize that this pyrotechnic show is for my benefit. I'm under attack. Garcia's men have been hot on my trail since I landed, and I've been forced to lay low for the past 24 hours. Then Nicholas got word that a top D agent had been shot up and was laying in a hospital a few miles away. Easy prey. Nothing sends a message more effectively than violating a man when he's exposed like that. "Dad," she croaks, trying to push me off of her. "I need to check." "Stay down," I growl, not budging an inch. I need to get the hell out of here before the cops show up, but I can't bring myself to move just yet. I'm basking in an extreme close-up of those luscious pink lips, and I want to sink my teeth into them and see how loud she screams. The look she's giving me back is stoking 1,000 fires. This woman hates me just as much as she wants me, but I'll tip those odds in my favor given half the chance. Eve's paradise lies in my bed. Only then will she discover I'm as skilled at giving pleasure as I am at dishing out pain. There's the sound of gunfire now, but I can't drag my mind away from how soft and lush her body feels. We fit together perfectly, like I knew we would. Her dark hair is covered in dust, and a thin trickle of blood is leaving an angry trail of red across her forehead. I want to run my finger across it, to lick it, taste it, obliterate the hurt. My decision is wavering again. "What's going on?" she whispers. I know what she's implying, that this mess has something to do with me. "My life," I growl, transferring my weight to my left elbow and yanking the cell out of my back pocket. There's no point denying it. She's part of it now, whether she likes it or not. Nicholas puts an extraction plan into place immediately. I listen to the approaching exchange of gunfire as I decide whether or not to finish the job in here first. I'm stalling again, and it's irritating the hell out of me. I rise to my feet to snap a fresh clip into my weapon and haul her up by her arm. "We're leaving." She gazes up at me with those sweet sapphires, so innocent and childlike. Still, I don't bother to contradict or confirm what's probably racing through her mind. My decision is made. Putting a bullet in her father's brain is now the least of my worries. Just give me a minute to. There's no time for that. To my fury, she jerks out of my hold regardless and leans across the bed to check on her father, cringing at the fresh wave of gunfire outside. It's getting closer. Nicola's men are holding Garcia's mob at bay, but we need to move quickly. Time to go, I say harshly. 2 seconds. I grit my teeth as she brushes the worst of the dust from her father's hair and presses her lips to his forehead. From now on, those lips belong to yours truly. I pretend not to notice the tears glistening in her eyes when she turns back to me. Okay, I think I'm ready, you think. There'll be no such indecision when I'm overwhelming her senses and she's begging me for release. This woman is a walking contradiction. She's all sass and defiance one minute, then trembling with fear the next. A wardrobe full of shit clothes can't conceal the curves of a goddess. She wants to hate me, but this way, I snarl, leading her towards the doorway and raising my weapon. All of a sudden, there's a deafening crash in the adjacent corridor, and the partition wall starts to disintegrate. I pitch sideways, my arms closing in around her again as the hospital floor comes rushing up fast. I hear her scream, and then silence. 5 Eve, there's a soft breeze blowing against my cheek, but my insentience keeps me locked in a dreamscape. It's a mosaic of pictures and sensations, of billowing white linen drapes, heavy dark eyes, the soothing sound of waves breaking on a distant beach in warm sunshine. My eyes flicker and then open. Straight away, these images shift to form my new reality. It's nighttime. I'm lying in a large, ornate 4-poster bed that's been carved from some dark, exotic wood. The air is thick with an evening humidity that's unfamiliar to me, and the white linen drapes are mosquito nets drawn tightly around my opulent cage. And those eyes. My gaze shifts upwards. He's leaning forward in a leather wingback next to the bed with his large hands clasped together in front of him. He's watching me, and not even the lightness of the mosquito net can dull the burning heat of his gaze. Instinctively, I pull the sheets closer to protect myself. The rich cotton feels cool against my skin, but something's wrong. I shouldn't be feeling this sensation on every part of my body, oh my God. He's removed all my clothes. I'm not even wearing underwear. I pull the sheet tighter as my heart starts to pound. At the same time, I'm aware of a faint ache in my forehead, and the left side of my face feels tender and bruised. Where am I? I jump at the sound of wood scraping against the tiled floor. He rises slowly from the chair and approaches the bed. His huge body seems otherworldly behind the gentle, white gauze. He's not wearing black anymore, that much I can tell. The devil has chosen blue jeans and a white t-shirt to torment me with today. What happened? The hospital? I sound husky and scared. You're safe now. With him? I don't think so. Where are my clothes? There's a pause. You won't be needing them tonight. The breath catches in my throat. His words need no explanation. He means to take me whether I consent to it or not. He draws the net to one side and stands there looking down at me. The evening humidity has gifted a soft sheen to his olive skin, accentuating the thick muscles of his forearms. His dark hair is slightly damp and slicked back, and a generous shadow of stubble grazes the powerful jaw and the sharp contours of his face. There's a silhouette of hard muscle definition beneath his t-shirt. His close proximity is chasing away the last remnants of my sleep. I recall a bargaining, some sort hasty exchange, back in the hospital room. My father's life for my body. Is this why I'm here, to sacrifice myself to him in the hope that he'll honor our agreement? Is there any proof that my parents survived? He starts to undress then, starting with his t-shirt. The material is dropped to the floor, and I'm left to appreciate an upper body that holds me enthralled. Broad shoulders, a tapered waist, a trail of coarse black hair all the way from his chest down to his rock-hard abdomen, and finally disappearing out of view beneath his belt buckle. I swallow quickly. I never knew such physical perfection existed. Perhaps a black heart and a bleak existence is the price you pay for such flawless masculinity. "What is this place?" I whisper. I'm frightened and disorientated. I'm a long way from home, from my mother, my father, safety. Please God, may they still be alive. I need to get out of here. I need to see them again. I promised Mom no more drama. A low hiss escapes from his lips. "We talk later." His words are terrifying. Later means that a now and present has to happen, as rough and painful as it might be. There is no tenderness in this man's eyes, only hunger. He sits down on the bed next to me and snaps the mosquito net shut around him. His frame makes a heavy indentation in the mattress, and the movement sends ripples throughout my body. He's still wearing his jeans, but I can see the strain of his desire against the thick material. Lightning quick, he jerks my white sheet away from me. No. I try to scramble out of reach, but he catches my wrist and pulls me back to him. I feel a flash of anger then. Does he really think I'll submit to him that easily? My chest starts to rise and fall with indignation. "There it is," he says, gazing down at me with a curl of his lips. "There's that fire I covet so much." "Screw you." I slap him hard across the face, the ugly sound ricocheting off the white walls of his cavernous bedroom. With a growl, he yanks me closer, and I cry out as his fingertips brand my slender wrist with his fury. There is no scenario here that will end favorably for me. The next few moments will define my life forever. At least tell me where I am first. "I said later," he roars, grasping my jaw with his other hand and wrenching it upwards. I'm terrified by the expression that greets me, daunted by the sheer physicality of him. I have to calm this man somehow. I have to get out of this alive. Trembling, I place my free hand on his chest. His skin is like burning embers beneath my fingertips. "Not like this," I plead softly. He doesn't respond. Did he even hear? I try to take my hand away, but he moves swiftly, imprisoning it there with his own. I try again, but his grip is too strong, so I just kneel there facing him, his rich scent intermingling with my fear, trying to appeal to whatever humanity still lingers in him, hoping it might lessen the amount of pain he wants to inflict on me. "Stop fighting this, me Alma," he says suddenly, his unfamiliar endearment rolling smoothly off his tongue. "You want this as much as me. Let me show you what true pleasure is." My core starts to pulse at his words, hard and insistent, awakening a base need deep inside of me. My breath turns to soft, shallow gasps. I'm torn between conflicting emotions again. How can I want him after the terrible things he's done to me? After the terrible things he could still do. He goes to kiss me then, catching me off guard, inclining his head and pressing firm, warm lips to my own. They part instinctively, silencing my thoughts straight away. Encouraged, he releases my wrist and cups the back of my head to deepen our connection, deftly stroking his tongue in and out of my mouth and giving me no option but to accept all of him. I return his skill with a heat and intensity of my own. My arms curl around his neck and he roughly cups my shoulder before trapping it between his finger and thumb and twisting. I gasp as the sensation shoots straight through me. How can this man evoke such a physical reaction in me? "Where am I?" I repeat breathlessly, tearing my mouth away from his. "Paradise," he murmurs, unbuckling his belt and ripping open his flies as he guides me down onto the bed, never breaking contact with my body for a second. Now he's trailing silken kisses all the way across my jawline and cheek. I force my eyelids open as he looms large over me, gasping as he cups my chin in his hand and tips my head back to look at him again. Up close, I can see flecks of gold around the iris of his eyes, but there's no warmth there, only a need to claim what he thinks is his. Something breaks inside of me then. I'll do anything to save my father, but if this man takes my body like this, a part of me will die forever. I wrench my head away from him. "Don't." My tears start to fall, silently at first, but before long they're tearing the breath from my lungs, blinding me from the fury that has descended over my captor's face. I sense it, though. The atmosphere in the room has switched from heavy and charged to dark and menacing, breached only by the broken sounds of my misery. His body weight feels unbearable to me now. His hips are still pinning me to the mattress. I want to push him away and scrub my face clean of his kisses. I feel dirty and violated. I hate myself for allowing him inside my mouth again, for letting him steal inside my defenses. He stares at me for the longest time before releasing me and rising from the bed. I hear the swish of the mosquito net as it's angrily pushed to one side, followed by the sounds of his zipper and belt buckle. I try to compose myself, swiping the heel of my hand across my face over and over again. Is this a reprieve? Is there still a trace of compassion left inside this man? Look at me, he orders suddenly. Turn that pretty little face to the side, Eve Miller, and give me the benefit of your full attention. The tone of his voice is a warning. The heavy burden of consequence is right there waiting for me. What have I done? What horrors have I set in motion by refusing him my body tonight? I do what he asks, but I keep my eyes firmly fixed on the wall beyond him. I can't bear to face what's coming. You're tired, you should rest. There's a pause and I wait for the killer blow. You will never reject me again, Eve. Do you understand? You will submit to me. You will uphold your side of the bargain. One call, that's all it takes, my angel. One call. One bullet that has your father's name written all over it. Silence follows as I struggle to comprehend the cruelty of his words. He turns to leave. Where am I? I plead weakly, my voice shadowing the sound of his footsteps as he strides towards the door. If I repeat the same words over and over, perhaps one day he'll answer me with the truth. Home, he says harshly, slamming the door behind him. Six Dante Joseph, my second in command, raises a questioning eyebrow at me as I storm into the office and lay waste to the pile of papers on my desk, sweeping them onto the floor in a fury. My iPad and laptop swiftly follow. From his vantage point on my black leather couch, he regards me with something dangerously close to amusement. She's awake then. I clench my fists and lean across my now empty desk, grinding my knuckles into the polished glass. Right now I'd kill any other man who spoke to me with such confidence, but Joseph Grayson isn't like any other man. We share a history together, a long, violent, and bloody one. In our business that creates an unspoken bond, which is exactly why I'm allowing him to open his fucking mouth and still stay breathing. With my silence showing no signs of quitting, he wanders over to the bar in the corner and pours out 2 neat shots of tequila. He returns and places one on the table in front of me. Drink this. You're going to need it. Emilio wants a debrief. Emilio can go fuck himself. I pick up the shot glass and drain it in one, slamming it back down on my desk with a crash. My eldest brother's relentless scrutiny into every facet of our organization is a constant source of irritation to me. It's unnecessary and invasive. He handles the deals and I ensure that they're adhered to. Why complicate things further? Our partnership offers me the opportunity to satisfy certain proclivities of mine. I don't give a damn about narcotics, but I do have a particular skill set. It's this culture of fear, the one that I've built around the Santiago name, which has allowed us to rule this game unchallenged for 15 years. Still, it's safe to say there's little love lost between us. We tolerate each other because it's mutually beneficial, but beyond that the family ties start to unravel. He wants to know what went down in Miami. There's a questioning look on the American's face, and the unspoken truth weighs heavily between us. There's no transparency with Joseph. He knows something's up, and I know his suspicions are leading him right to the source of my anger tonight, to the seemingly incorruptible angel lying in my bed upstairs. How did Garcia find me? I demand, switching tact. How the hell did he know I was back in the States? One of Nicola's men, he says, tossing me a couple of photographs. Turns out he was a double-crossing son of a bitch. He's been passing Garcia intel. You can see from those that he's already been dealt with. I glanced down at the blood-soaked images. My cousin has a propensity for knife work that might even rival mine. Still, I owe him one for getting me out of that hospital alive. I went in expecting to leave a bullet lighter. Instead, I've come away with more baggage than I can handle. Did he learn anything new? I say, tossing the photos back to him. Not a lot. He bends down to pick up the remains of my iPad and laptop from the floor. Garcia's been lining the pockets of several prominent D agents this past year. It explains why his merchandise has been flowing so freely and ours hasn't. And the leak from the other night, Joseph shakes his head. I'm still looking into it. What about Myers? I say, referring to Eve's father. Is he compromised? Not as far as we know. So he's not a dirty cop, that's something I guess. It's true what they say, a code of honor does exist amongst thieves. The lowest of the low are always cops on the take. I decide to keep quiet about their connection for now. Eve's an innocent in all this in more ways than one. Who is she anyway? An irritation, I growl, holding out my shot glass for a refill. Rejection is a whole new experience for me. I've never had to work for a pretty face before. Usually they're primed and ready just looking at this body, and that's before they figure out who I am. First, I entice them in with my darkness, and soon they're begging me for my pain. Something tells me the rewards will be worth it with her, though. I could have stayed kissing her all night. It took everything I had to stop when she begged me to. My frustration came damn near close to overwhelming me. I was right. She has a body of a goddess underneath her clothes, all smooth and ripe and ready for corruption. I wanted nothing more than to sink into her soft folds and lose myself completely. I put together a dossier on her straight away. Name, I pause, Eve. Surname, Pricktease, Cunt, Angel, Miller, I believe. As if I didn't know. As if her fucking name hasn't been circling around my head for days and days on end. Something odd strikes me then. Why has Eve elected to take a surname that's different to her father's? Could my angel be lying to me? My hand convulses around my shot glass. Jesus, I need to calm down. I take it she's the same woman from the liquor store last week. My head snaps up. How the fuck do you know about that? Your brother's men aren't the most discreet, he says mildly, tipping more tequila into my glass. They couldn't shut up about her. They better do or else. I knock back another. Whatever you find out, I want it kept between us. I don't want Emilio on one of his paranoid witch hunts again. I want her kept off his radar. She's got nothing to do with business. Whatever you say, there's a pause. Any news from Colombia? The latest PI report came in an hour ago. Give me the highlights. The lead was a dud. Shit. It's a bitter pill to swallow. 15 years on and this girl is still eluding me. Tell the team to keep searching, I say curtly, and I want Garcia and his whole operation eliminated by sunset tomorrow. He's making a fool out of us. I should have taken my own team in the first place. You and I are heading back to Miami to see to it personally. We'll start by having a little chat with those crook D agents. Tell Tomas I want my plane fueled and ready within the hour. What about the woman? I down the next shot before answering. She stays exactly where she is. Tell Valentina to keep an eye on her and make sure she keeps the damn door locked. She's not to leave my room under any circumstance. The time for niceties is over. I'm done backing off. If Eve Miller thinks I'm a monster, then I'll happily reinforce that belief. She'll soon discover just how cruel and manipulative I can be. 48 hours of solitude should give her more than enough time to reflect on my parting words. When I return from Miami, I expect her to acquiesce to my every desire, tears or no tears. When I return, she better be begging me. 7 Eve, there's no clock in his bedroom. Time turns into my enemy. Minutes fade to hours as I sit, and watch the sun creeping slowly across a crystal blue skyline from behind 6 locked windows and a pair of sliding doors that refuse to open no matter how hard I rattle them. I've counted every pane of glass and every chip in every frame more times than I can remember. These are the delicate bars of my prison cell, but his threats are the ones that really hold me captive. Another interminable, tear-stained night gives way to another hopeless dawn, and soon the sinking sun is setting fire to an unfamiliar horizon again. I spend my incarceration searching for clues of where in the world I might be. The heat and humidity suggest somewhere off the coast of Africa. The plush palm trees and cerulean sea remind me of a travel advert I once saw on the subway in New York. But this is not a paradise. I'm a prisoner, kept here at the whim of a man with no kindness or conscience. 3 times a day the lock turns and a young Hispanic woman with shoulder-length, copper-colored hair delivers a tray of food to me. She keeps her eyes fixed on the floor. There's never a flicker of interest my way. I've tried speaking to her, asking for my captor and then demanding to talk to him, but she shakes her head each time as if she doesn't understand my words. The food she brings is bland and simple: bread, water, a vegetable broth, and the occasional piece of fruit. He doesn't want me to starve, but he's tightening his grip on me just the same. I've been given no clothes to wear, I have only this bed sheet. He's humiliating me. His message is simple yet effective. If he's denied the pleasure of my body, then I will suffer the cost. There are no books to read, no TV set. There's nothing to pass the time except my thoughts. But that's the point, I see that now. He's left me to rot away in this cage with nothing but my imagination running wild. It's a taste of what my brother must have felt during the last few agonizing days of his life, locked inside the prison of his mind, whilst his body was wasting away in front of us. The tears come hard and fast when I think about my parents. If they survived the hospital explosions, do they think me dead? This crucifies me more than anything else. The ugly scars from my brother's passing are still etched upon their hearts. I doubt they'll recover if they're forced to bury both of their children. This thought alone strengthens my resolve. I will get out of here alive. I will see them again. I think about my captor frequently too, more often than I'd like. He's a foreigner, but there's something so American about him. His English is excellent, his accent flawless. Has he lived in my homeland? I know his name, but I refuse to call him that, even to myself. I want to dehumanize him as much as possible because it makes him easier to hate. But who is he, my beautiful tormentor? There are no clues hidden in this room. The white walls are devoid of his personality. There are no picture frames or photographs. The furniture is sparse and functional, and the walk-in wardrobe is empty of all his clothes. There's not even an old t-shirt to wrap myself up in. I replay the events of the last few days over and over in my mind. This man walked into a hospital with every intention of killing my father, a D special agent. Surely that makes him some kind of an assassin. At least that would explain his military training, but it also makes him an employee for the cartels. Who else would want my father dead? My heart begins to pound. Was my hunch right? Did my dad get too close to the Santiago brothers? Is this man working directly for them? That night I lie awake piecing together everything that I've learned about the cartel in the last few years. 2 brothers from South America. No first names. No recognizable faces. Billionaire criminals who manipulate the narcotics game from the shadows. Master puppeteers who control the strings of this whole business. Does my captor hold the key to uncovering their true identities? Is this my chance to get close and expose them as the immoral, murdering sons of bitches that they are? I make my decision then and there. I'll give him what he wants. I'll keep my mouth shut and follow his lead. I'll make him trust me, and then I'll bring every single one of those bastards down. I'm not doing it for myself. I'm doing it for my brother. I sense him even before I'm fully awake. He's sitting in that chair again wearing black jeans and a t-shirt, a dark and a dangerous juxtaposition to the lightness of his bedroom. Watching. Waiting. I ignore him for as long as I dare, putting off the barrage of heartache that's coming my way. I've spent the last 2 days demonizing this man, believing he's nothing but a savage with no redeeming qualities whatsoever. But now that's he here, smelling like he does, looking so damn sexy sprawled out across that chair, my feelings are swinging from hate to something else again. I know you're awake, me Alma. He sounds amused. If I keep my eyes shut, then it's easier to pretend you're a bad dream. As I say it, I deliberately turn my back on him. He likes it when I challenge him. It turns him on. I can see his reaction whenever I reveal the sparks behind my eyes. As expected, he exhales with a hiss. I see my angel wants to play. Not with you, never with you. I tense and wait for the sheet to be ripped from my body again. Then I'll save that pleasure for later. Have a drink with me first. It's more a statement than a question. He circles the bed and parts the mosquito net in front of my face to show me the bottle of wine in his hand. Taking my stunned silence as approval, he drops the net and I hear the sounds of liquid being poured into a glass. "Come," he orders, taking a key from his jeans pocket and walking over to the sliding glass doors with 2 full glasses of red wine in his hand. The same glass doors that he's kept me locked behind like an animal for the past few days. Holding fast to my plan, I rise from the bed, nodding the white sheet above my breasts and follow him outside. As soon as I cross the threshold, my eyelids flutter shut and I gulp in great mouthfuls of the salty sea air, relishing the silky sensation of the night on my skin. It's a blessed reprieve from my cage, no matter how temporary, and it's a grave mistake on his part. I'm feeling stronger suddenly, bolder and more determined than ever to get the hell out of here alive. He hands me a glass of wine and I accept it without thanks. He can take what he wants from me, but he still doesn't deserve my manners. I don't bother to tell him I don't drink, that it's just a prop for this part he's making me play. I move to the edge of the balcony. I'm overlooking a small beach carpeted with the finest, palest sand I've ever seen. I shoot a quick glance at the drop on the other side. I reckon I could make it without too many broken bones. My captor follows my gaze and laughs. "Oh, I wouldn't bother. You'll soon find your options are limited." My cheeks flush, more from anger than embarrassment. For a fleeting moment I consider the unthinkable, of taking my chances in the wilderness instead of spending another second here with him, but I'm losing focus. That's when I see my brother's face before me. He's teasing me for being so serious all the time, for being the good girl, for following the rules, for living my life so far from the parameters of reckless that I barely exist. "We're celebrating," I hear him say, holding his glass up to mine. There's a sharp clink as they collide, more his doing than mine. His eyes are gleaming and there's a crude, primitive look on his face. I've seen it once before with my father after he returned home from hunting. He's a predator fresh from the kill. Wherever he's been for the last few days have proved rewarding for him, and he wants me to applaud his success. "Your parents are alive," he declares, watching my reaction carefully. "Your father's awake and your mother escaped with minor cuts and bruises. I sent someone to check on them, so raise your glass to me, my angel," he adds with a slight edge to his voice. "It's time to loosen up a little." I stare at him, my mind racing. To irritations, big and small, he continues with a curl of his lips. He drinks deeply, never once taking his eyes off me. "Let me go to them," I say quietly. "Let me see for myself." A dark expression sweeps across his face. He expected gratitude from me, not more conflict. "You wanted to know if they're still alive. Isn't this the information you've been pining for? Forget them, me Alma," he says with a dismissive wave of his hand. "They'll learn to forget you too soon enough." He drains his drink and pours himself another. "I will never forget my parents and they will never forget me," I say angrily, heat coursing like molten lava through my veins. "How dare you try to dismiss them from my life? What gives you the right? The right, he has the audacity to laugh in my face. Haven't you already figured it out, my angel, or do you require another 2 days of nothing but bread, water, and isolation? I dictate the rules in this world. You won't erase my family from my thoughts. I won't let you. Who says you have a choice? He snarls, his mood turning, and he tosses his wine glass away. It smashes against the side of the balcony, and he comes for me then. Tall, handsome, intimidating as hell. He grabs me by the back of my hair, tilting my chin upwards and ripping away my sheet at the same time. Did you think that throwing me tidbits of information would change things? I cry, covering myself as best I can with my arms and hands. You've kept me caged like an animal for 2 days with no clothes, barely any food. Go on then. But you'll never have my respect or my desire. He laughs again and shakes his head at me. Then we'll have to agree to disagree. Do you think I don't feel the way your body quivers whenever I touch you, or how you react when I play with you here? He pinches my shoulder between his thumb and his forefinger, and I wince in pain. Your body betrays you time and time again, Eve Miller. But you're right about one thing, I am going to take you. He grabs me by my wrist and drags me inside, ripping open the mosquito net and hurling me onto the four-poster bed. By the time I recover, he's already climbing in next to me. I try to bolt to one side, but he tips me onto my back and pins my body to the mattress with his hips. Stop, I beg, but there's no real passion behind my plea. He's right. Some messed up part of me wants this as much as him. He's all I can see and smell. My senses are exploding from the heat and the length of him pressed so tightly against me, and that beat is back, thrumming over and over. His erection lies heavy and thick between us as he starts to grind his body against mine, rubbing against me on purpose until I'm wet and shuddering. At the same time, he wrenches my arms above my head and holds them there, kissing me hungrily, nipping at my lower lip with his teeth, demanding entry and then overwhelming my mouth with his tongue. Before I can stop them, my legs are parting to increase the friction, and I'm kissing him back with the same heat and intensity. There's no gentleness today. That time has passed. He needs to claim me and I need to claim him back. Are you a virgin, my angel? He murmurs, and I shake my head. I watch his eyes narrow and darken. I've disappointed him with my reply. I'm not as pure as his endearment suggests. There's a new roughness to his touch now, as if he's punishing me for it. He releases my hands to work his mouth down my body, tasting every part of me, pausing to draw at my shoulders, dividing his time equally until they're both tender and sore. I'm cut adrift on a golden haze of sensations until I feel his breath between my legs. Startled, I try to twist away from him. It's too intimate, too soon. But he just forces them wider apart with his hands as his tongue follows an unflinching line right up through my folds before circling my sensitive spot. Retracing his route, he rims my opening and then slides his tongue inside me, his fingers moving higher to continue their pressure. Oh God! I'm writhing beneath him now, driving my heels into the mattress in a bid to control the chaos that's threatening to devour me. I dig my fingers into his hair and arch my back in ecstasy as he continues his never-ending assault. My core is burning with a delicious fire, and I can feel myself skidding closer and closer to that precipice. With a cry, I come harder than I ever have before, grinding myself into his mouth as the waves of pleasure tear the breath from my lungs. With a growl, he returns to my lips, kissing me crudely, almost viciously, and giving me no time to recover. I can taste and smell my arousal on his lips. His stubble is smarting my cheeks. Give yourself to me, he says harshly, settling himself between my thighs, his erection sliding easily over my opening. I'm so wet for him, and he knows it. You're not fooling anyone with this charade, my angel. Do you want me or not? Yes, I gasp, giving in to my desire, pushing all thoughts of betrayal and shame aside. In response, he powers forward on his elbows, driving all the way into me with one single brutal thrust. He's as hard as stone and big, too big. I scream out in pain and he freezes, hovering over me, my face imprisoned between his thick forearms, his dark eyes scorching into mine. A look of understanding passes between us that shocks me even more than the intensity of my orgasm. It's the hint, a whisper, of a budding connection that goes way beyond this bedroom. "Relax, Eve," he soothes, swaying his hips from side to side, loosening my core and sliding in even deeper. "I'll only hurt you if you don't." "It's too much," I whimper, placing the palms of my hands against his chest. His touch, the strength of this desire for each other. "You're wrong, my angel. We're only just getting started." Another look passes between us, and in that moment I believe every word he says. Easing himself out of me, his next thrust is much less violent. Pain starts to intermingle with pleasure as he continues to move at this new, measured pace, acquainting our bodies and deliberately hitting a sweet spot deep inside me that's flooding my core with need. Over and over. His stamina never wavers. The raw heat of his skin is skimming across mine, creating a delectable friction, and my stomach muscles are coiling again. He curses suddenly in that unfamiliar language, and I'm tipped over the edge once more as I hear him groaning long and deep into my hair. There's a sharp jerk of his hips as he comes to, his length thickening as he works his climax all the way into me. Afterwards, he pauses briefly to rest his forehead against mine, intermingling the sweat from his brow with my own. "I'm not done yet, mi alma." And before I can stop him, he's flipped me over onto my front, and he's pushing up against my entrance again. My eyes flutter open in shock. Despite his orgasm, he's still rock hard. Positioning himself, he drives back into me, pausing only once he's deep inside to slide a warm palm under my stomach. He then urges my body backwards until I'm resting on my knees, still delectably full of him. With my palms pressed tightly against the wall in front of me, he starts to move, his powerful thrusts jolting my body forward over and over. There's no preamble here. I'm under no illusions of what this is cold, hard taking, but the skill and control in which he's taking my body is fragmenting every negative thought. There's nothing but the feel of him, the delicious smell. No one else exists but us. Minutes, hours. I have no idea how long he takes me like this, but time will never be my enemy here, not when he's driving me on through these constant waves of ecstasy. I lose count of the number of orgasms I have. Every nerve is screaming, aching. My breath is ragged and uneven. And still this relentless pounding. My arms are tiring. I can barely support myself. My knees keep slipping out from under me, and only his vice-like grip on my hips holds me steady. Then finally, when I don't think my body can take any more, he comes with a strangled groan, releasing his hot seed deep inside me. Collapsing forward against the headboard, we stay locked together for ages, his breath lacing the skin at the nape of my neck, the air around us thick with sweat, the room silent save the sound of our pounding hearts. There are no words, no adjectives, to describe the power of what has just happened. This man, this beautiful, maleficent devil, has crashed headfirst into me and tilted my whole world on its axis. His weight is beginning to crush me, but I'm too weak to push him away. He seems to realize this. Sliding out of my body, he guides me back down to the bed until I'm splayed out on my front with him lying on his side next to me. He tucks the sheet around my lower back and kisses my bare shoulder. He starts to say something, but his words fuse with my exhaustion, and I'm fast asleep before he finishes. The next thing I know, bright sunshine is streaming in through the closed windows, and the bed is cold and empty again. I lift my aching head from the pillow and gaze in despair at the locked door. I gave myself completely to him last night, but my situation has only worsened. Before yesterday, he only held my body captive. Now he has a grip on something else as well. I watch her sleeping until the burnt, umber hues of dawn begin to temper the darkness. Light steals into my room, but she barely stirs. I want to wake her and lose myself in her again, but there's something about the way she sleeps that stops me. She curls up like a child, tucking her knees to her chest, with her arms and her dark hair fanning out across the white pillowcase. It portrays an innocence, a trust. Two qualities that I don't deserve from her right now, not after what I've already taken tonight. I indulged and feasted until I was sore and sated, until every part of me was satisfied, and still I couldn't get enough of her. I took and pushed her to her limits. I let the darkness inside me devour us both, craving the oblivion that it brought. I gave her pleasure in return, many hours of it, but at what cost? Fuck. There goes my conscience again, flickering and false starting like a motor in winter. She does this to me, and I don't have a damn clue as to why. Sometime around 5 a.m. I slip from the bed and make my way downstairs. Walking past the rows of shelves in the library, I run my fingers along the edge of one, feeling for a small button. Once located, a low mechanical hum sounds and I step back to allow the concealed door to swing open. Inside my private sanctum, I pay no regard to the lines of discolored military medals on the wall, nor do I glance at the faded black and white photograph of a little girl. She was the perfect seed that planted the roots of so much hate in my life. I'm still biding my time as far as she's concerned. I'll not forgive. I'll never forget. Consumed by a fit of rage suddenly, I rip the medals down and head for the closet next door to deposit my unwanted memories in a drawer. Stripping quickly, I step into the shower cubicle and raise my head to embrace the boiling water. Only then do I allow myself a brief moment to indulge. That girl is the reason there are no pictures on my walls, no personal possessions of any kind on display in my house. No trace of the man I really am. My enemies found a weakness in me once, and I'll never give them the satisfaction again. These days my true identity is as subtly concealed as this bunker, and that's the way it was going to stay until an angel walked right past me on a dirty, desolate street. I'm playing with fire as far as she's concerned. I know I can't keep her. Her presence in my life will only cause problems. I made a pact with my brother 15 years ago. No one gets close to us. Ever. Besides, I've had her now, so this whole situation should be done. The way I see it, I have two choices: kill her or send her back to America. One problem: neither of them are having any sway over me right now. Get a grip, Dante. I reach for a towel to dry myself, roughly slaking the water from my skin. There must be another way, but I'm running out of time. Joseph's dossier on her must be nearly done. He's going to make the connections with the D agent, and then he'll give me merry hell about it. If Emilio finds out, it'll be worse. My cell beeps. It's Joseph. Emilio on line 1. I curse under my breath. This should be interesting. I may have obliterated the Garcia cartel, but I still haven't given him an explanation for Miami, the reason why my D target is still alive and breathing. I tap out a quick reply. Be there in 2. I step back into the bedroom of my bunker and dress quickly before making my way upstairs. Eve is still asleep, her arms wrapped tightly around a pillow. The white sheet has slipped to her waist, exposing her back. I'm tempted to drop to my knees and wrap my mouth around her shoulder and suck gently until it puckers between my lips. Instead, I find myself rearranging the sheet across her back and exiting the room, resolving not to lay another finger on her again until I have a plan in place. I tell myself it's for her own good, but I know I'm lying. If I get any closer, I'll lose perspective. If I press my mouth to that body again, I run the risk of bringing us both down in a hail of bullets. Joseph lifts his head and scowls at me as I enter my office. What's crawled up his ass and died? His moods are nowhere near as capricious as mine, but when he blows up, he's a formidable adversary. He's standing by the phone system on my desk that's flashing a single, solitary red light at me. My brother, I presume. I say mildly. When he doesn't reply, I take my place in the leather chair next to the desk and reach out to switch the holding call to speakerphone. He slaps his hand down on top of mine at the last second to stop me. We need to talk. Not now, I say, shaking him off with a frown. Let me take this call. Emilio's waiting. Since when have you ever given a damn about that? Emilio can wait a little while longer. Fine, then talk. Leaning forward in my chair, I start drumming my fingers against the desk. Eve Miller, states Joseph grimly, moving to stand in front of me, his gray eyes boring into mine. 2 words I'm learning come with a shitload of complication. My drumming slows and then stops, but there's never a flicker of a reaction on my face. You've completed your dossier then. You're playing with fire, Dante, he says, echoing my own thoughts. I laugh, but it's a hollow, empty sound. I'm betting you couldn't find the first fucking thing about her, Grayson. There's not a single item in that document that'll shock me. She's as wholesome as they come, a real American homegrown sweetheart. I assume this is about her father, or rather her father's occupation. I glare up at him, daring him to take this further. That surprised me, I'll admit, he says, gazing back at me steadily, but there's a trace of anger in his eyes now. We don't keep secrets from each other, not when the business is involved. I'm not so concerned about him, though. Oh, now he's piqued my interest. Tell me quickly, I need to deal with this call. Do you remember a man named Ryan Myers? Myers. I roll the name around his head a few times, but nothing of note springs to mind. Who the fuck is he? Was. Small-time dealer in Miami. Thought he could make it with the big boys until he got in our way. Irritated you, if I remember rightly, which never leads to a happy ending. You ordered a hit on him 5 years ago. Sent me to do it. Before I landed, he panicked and went aground with a suitcase of blow and 3 prostitutes and died in a hospital bed 2 weeks later. What a way to go. And I give a damn about this lowlife because Miller isn't Eve's birth name, Dante, it's Myers. Joseph stops talking, then out of respect. I'm more than capable of connecting the dots, or rather decoding the imminent warning signs myself. You sure about this? My voice is like stone. Eve and Ryan were siblings, no doubt about it, and that's not all. I hold up my hand for silence. Let me get rid of my brother first. The truth is, I need a few moments to dissect this revelation. Our lives have intersected before, and I've been the cause of untold pain for her. That's not sitting well with me. That's not sitting well at all. Emilio, I snarl, hitting the speakerphone button. Dante, 1 word. That's all it takes to make the nausea rise up from the pit of my stomach. Just 1 fucking word in that deep, unpleasant rasp of his. My brother's accent is far more pronounced than mine. He's never felt the inclination to leave Colombia, whilst I couldn't wait to get the hell out of there as soon as I could. Our father made damn sure I put in a return appearance until my bullet exited the back of his skull. I set up residence in Africa not long after to conduct my side of the business. The distance suits me. Certain dealings force me to visit Colombia from time to time, but I limit these as much as I can. There are too many blood-soaked memories lying in wait for me there, and I prefer to spend as little time in the company of my brother as I can. You better be covered in bullet holes, asshole, Emilio hisses, dispensing with the lingering pleasantries. Why else would you leave that D-scum alive? The heat rushes to my fists. That red mist is descending fast. Unreasonable doesn't even cover my brother. I'll happily chuck in sadistic, over-controlling, and paranoid too. Well, he taunts. Is there a priest bedside reading you your last rites, or have you made a miraculous recovery? I exhale loudly. I just bought you Garcia's head on a plate. I don't like loose ends, it looks careless. I bite back my retort. Emilio feeds off conflict, and I can't be fucked to give him the satisfaction today. The D got the message. I targeted 3 other agents before I left Miami. There's a pause. Are you going soft on me, baby brother? What the? I was ambushed. I roar, unable to contain my anger any longer. Shit hit the fan, it was him or me. I chose the latter. I know which one Emilio would have preferred. Our father was a sick bastard, but he's never forgiven me for putting that fat fuck 6 feet under. Nicholas told me about the girl. He said you refused to leave Miami without her. Nicholas needs to learn to keep his mouth shut. Perhaps he needs my bullet as an incentive. My eyes flicker to Joseph. There's a slight shake of his head. Good. We're on the same page as far as Eve Miller is concerned. Full non-disclosure until I figure out what to do with her. You're developing a nasty habit of picking up women on the job, Dante. You need to get off that compound. Move somewhere with more pussy. That way your dick won't be infringing on business anymore. I'm saying goodbye now, Emilio. Hell will be a fucking ice rink before I take advice on women from him. I'll be back in Colombia next week. The new merchandise is scheduled in Florida tomorrow. Fine, Sanders is standing by to receive it. There's a pause. Are you screwing her? He sounds genuinely curious, and that's not a good thing. I don't want Eve Miller to stand out to him any more than she has already. When I can find a gag that's big enough, I drawl, sliding my eyeline away from Joseph. She talks too much. Emilio's laugh goes straight through me. Gag or no gag, I bet she screams pretty. You're a real piece of work, Dante. I pity any woman who catches your attention. Likewise, I think grimly. Emilio has 3 ex-wives, 3 ex-beauty queens who have all gone missing, presumed dead. You stay on the right side of my brother or you pay with your life. Asshole, I mutter, hanging up on him. Joseph just smirks. I know he agrees with me, but he'll never say the words out loud. Go on then, enlighten me, I say, leaning back in my chair and putting my hands behind my head, bracing myself for the next revelation about my angel. What else do you have on Miss Miller? 9. Eve. I collapse against the white tiles and let the water run in deep rivulets down my face. I stay like that for as long as I can stand the heat and the pressure, washing the sin and him from my skin. Every part of me aches, most of all between my legs. My tears start to intermingle with the water as memories from last night come flooding back. Is this what my life is to be like from now on? To be used and abused whenever he chooses and then locked away like a dirty secret. He didn't use protection. God knows what diseases he's given me. Does he even care? At least there's no chance of me falling pregnant. I can thank my contraceptive shot for that. Wrapping a towel around myself, I step out of the inn suite and then freeze. A gorgeous white sundress has been laid out for me on the bed, and a plate of delicious-smelling pastries and a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice has been placed on my nightstand. My expression hardens. Is this my reward for my total and utter submission, for allowing him to take me exactly how he wanted? Do you like it? I spin round in shock. He's leaning against the doorframe with his arms crossed, staring straight at me. The air seems to vanish from the room as my periphery narrows and focuses. He's all I can see. I can't tear my eyes away. He's wearing black jeans and a white t-shirt that hugs his ripped torso like a second skin. He's so beautiful I can barely breathe. His stillness is unnerving, his expression unreadable. Well, why would I retort angrily. I'm your prisoner, not your whore. I'd appreciate it if you didn't treat me as such. He raises his eyebrows at my little outburst. I pay my whores for subservience, Eve. I can hardly accuse you of that. His whores. That thought settles uncomfortably in the pit of my stomach and my cheeks start to redden. It's a conciliatory gesture, my angel, he adds, sweeping his eyes over my face and noting my discomfort. Don't read into it any further than that. You didn't use protection, I blurt out. Did you do so with your whores? That's not something you need to concern yourself with. That's not an answer. This is my health we're talking about, my future, he sighs. I'm clean and so are you, Eve. I have a file of your medical records sitting on my desk downstairs. He does. So where's my file on you then? Am I supposed to just trust you on this? Yes, I'll leave you to eat your breakfast and get dressed. He turns and exits the room and I stare after him long after he's gone. So there are rules in this twisted game of roulette he's forcing me to play. I won't contract an STD, but he'll shoot me in the head if I don't do exactly as he says. Even so, a tiny spark of hope is smoldering away inside. Despite my angry words, I appreciate the clothes and the breakfast. God knows it'll be heaven to wear anything other than a crumpled bed sheet. There's something else that's causing this budding optimism as well. He's gone and left his bedroom door wide open. I dress quickly before he returns. He's laid out white lingerie for me too, plus a pair of navy blue espadrilles to go with the sundress. I slide the garment over my head, glancing at the label as I do. Designer, of course, no doubt costing more than I spend on utilities in a month. Still, the silky material feels so seductive against my skin and the size fits perfectly. I never would have chosen this dress myself. It's too low cut. The waist cinches in to show off my slenderness, which in turn emphasizes my generous chest, and it stops a good 6 inches above my knees. At home, I would have hurled it to the floor and left the changing room in disgust, but here, with the relentless heat beating down on the glass windows, it's almost impossible to refuse. I keep the shoes off, though. I'm not giving him the satisfaction of accepting every single gift he offers me. Next, I sit on the edge of the bed and devour the pastries. I'm so hungry I consume every last morsel, spilling crumbs all over the silver tray and floor. I'm just draining the last of my orange juice when I hear heavy footsteps in the corridor outside. I scrabble to feet as he enters the room. He stops short when he sees me standing there, and I watch his dark eyes raking up and down my body. I can tell he likes what he sees because that mysterious current has started to wax and wane between us again. "Dresses suits you," he states, stepping further into the room and closing the door behind him. "You should wear them more often." I shake my head, feeling inexplicably shy all of a sudden. I don't like to stand out to anyone. Everybody stands out to someone. What if it's not reciprocated? I tilt my chin in his direction. Are women like me forced to suffer because of it? I have no wish to be highly prized thanks to some pretty piece of material. I have better designs for my life than that. Or I did until you crash-landed into it. Those full lips start twisting again. Duly noted. I'd be gravely disappointed if you didn't. Not after that excellent education of yours. Don't do that, I say, feeling dirty and violated again. Don't drop hints like you know everything about my life. It's creepy and invasive. You may have some list detailing what school and college I went to, but you will never know what's in my heart, my thoughts, my desires, my favorite film, book. To Kill a Mockingbird, he says abruptly. Excuse me, your favorite book? I frown. How did you? It's a genuine guess, though rather apt, don't you agree? He's mocking me again, I can tell. I imagine everything feels like one long injustice to you at the moment, my angel. Fuck you, I want to scream. And I know you like the dress. You infuriating, smug son of a bitch. I glare at him as a flood of warmth settles deep within my core, sharpening my senses and quickening my pulse rate. I hate him. I want him. What the hell is wrong with me? He takes a step in my direction and I take a step back. I'm frightened suddenly. In another time and place, this man would be so easy to fall for. Regardless, he continues to prowl my way, his sinfully seductive eyes never once leaving my face. I'm backed up against the mattress now. There's nowhere left to run. Join me for dinner, he says softly, reaching out to brush away a stray crumb from my upper lip, then frowning as I cringe away from his touch. No, thank you. It wasn't a request. Then I was right. I have no free will, not as long as you're attracted to me. I believe you were referring to a one-sided state of affair before, he says, cocking his handsome head to one side. I think we re-established those parameters last night, don't you? Or do you need another reminder? He's so close to me now. I can feel the raw heat radiating off his body, and his rich scent is scrambling my senses. I watch him glance down at the outline of my nipples, so prominent through the thin fabric of my dress. He knows full well the effect that he has on me, and he's relishing every minute of it. Where are you from? I gasp, changing the subject. What country? He frowns. I'll tell you over dinner. I don't want to have dinner with you. And I said you don't have a choice, me Alma. Do I have to take you into submission again? Do you need a reminder of just how much you bend to my every whim? I inhale sharply. His words are like a lit match to my lust. I'm still aching from last night, but this burning need to feel him inside me is overriding everything. Screw you, I gasp, but my voice is as weak and breathless as my resolve, and it's fading fast. He starts tutting at me. Don't say such tempting things to me. You have no idea how much I'd like to lift that dress up and see how tightly your new lingerie caresses the curves of your body. Are you wet already? I bet you $1,000,000 you are. So white, so angelic, just how I requested. My maid has exquisite taste, don't you think? My eyes widen in shock. No man has ever spoken to me like that before. He's right, though. My core is throbbing for him, stronger now than ever. He reaches out and slowly draws a line with his finger from my cheek all the way down to my collarbone, then lower still to my left shoulder before cupping and kneading the tender tissues, lightly running his thumb over my skin and making me shudder. He inclines his head and drops a kiss to my temple, intimidating me with the sheer scope of his masculinity again. With his other hand, he catches the hem on my dress and draws it all the way up my thigh before sliding a teasing finger across the front of my underwear. I drop my hand to his to stop his progression, but my efforts are half-hearted at best. Just as I thought, he murmurs, nudging my legs apart with his foot. You're soaking for me, my angel. I could take you right now and just slide on in. As if to prove the point, he pulls the material to one side and slips his finger between my folds. My head tumbles forward into the hardness of his shoulder as he withdraws and thrusts again, one finger becoming two. My cries are muffled by the soft fabric of his t-shirt as my inner muscles start gripping at him helplessly. Do you like that, my angel? He murmurs. Yes, I pant, aching for more. Don't stop. He laughs softly. As you wish. My grip on his hand slackens as he forces a slow and steady rhythm, his thumb occasionally brushing against my sensitive spot and shooting heart-stopping sensations throughout my pelvis. I can feel his other hand on the nape of my neck now, pressing my face tighter against his body as he rests his forehead against the top of my hair. I want to grab him and pull him closer, yet a part of me still refuses to acquiesce to this man. If I'm to learn more about my brother's killer, then I can't let him claim me completely. My breathing is all over the place as he continues his actions. I'm so close now, he could tip me over the edge at any moment. As if sensing this, he presses the hard heat of his palm against me. Come for me, he orders roughly, and I do just that, crying out as my inner muscles convulse around his fingers, clutching his hand to hold him still and deepen the sensations as I'm consumed by the raging wildfire inside. My forehead is still tightly pressed against his chest as a solitary tear rolls down my cheek. I'm terrified by this man's ability to turn my emotions inside out, making me dismiss all reason and doubt the second his skin touches mine. Now about that dinner, he purrs, his hot breath like a soft caress against my earlobe. I haven't agreed to anything yet, I say weakly. He smirks and grasps my upper arms, tipping me backwards onto the bed before reaching for his belt. Then, my angel, I'll just have to persuade you a little harder. He keeps me in bed with him for hours, but the more pleasure he gives me, the more I'm learning to despise my body. It keeps betraying me in the worst possible way and screaming out in ecstasy whenever he puts his hands on me. My lust and my hate are so tightly intertwined. All the edges are blurred. There's a well of darkness inside him that I'm both drawn to and repulsed by. I can't hope to have any perspective whilst he's dictating and dominating every part of my life. I have no sway over what happens to me here in this compound, from my choice of clothes right down to the food I'm allowed to eat. The only things I'm allowed to keep for myself are my thoughts and my heart, but he seems hell-bent on gunning for those as well. He's sleeping now. His chest is pressed tightly against my back, and one arm is thrown carelessly around my waist, holding my clothes to his hard body. I'm motionless in his embrace, but my mind is spinning wildly. My gaze is fixed on the bedroom door. He kicked it shut earlier before he removed the last of his clothes, but he never locked it. Either he's getting careless or there really is no escape from him, but right now I'm feeling reckless enough to find out. A few minutes, that's all I need. Just a brief reprieve from my prison cell to sharpen my senses and harden my resolve. My breath is coming out in shallow gasps at the thought of what he'll do to me when he finds out. His rage will be terrible. I have to try it, though. I have to claim a few minutes to myself for the sake of my sanity. With my heart crashing against my rib cage, I slowly work to free myself from his embrace, removing his arm and slithering sideways out of bed. He grunts and rolls over onto his front. I crouch there on the floor, immobile and staring, temporarily transfixed by his sleeping beauty, intimidated by the sheer length and breadth of him sprawled out across the mattress. His carved features are softened by sleep. There's no rigidity in his expression anymore, only peace. A lock of his black hair has fallen over his face, and his olive skin is stretched tight over his thick forearms and biceps. This man could snap me in two if he wanted, and that thought sends an unpleasant shiver down my spine. He's much older than me, but there are no gray hairs in those silky dark waves. Still, the lines on his forehead suggest hardships and struggle. This man has endured to reach this bedroom with me. I dress swiftly and silently, throwing the dress back over my head and scooping up my panties from the floor. He grunts again and I freeze. Any minute now those eyes will open and blind me with their darkness, yet by some miracle they stay shut. Sliding out of the room, I find myself in a wide corridor filled with doors, a curved staircase at one end. I take the steps too, 3 at a time, but my descent seems endless. Everything in this house is supersized, and there's an old colonial-style feel to it, from the polished wooden floors to the stark whiteness of the walls. Like his bedroom, there are no pictures or photographs suspended from the picture rails, just more of the same dark furniture. The only movement comes from the white muslin drapes at the window as the gentle afternoon breeze whips the material into formless shapes. At the bottom of the stairs, I discover another door, solid, wooden, metal-studded. Open. I test out that possibility, pushing the handle down as I hold my breath. My heart is pounding so hard I could black out at any moment. To my amazement, the door opens with a soft click. Hey! There's a shout behind me. I swing round, my face frozen in terror. The same girl who's been delivering food to my captor's bedroom is emerging from a side room carrying a bunch of white lilies. She's wearing a red dress and her copper hair is tied into a loose ponytail. "Does Senor Dante know you're here?" she says, sounding fearful. So she does speak perfect English. I'm angry and hurt as I recall all the times I pleaded with her and was met with blank ignorance. I said, "Does Senor Dante know you're here?" she repeats, more urgently this time. Her eyes keep darting to the empty staircase. Her raised voice attracts another woman from the same room. She's of a similar age, Hispanic too, pretty with a round, generous face. Her welcoming smile fades when she sees me cowering by the door. "Who the hell are all these women?" "You keep her here," urges the first girl. "I'm going to fetch Senor Dante." "Calm down, Valentina," says a deep voice. "I'm right here." My stomach drops as my captor saunters down the staircase barefoot. He's already dressed in his jeans and he's slowly pulling on his t-shirt, benefiting all 3 of us with his muscular torso. I risk a quick glance at the other women. Judging from all the floor gazing going on, they're not immune to his beauty either. "Eve's just exploring her parameters again, aren't you, my angel?" he explains pleasantly, but there's a dangerous snap to his voice that roots me to the spot. Shooting me a hard look, he strides over to the cupboard and opens the door. Punching a code into the safe there, He takes out a revolver and slides it into the front waistband of his jeans. Walking back over to me, he grabs my arm and yanks me out of his way as he opens the front door. "Let's take a little walk, shall we?" he murmurs, pushing me out onto the porch and slamming the door behind him. "It's high time I showed you just how gilded the bars of your cage really are. Eve, there's so much beauty in the sight that greets me, but there's so much ugliness and disappointment too." He's right. My new world is a cage, a beautiful, terrible cage that's bordered by a dreamy blue ocean, reams of barbed wire fencing and armed guards stationed every few meters apart. He marches me down a wide path and jerks me to a stop on the edge of a gravel drive that's magnified in luxury by the 3 Jeeps and the sleek black Ferrari parked there. "Take a good look, my angel," he says, crushing me against the side of body. "Drink it all in. Perhaps now you'll realize that my bedroom isn't such a bad deal after all." "What is this place?" I whisper. "I've given you the answer to that question already." "Home." I look away, determined not to cry. It might be his home, but it will never be mine. Beyond the vehicles and the emerald green lawn, there's a picture-perfect vista of paradise. Or it would be if it wasn't for all the armed guards and lookout towers set along the beach. I turn back to look at the house I've been imprisoned in these past few days. It's like something from the deep south, early 1900s, with soaring white pillars and sweeping balconies. It's an elegant estate with an inherent romanticism, but it's a fortress nonetheless, shielded with jade flora and tiny pink flowers, and broken glass cemented into every window ledge. Several more modern-looking buildings are situated to the left, and they're no less guarded. I count over 100 men in total patrolling their boundaries. I sense him watching me all the time, drinking in my reaction and feeding off my frustration. Something tells me he's been wanting to show me my hopeless reality for days. Perhaps he's tiring of my constant defiance. Too bad. He's taken nearly everything from me, and it's all I have left. "I wasn't trying to run," I say quietly. "I know there's no escape from this place. I know what you'll do to my parents if I try." "Good. Then maybe we're finally starting to understand one another, my angel." Something flips inside of me then. I don't want to be his angel. I don't want to be his anything. "I'll never understand you," I hiss, trying to wrench my arm away, but his grip is too firm. "You're nothing but a heartless monster. I thought we'd agreed I was the devil." His dark eyes are glinting unpleasantly at me now. "There's a difference. A monster is never Machiavellian in his intent, Eve. He's not that smart or patient. I, on the other hand, have the resolve and the means. You wouldn't cooperate willingly, so I starved you for 2 days. It made your submission that much sweeter. A monster would have taken what he wanted from you then and there." "I hate you," I gasp, tears stinging my eyelids. "I wish I'd never walked into that liquor store. How dare fate be so cruel as to force you into my life a second time?" "Careful, my angel," he warns, pulling me back to the warmth of his body, intensity sparking in his hooded gaze. "I tend to find your defiance amusing, but you're really pushing my patience today." My eyes flickers to the gun tucked into the front of his jeans. "Go back to my bedroom. Wait for me there." My heart lurches in horror, anything but that. "Let me take a walk first, just down to the water's edge." "Senor Dante." We both turn in surprise. One of his armed guards has approached unseen and is hovering nervously on the edge of our periphery. "What is it?" he snaps. The guard glances down at my captor's vice-like grip on my arm and then slides his gaze away. He's a young man, attractive, not much older than me, with the same olive skin and thick dark hair as him. He's nowhere near as tall or imposing, though. His features are sharper and his muscle tone less defined. "Well, Senor Grayson is waiting for you in Sector 6. Despite a thick accent, the man's English is excellent. Everything is set up and awaiting your instigation." My captor nods. "Good, tell him I'll be there shortly." "Yes, senor." "Bedroom now," he says harshly, turning back to me. "Please," I whisper. I'm begging you, Dante. A flash of surprise crosses his face before that mask of cold impassivity smothers it again. 5 minutes, he snarls, recovering quickly, gesturing impatiently towards the beach. Manuel, he calls out after the young man, stopping him dead in his tracks. He proceeds to bark at him in Spanish, and more than once I watch the guard's gaze swivel my way. I wish I knew what he was saying. If this man is so insistent on keeping me a prisoner here, then I need to find a way to pass the time. Perhaps I could learn a few phrases of their language. It might be a way of alerting myself to anything incriminating said about the Santiagos. I'm doing all this for you, Ryan, I murmur without thinking. What did you say? My captor has stopped talking to Manuel and is staring straight at me. My face pales. Nothing. I didn't say anything. How could I have been so careless? I know he doesn't believe a word. 5 minutes, he repeats, turning on his heel. And you better not disobey me or else. I watch him leave with a mixture of relief and curiosity. Something happened when I said his name just now. It was like a shift of energy, a minute transfer of power, albeit for a fraction of a second. I shocked him, but why? Please, señorita. This way, Manuel says, jerking his head towards the beach. And after one last lingering glance after my captor, I turn to follow him. I'm suddenly eager to reach the water and sink my toes into the soft sand, to forge a tenuous connection to this strange place that is something other than fear and desperation. Manuel guides me away from the gravel drive and across the immaculate front lawn where the grass feels like crushed velvet beneath my bare feet. He's careful to keep several meters between us, and his eyes are constantly fixed on the ocean, his hands gripping his machine gun tightly. I get the feeling that the distance and stance are deliberate, that these are instructions from him. Dante. I inhale sharply and Manuel snaps his head in my direction. Shit. I've said his name again, in my head this time, but still, up until now I've kept steadfast to my rule to never ever utter it, even when he's driving me out of my mind in bed. I won't say it again, though. Not unless I'm forced to. It's my safe word, a surefire guarantee of his undivided attention. We follow the narrow boardwalk along the beach until Manuel stops and motions for me to go on without him. I don't need to be told twice. I'm practically skipping towards the water's edge, but I'm mindful of being watched all the time, not just from the young guard but from others as well. This section of the beach is fully enclosed with large rocks and boulders. There's a group of men patrolling the summit, and they're all looking in my direction. I feel like an exotic creature who's been locked away behind an invisible sheet of glass with my master's stamp all over me to ward lesser mortals away. I don't want to be on this pedestal. I don't want to be his anything. I just want to go home and forget I ever met him. I keep walking until the pure white sand turns sticky and dense, and the salty sea air smells the strongest. Only then do I sink to my knees and allow the incoming tide to rush up and embrace my skin. I dig my long fingers into the wetness and gaze out at the vast blue expanse on the horizon. The setting sun represents any lingering hope I may have had of escaping this place. I've reached the ends of the earth. I was wrong, so very wrong. I will never gain any perspective whilst I'm here as his captive. The pull of him is just too strong. I think about all the dangerous men I've interviewed over the years. Back then, I hid my intimidation behind my words and research. Here, I have no notebook and pen, no laptop. I'm unprotected. He stripped away all of my safety nets, and without them I'm weak and exposed. He suspended me on this tightrope of fear and consequence, and I'm far too scared to ever look down. I stay in this position for ages, for as long as I dare, on my knees, immobile, resigning myself silently to my fate. My choice is simple. I can either accept what he does to me or my family will suffer. Time passes. 5 minutes must be long gone by now, but he hasn't stormed down here to claim me. With a heavy heart, I turn back to the house. The guards have disappeared. Frowning, I sweep my gaze up and down the beach before resting on a lone figure standing in front of the house. watching, waiting. It's him. For some reason he's changed his shirt, but I'd recognize the breadth of those shoulders anywhere. His dark sunglasses are glinting in the late afternoon sun. My pulse starts to quicken. There's a presence to this man that goes way beyond his physicality. He may work for ruthless criminals, but he's very much his own man. He's a prince with a fortress for a kingdom, and somehow, despite all he's done to me, I'm drawn to him in a way I don't fully understand. He makes no move to come to me, so I go to him, brushing the sand away from my knees as I rise to my feet. Shielding my eyes, I make my way across the beach, but my footsteps falter the closer I get. There's something dangerously still about him. I glance down and notice a length of black rope coiled in his left hand, and I just know it's for me. Saliva pools at the back of my throat. He's intent on punishing me, but for what misdemeanor? Leaving his bedroom without permission, requesting to visit the beach. My gaze flickers up to his face. Oh dear God, his expression turns me to stone. There's something so singular and primitive about it, so cold and detached. He wants to tear my clothes from my body and have his way with me, but it's purely for his pleasure only. I don't know how a dominant-submissive relationship works. I just know that we've been skating around it for the past 2 days. This feels different, though. It's bleaker, more menacing, but it's somehow more honest, too. I feel a dash of something needful unfurling in my core. "Come here," he orders. "I stayed put like you told me to," I whisper, grinding to a halt a meter away. "I said 5 minutes, it's gone 30, hold out your hands." His eyes are as cold as the day I met him. "But," I said, "hold your fucking hands out." "Dante, no." There, I've said his name again. It just slipped out, but there's barely a flicker of a reaction this time. That doesn't bode well. There's no hope of a reprieve from whatever he has in mind. "Are you going to make me repeat myself again, my angel?" The tone of his voice both chills my blood and sends a bolt of electricity right through me. This dark display of dominance is calling to something inside, something I never knew existed. "I don't care what you do to me, just please don't hurt my parents," I beg as he wrenches my wrists out in front of him and binds them together. "I swear I wasn't trying to run. Don't lie to me." He yanks the knot tighter, making me wince as the coarse rope bites into my skin. "I'm growing tired of your disobedience, Eve. But hold your tongue." With my hands bound, he leads me over to small clearing out of sight from the estate and outhouses. My whole body is trembling. I keep tripping over my feet. Whatever he wants to do to me, he seems intent on carrying it out in private. He's dismissed his men. No one will hear my screams, and even if they did, I know that no one will come. This is his fortress. These are his rules. "Stop." He turns swiftly and backs me up against a nearby palm tree, pinching my chin between his forefinger and thumb and forcing my head upwards. There's no playfulness in his eyes. Not anymore. I've pushed him as far as he's willing to go, and it's time to accept the repercussions. I glance down at his erection straining against the front of his jeans. My breath is coming out in sharp, shallow gasps. "What are you going to do to me?" His lips twist unpleasantly. "I've shown you how the devil makes love, my angel. Now it's high time you experienced a monster." 11 Dante, I watch her eyes widen in fear, but I'm beyond clemency. She could cry, beg, and scream at me, but it wouldn't make a damn bit of difference. The demons that I fight with every day have taken over, and they're calling all the shots. I can only see in colors of her pain and my power. Something inside broke when she said my name. It was too much to hear her soft, husky voice deliver something so tainted. It crossed an invisible line, more than her job or her personal vendetta against my brother and me. Joseph didn't hold back on the details earlier. He showed me a couple of her articles, every sentence laced with contempt and hostility for our world, and I forced her into my inner sanctum. The one woman who will do everything and anything to bring us down. I'm not immune to it. I know exactly what the fuck we do, but somehow seeing it through her eyes kept twisting at something inside. I'll never leave this business. My past dictates my future. I'm a Santiago, a wanted man with a voracious bloodlust, which means there is no neat diversion or easy way out for me. Once she figures out who I am, the deceit will destroy us. In the meantime, I need to distance myself and erect some fucking barriers. This is just about power now for my own gratification. I lasted 5 minutes in Sector 6. I was too impatient to get back to her. I barely glanced at the 2 Snitch D agents we'd bought back as trophies from Miami. Strung up and worked over, one had actually started pissing himself when he saw me, the foul stench of urine making Joseph unleash his fists on him again. The other stayed silent, resigned to his fate, hoping for a quick death, which, under the circumstances, I was prepared to give him. Picking up the knife, I calmly appeased my anger until their blood ran like crimson streams around my feet, and the familiar sharp metallic tang in the air soothed my senses. "Clean this mess up," I'd snarled at Manuel, ripping off my ruined shirt, "and then I want everyone out of Sector 1. Go put some fucking target practice in on the range." Truth is, I wanted to be left alone to deal with her. I know my own rules. I don't let them close. I take what I want and then I leave, so why not her? What makes her so special? Why turn my back on a way of life that's been good to me for the last 15 years? She needs to suffer for putting me in this position, for testing my limits and making me feel things I haven't felt for a long time. I'm craving the oblivion that dominating her brings me, but today I'll have it in a way that's going to be unpalatable. I'm going to inflict pain, break her spirit, and bring her round to my way of thinking. It's just the way things have to be. "Don't move," I say harshly, wrenching her hands above her head and fingering the neckline of her white dress, testing the durability of the material. She flinches away, which only irritates me more. I said, "Hold the fuck still." I yank hard, the silky fabric disintegrating in my hands, ripping and tearing right the way down to her navel and exposing her. A deep guttural growl erupts from my throat, and I don't stop shredding and tearing until the whole of the front of her dress is ruined. My fists clench around the bunched material. Her bare skin is calling me, so soft, tantalizing and treacherous. She's trembling all over, but the aroma of her body makes me pause. I smell fear on her, but I smell something else as well. I glance at her face. The look that greets me is like a sucker punch to the gut. She's staring right at me, breathing hard, her blue eyes dilated with desire. That's when it hits me. My senses are being tantalized by the sweet scent of her excitement. Son of A, she's enjoying this. And just like that, all of my depravity goes out the window. I don't want her that way anymore. She deserves better. I come for her then, burying my fists into her hair and crushing her mouth with my own. I can't think straight. My colors have shifted to hunger and desire. She kisses me back with the same fierceness as I drag her arms down to form a chain around my neck. She tightens her hold on me straight away, pressing her body against my own as I groan long and deep into her mouth. "Do you like that, mi alma?" I growl. "Do you like it when I play rough?" "Yes," she gasps. "Give me more, show me everything, take me with you." "Take you? Jesus Christ, I don't need to be told twice." Sliding my hands underneath her, she takes the cue and wraps her thighs against my waist as I slam her back against the palm tree. The loose ends of her ruined dress get trapped between us in my haste, and I yank them out of the way. I have to have her before I explode. Pinning her between the tree and my pelvis, I tear open the front of my jeans and thrust against her in one rough movement. I nearly lose my mind when her wetness and warmth envelops me, drawing me deeper and deeper inside her body. At the same time, I hear her cry out in a jagged chorus of surprise and ecstasy. "Say my name." My voice is harsh and needy. "Let me hear you scream it." "Dante, Dante, Dante," she gasps, each new tone timing perfectly with my every assault. "That's right, my angel," I say hoarsely, seeking out her lips again and forcing my tongue between her teeth, claiming her mouth at the same time as her body. This is so much more than oblivion. It's fiercer and stronger than anything I've ever known. I take her like I haven't in a year, like I haven't had her all last night or this afternoon. This is what she does to me. Every time is fresh and different. She whips me up into a frenzy and makes me want her more and more. I'm so violent with my desire that I thrust my tongue deep inside her mouth and she chokes. I can't help myself. She tastes too good and I want to savor everything. I can't temper my pace or intensity. My self-control is in pieces. I can feel her inner muscles squeezing me as her own restraint detonates around me. "Come for me," I roar, tearing my mouth from hers, and she screams again. She tenses and then slackens in my arms and I feel like a fucking god. "Yes." I groan as my own release spirals me into a temporary void where nothing else exists except us. A strange sense of peace settles over me afterwards, and we stay locked together until our pulses steady and slow. She's limp in my arms, but she's so slim I can support her weight easily. The quietude is transforming into a deep, satisfying ache now, more physical than emotive. Sliding out from her, I lower her body to the floor. Her wrists are still bound around my neck. I remove her arms and set about untying her, running my thumbs lightly over the red wheals where my rope has chafed her skin. I feel a sense of pride in them. They're a symbol of our desire for one another, a brand that I want to leave on her body every time we're together. Once free of me, she turns away and tries to cover herself with what's left of her dress. "Don't," I say harshly, removing her hands and unfurling her fingers, sliding the ruined dress off her shoulder until she's unclothed except for her white panties. She doesn't stop me. She just stares at me with an unreadable expression on her beautiful face. I take a step back and remove my t-shirt in one fluid movement. "Put your arms up." Her gaze lingers over my abs and I can't resist a quick smirk. My angel likes what she sees, but doesn't she know? She staked a claim over me already, whether she wants it or not, from the dark soul lurking beneath these muscles to this God-given face. I slide my t-shirt over her head and tug it into position. It's so large on her that it falls almost to her knees. It's a shame to cover her up, but I know she'll feel more comfortable like this. Besides, I'll kill any man who lays his eyes on her. No one else will ever get to taste her again. Fuck doubt. Fuck all the reasons we shouldn't be together. Right now this pull between us is stronger than all of that. "I preferred the dress," she says, offering me up a shy smile, and I find myself wanting to make her smile like that more often. "I think that's the first thing we've agreed on," I say dryly, scooping her up into my arms. "Hey," she squeals, squeezing my bicep. "Settle in for the ride, my angel," I murmur, walking with her down to the water's edge to wash away the evidence of our actions. She falls asleep in my arms as I carry her back into the house, clean and replete, her head resting lightly against my shoulder. I can still smell traces of my scent on her skin, and it's making me hard again. Kicking the front door shut, I hear soft laughter coming from the kitchen as the girls prepare dinner. I imagine we caused quite a spectacle earlier. Eve and her delicate, ethereal beauty has been the subject of much gossip in my household over the past few days. They won't open their mouths, though. I surround myself with unwavering loyalty. If I suspect the alternative, then that person is dealt with swiftly and decisively. There's too much at stake, and even more so now. It's been this way ever since I was forced back into the family fold 15 years ago, the day my own flesh and blood betrayed me. Joseph runs checks on every single person that sets foot in my compound, from the maids in the house to the commanders and captains in my army. I pause when I reach my bedroom door and then walk straight past it, choosing to enter the next room instead. There are too many bad memories for Eve in there, too many knives to slice at these fragile strands that bind us. Something shifted between us this afternoon, and I find myself wanting to protect it at all costs. She stirs as I lay her down on the bed, and I watch her eyelids flitter open. When she realizes she's back inside the house again, she sits bolt upright with a cry. "SHHH, my angel," I croon, sitting down on the bed next to her and brushing a strand of dark silk away from her face. "I will never lock you away again. You have my word." I'm encouraged when she doesn't flinch away from my touch. Her eyes are wide and wary though. She wants to trust me, but she can't. Not yet. It's no more than I deserve after the way I've treated her. "What is this room?" she asks softly. "One of my spares. I'll have your things bought here immediately." I move to stand up, but she grabs my arm, and a second later she's flat on her back underneath me, her hands pinned above her head. "No sudden movements, remember," I mutter, clocking the terror on her face and releasing her straight away. She rubs at her wrists and winces. "Did I hurt you?" She shakes her head and bites her lower lip. I can tell she's lying. Fuck. We stare at each other for a moment, me, full of something perilously close to regret, and her just thoughtful. I can see her formulating questions in her mind constantly, drinking everything in with those dangerous blue eyes. "You mentioned my things. I didn't think. I had clothes flown over from the main island this morning," I say brusquely, rising to my feet. "Plus some toiletries and makeup." "Thank you. No, thank you. This woman has no idea she's just given me the experience of a lifetime. The bathroom's through there," I say, gesturing to an archway in the corner. "I need to make a few calls and then I'll be back." I walk over to the French doors and turn the key in the lock. The doors open easily, the incoming breeze catching at the white muslin curtains. All my bedrooms have balconies that face the ocean. I like to prettify the true immorality of this place with minor details such as these. "Can I go out there?" There's a glimmer of hope in her eyes. She hates being indoors. Keeping her locked away in my bedroom was the cruelest thing I could have done to her. I grit my teeth as that unfamiliar feeling claws at my insides again. "Of course." I move towards the bedroom door and watch her glance around the room. "There's no mosquito net in here," she says, more as a statement than a question. "No, not in here." That reminds me. I walk back over to the nightstand, open the top drawer and take out a pack of anti-malarial medication that I store in every guest bedroom. "Here," I say, handing her the silver blister pack, growing impatient when I watch the fear re-emerging in her eyes. "I'm not trying to poison you, my angel. Quite the opposite, they're prophylactics." She takes the blister pack and examines it closely, her exquisite face folding into a frown. "Anti-malarials. But shouldn't I have been taking them? I was having them crushed up and put in your food." "Of course you were," she says, a trace of bitterness in that melodious voice. "But these would mean I'm in Africa." "Africa," she looks stunned. "But I've never even left America before. How can I be in Africa?" She pulls her knees up to her chest and hugs them close to her body. She looks like a child with my t-shirt swamping her slender frame. "Quite simple. I flew you here." She gives me a barely perceptible roll of her eyes and I feel my cock stirring. She's testing her boundaries again. "Well, I figured that out for myself, smartass." "Smartass. I've been called many things in my lifetime, but never that." "Sarcasm doesn't suit you, my angel," I say, sounding disapproving. "And captivity does. That's my signal to leave. Enjoy the view. I'll be back in an hour. We'll have dinner and I'll introduce you to some of my staff." I'm not sure if she'll agree to this, but it's a pleasant surprise when she nods. "I'd like that. It won't make me feel like such a prisoner," I offer coolly. "Yes, prisoner," she says, fixing her blue sapphires on me. I see reproach there and my semi hardens into something else entirely. Oh, my angel, was that another flash of defiance? I need to get out of here before my craving takes hold. Joseph's downstairs pacing the halls. We need to sign off on this merchandise. "I'll get one of the girls to send up champagne," I say, pausing in the doorway. "Champagne," she says, raising her eyebrows at me. "Your drink of choice, my angel. You were holding a bottle when I introduced myself to you that first night." Her mouth falls open. "Introduced yourself? More like barged in and totally screwed up my life." Her soft voice rises to an indignant screech. Seeing the hurt flaring in her eyes, I make my way back over to her. I need to appease her. I have no desire to fight. It's certainly been one of my more impulsive decisions, I say, leaning over the bed and giving her a hard kiss on the lips. But I'd do it again in a heartbeat. Then I'll make sure I avoid that particular liquor store in future, she retorts, turning her head away. But they're just words. She doesn't mean it. This blazing intensity between us does all the talking we need. Besides, I don't drink. I only buy it for friends and special occasions. Like meeting me, I say dryly. There's a pause. Like my birthday. Shit. Well, wasn't I the perfect present? I murmur, straightening up and heading for the door. 12 Eve, I never make it onto the balcony. The small taste of freedom offered up by those open doors is good enough for me. My eyelids flutter shut as soon as he exits the room. I'm exhausted from his actions and by the maelstrom of my own thoughts. Most of all, I'm shattered by what he's unleashed in me today. I feel like an intruder in my own life again. It's like I've unveiled some sort deviant fragment of my soul I never knew existed. Did I ever truly know myself before I met him? With all this swirling around my head, I tip headfirst into a dreamless sleep, my first since my abduction 4 days ago. Sometime later, I awake to sounds of movement in my room. It's dusk and the room is bathed in the soothing hues of gold and rose, but uneasiness cloaks my skin. It's not him, Dante. I know that for sure. The noises are too subtle, which is one quality I could never accuse him of. I ease onto my side, taking great care to keep my breathing even and my movements natural. That girl is in my room, Valentina, the one who brings me my food. She has her back turned and is busy arranging dresses onto hangers and transferring them to an open wardrobe. I narrow my eyelids to tiny slits so I can carry on my spying undetected, which is just as well because she glances in my direction suddenly. I watch her scowl and mutter under her breath before turning back to her work. Once the task is done, she heads for the door but then stops and seems to think better of it. Shooting me another furtive glance, she makes her way back over to the chest of drawers and carefully slides the top one open. She's looking for something, but the way she keeps poring over the contents tells me she doesn't have a clue what it is. I watch her repeat this same action with each of the 3 lower drawers before she turns and creeps over to the nightstand beside me. Up close, I can smell her panic and see the tiny beads of perspiration on her forehead. Her mouth is fixed into a tight, white line of fear. Whatever she's doing right now, she's doing it without Dante's knowledge or permission, and I'm instantly on my guard. "Can I help you?" She jumps back guiltily, her hand flying to her throat. Her face colors, the blush spreading high and clear across her olive skin. "Señorita, you're awake. And you speak English," I say accusingly. I still haven't forgiven her for ignoring me for those 2 days, even less so now. "We were under strict instruction not to speak with you," she says, looking apologetic. "Then what are you doing here now?" "Señor Dante requested that I unpack your new clothes and things. They arrived a few hours ago. I was trying not to wake you." "Have I more clothes in that chest of drawers too?" I ask, watching her eye line follow mine over to the furniture in the corner. She shakes her head reluctantly. "Just the wardrobe." I open my mouth to ask the obvious question and then stop myself just in time. I don't trust her, but I don't want her to know that. Instead, I force a smile to my lips. "Thank you, that was very kind." Her shoulders crumple in relief. "It's not a problem, señorita. I'm sorry again that I woke you. Your champagne is waiting for you on the balcony." She looks at me speculatively, almost with a challenge in her expression. "Will that be all?" "Yes, thank you. Just go," I scream at her silently. My jaw is beginning to ache under the strain of this false smile. Hearing her footsteps outside, I slide out of bed and walk quickly over to the chest of drawers. Wrenching the top one open, I sift through the sparse contents, trying to piece together exactly what she might have been looking for. There doesn't seem to be anything here of interest, just an old car magazine and some instruction manuals in Spanish. No personal effects, just like in his bedroom, looking for anything in particular. My hand flies to my throat, mimicking the actions of the maid earlier. Dante's back. He's leaning against the doorframe with his arms crossed in front of him. His face is expressionless like always, but he's changed his clothes again. He's wearing jeans and a pale blue shirt with the sleeves rolled up. He looks more like a god than a devil tonight, and I can't tear my eyes away. His nearness stirs up a chemical reaction in me every time. Will I always have this reaction when I'm around him? Nope, I lie, shutting the drawer with a bang. He shoots me a skeptical look before glancing at an incoming message on his cell. "Did you have a good nap?" he asks, not bothering to look up. "I came by earlier, but you were out for the count." "Who's the girl?" "Which girl?" "The one who was in my room earlier." "Hanging up clothes, brown hair." "Valentina," he murmurs, now preoccupied with typing out a reply to the message. His mood is starting to sour. "And she works for you?" Dante looks up and frowns. "Yes, why? She's nothing more to you than that." The frown loosens immediately, and to my annoyance the corners of his lips start to twitch. "No, my angel, she's nothing more to me than that. She's not one of your whores." He puts his phone back in his pocket and crosses his arms again. "Are you going to insist on wearing my t-shirt to dinner?" "I asked you a change," he orders, cutting me off in a voice that even I don't dare defy. The temperature in the room has plummeted. His message is loud and clear. The subject is done as far as he's concerned. This man doesn't explain himself to anyone. "Fine," I snap, storming over to the wardrobe and flinging open the doors. The sight that greets me makes me forget my frustration in an instant. The rails are overflowing with the silks and satins of thousands of dollars worth of understated designer luxury. "They're all white," I say stupidly. "Fitting for my angel, don't you think? How can I be an angel if I succumb to a devil and his darkness so easily? Surely I should be putting up more of a fight than this." "No, it's not. It's weird, and it doesn't change anything. You can't buy my affections." I finger the material of the closest dress, a short linen halter neck shift. It's sexy and sophisticated, and I know it's going to fit like a dream. I've never owned a wardrobe like this. I've never even dared to hope that one day I might. I never assumed it would. He snakes a large forearm around my waist and yanks me back against that thick wall of muscle. I close my eyes and let the warmth and smell of him penetrate my defenses again. I'm relieved his mood is lifting, but I'm furious with myself for wanting him so much, and for being so easily sidetracked. I've never been one of those girls, and I don't intend to start now. I really want to be pissed at him, but his growing erection is nudging at the small of my back, and it's proving a better distraction than the clothes. This man is insatiable, and so am I now, judging from the beat that started to thrum away in my core, awakening that dark desire that only he can satisfy. "Do you like your new dresses?" he murmurs. "No, I hate them," I whisper, throwing my head back against his chest. He groans long and deep in his throat as one hand disappears under the hemline of my t-shirt, his fingers climbing a silken trail up past my hip to roughly cup my breast. "Don't lie to me. If I wear one of your dresses, will you promise to take me like you did on the beach?" The words are out of my mouth before I can stop them. With another groan, he seizes the tips of my shoulders and spins me round to face him. His dark eyes are hooded with lust. "Let's get one thing clear. Those clothes are a gift, so be a good girl and remember your manners." He drops his fingers to the hem of the t-shirt again and whips it up and over my head before I have a chance to protest. He fists his hand in my hair, bringing his mouth tantalizingly close to my own. "And as for your last request, why, my angel, I'll have you any way I choose." He picks out the white linen halter neck for me to wear. He must have guessed how much I liked it. As expected, it fits me perfectly, and I have to suppress the urge to preen and twirl in front of the mirror. I don't recognize the stylish woman staring back at me. It's not just the dress either. I've lost weight since I've been his captive, and I didn't have much to spare in the first place. My breasts are still heavy, but my cheekbones are sharper, more defined, and I can see the shadow of my hips' bones through the material. It's the gleam in my eyes that startles me the most, though. It tells me that not all the change has happened on the outside. An old English quotation springs to mind as we descend the stairs together, his hand resting lightly on my waist. He is my best of times and my worst. He's my enemy who keeps me captive and features in all my revengeful fantasies. But he's also a lover who presses at something so base and needful in me. Someone who shines a light on my true desires. My family is never far from my thoughts, but I've realized something today. For the last 5 years, I've been living for them, not me. I've been trying to project the image of a perfect daughter to make amends for my brother's mistakes, and in doing so suppressing the woman I really am. His methods may be questionable, but Dante is ripping the hood from my eyes. There is no future for us, but there is a here and now, and I have to pursue this if I want to learn more about this darker side of me. I have to go deeper if I want to learn more about my brother's killers. This way, he says, guiding me towards the back of the house and out into a small courtyard. A table for two has been set beneath a wooden pergola that's adorned with trailing creeper and the most exquisite white flowers. It's beautiful, I state, grinding to a halt in surprise. What can I say? I have impeccable taste. He pulls out a chair for me. I take my seat and admire the ornate silver candelabra. This whole setup is almost sinister in its idealization, but that's him all over, a beautiful facade with an undercurrent of menace. What are we having? Whatever I decide we're having, he says, running a finger slowly down my left cheek. I close my eyes at his touch and try to quell the surge of lust that's threatening to engulf me. He sits down opposite and shoots me a loaded look. It's pretty clear that I'm a natural submissive. My role has been neatly defined for me by my past, and I have a suspicion that his has too, but outside of the bedroom things aren't so clear-cut. Not for me anyway. Today he's decided how we make love, what I should wear, and what I'm eating. The independent woman in me is shaking her fist at him and screaming, "Wine! No thanks, I don't drink." "Ah yes," he says, looking at me speculatively. "Any particular reason why?" "I don't like the taste. It's a lie. I don't like the loss of control. I don't want my senses stupefied any more than they already are with him." "Water then, please." He smirks and pours me a glass, then sets about decorking an expensive-looking bottle of red. I believe that's the first time you've ever used that word with me, in a non-petitionary sense, of course. I believe it's customary to beg and plead for your life when a dangerous criminal is holding a gun to your head. Criminal is a relative term, he says lightly. Is that what you tell yourself to sleep at night? No fighting, he murmurs. To you, my angel, he adds, raising his glass in toast before bringing it to his lips and drinking long and deep. I don't raise my glass of water to join him. Instead, I fiddle with the stem, running my fingers up and down the delicate column. There's no sentimentalizing us. He's a bad man holding me hostage. Our worlds don't belong in sync. They don't even belong in the same universe. You're overthinking this too much, he murmurs, as if reading my mind. It's a little difficult when 2 days ago you had me under lock and key. My words seem to strike an unpleasant chord with him. He grits his jaw and I watch the powerful muscles flexing beneath his olive skin. He hasn't shaved tonight, and the shadow of dark stubble is lending even more of a sinister edge to him. I regret my treatment of you those first few days. My head jerks up in shock. The corners of his gorgeous mouth are curling upwards. This man is perilously close to a smile. Don't look so surprised. You had the good grace to show me manners just now, Eve. It's only right I do the same. Right. This man doesn't know the meaning of the word. Everything about him and his life is wrong. Social etiquette is important to you, is it? I say, raising my eyebrows at him. In the right context, he takes another draught of wine. What do you do for a job? Receptionist, I lie. There's a pause. Do you enjoy it? It's okay. He tips his head back and laughs. It's a rich, delicious sound that echoes throughout the courtyard. I don't believe small talk is your strength, my angel, and neither is a casual repartee about our respective occupations. I suggest we stick to other topics. Like the weather. Oh, I think we can do better than that. I catch him glancing at my breasts, and the air between us lights up with illicit promise again. Where did you learn to talk like that? I ask him, curious suddenly. You sound more American than I do. School. Which school? He sits back in his chair and runs his teeth slowly along his lower lip. I feel an instant reaction in my core. I'm imagining those lips on every part of me. I'm not at liberty to say. Why, do you think it might implement you? He smirks. Most likely. My angel is one tenacious lady. A jolt of uneasiness zips through me. This man has the money and the means to find out everything about me. His mocking tone suggests he already knows about my job as a reporter. Shit. I stare down at the tablecloth, my head in riotous panic. I was educated in your country, Eve, he concedes with a sigh. America. Yes, the home of the Mustang convertible and beautiful, inquisitive women. My cheeks flood with color at his surprise compliment. At the same time, a million questions line up like silver bullets on the tip of my tongue. Valentina appears with our entrees and lays down two delectable-smelling plates of seared scallops in front of us, but I barely notice them. I knew he was educated from the moment I met him. How I wish I had access to a computer. I'm an investigative reporter. I could track his surname down within the hour. I glance up to find Dante watching me closely. It's as if he can smell the thrill of the chase on my skin. That'll be all, Valentina, he snaps, dismissing her with a curt wave. She flinches and backs away. She's as nervous as hell around him, but he doesn't seem to notice. That wasn't very nice, I tell him. I thought you were shit hot on manners. Don't curse, he says, picking up his fork. It doesn't suit you. Fuck, shit, fuck. Anyway, I can't eat this. I'm allergic to seafood, I declare, sitting back in my chair and folding my arms in front of me. I'm not, but I'm feeling defiant again. You're missing out. I can assure you they're delicious. I watch his fork disappear into his mouth, and I can't seem to tear my eyes away from his lips again. That wasn't the reaction I was hoping for. The scallops smell divine as well, all dripping in hot sage and butter. I'm so hungry I want to pick the plate up and inhale it. I really can't tempt you, he says, hovering another forkful under my nose. Bastard. Sure, go ahead if you want my death on your conscience forevermore. He just smirks at me and doesn't say a word. That's when I remember he has access to my medical records. I have no allergies and he already knows it. Is that girl Valentina part of your harem? I say quickly. The smirk dies on his lips. My what? She's part of your sex slave gang, isn't she? Like I am. That's why you kidnapped me. Now it's his turn to drop his fork with a crash. You are nothing like them, Eve. But you have sex with her. What the fuck gave you that idea? You beat her as well, don't you? His mildly amused expression is gone in a flash, replaced by something much more sinister. He throws down his napkin and rises to his feet. This was a mistake. Go, get out of my sight, Eve Miller, before I really lose my temper. I'm scared suddenly, but a sliver of heat is still coursing through my veins. I know I should just do as he says, but I've been spoiling for this fight ever since he took me. Is she jealous of me? Am I the new favorite? She doesn't trust me, does she? Is that why she was snooping around my room earlier? She was unpacking your clothes, Eve, clothes that I fucking bought you. I never asked you for a damn thing, except a one-way ticket back to America, but that's never going to happen, is it? I retort angrily. I meant after that, when she was rooting through your stuff or whatever you keep in those drawers. He goes very still. What did you say? Instinct is screaming at me to backtrack, but I can't form the words quick enough. The atmosphere has shifted to something ugly and menacing, and not even the idyllic scene can offset any of it. My pulse is beating wild and uneven as he leans across the table, grinding his clenched fists into the tablecloth. Tell me exactly what you saw, Eve Miller, and I might let you live out the night. Everything goes very quiet. I can't move or speak from fear. Tell me. It's nothing. I must have imagined it. I'm sorry, please sit down, let's eat. With a trembling hand, I spear a scallop, force it into my mouth and start going through the motions. After this afternoon, I'd almost forgotten about the intimidating killer that lurks behind the mask, the one whose dark eyes are devoid of all emotion. This isn't his game face, I realize with a shudder. Once again, I'm seeing Dante for who and what he really is. No amount of education, wealth, and skillful manipulation can conceal the real monster lurking inside. Bullshit. He roars, slamming his fist down onto the table. Start talking, Eve, or else. I swallow my mouthful with difficulty. My throat seems to have completely closed up. I think she was looking for something, but she didn't seem to know what. He straightens up immediately, and through a veil of tears, I see him punching a number into his cell phone. Get over to the main house, I hear him order. We have ourselves a situation. 13 Dante. I had my fists clenched so tight my fingers start cramping as soon as I reach for my cell. Joseph answers on the first ring. What's up? Get over to the main house. We have ourselves a situation. On my way. I hang up and barely glance at Eve as I exit the courtyard. I hear the soft scrape of her chair, though, as she stands to follow. Without waiting for her, I cross the main lobby and enter the kitchen. Sophia looks up from the stove in surprise. Is everything okay? She says, her eyes widening as she takes in the state of me. She knows exactly what happens when things go south in this place. Where's Valentina? I snarl. She's out back sorting out the food delivery from this afternoon. Dante, wait, she cries as I circle the island in the middle of the kitchen and head next door. Valentina turns as I enter the storeroom. One look at her face tells me all I need to know. You treacherous bitch. No wonder she's been so fucking jumpy all night. She stands there like a statue, clutching a packet of some shit or another, a deer caught in my headlights. 3 years I've taken care of her. 3 fucking years. Her deceit burns like fire in the pit of my stomach. I treat my people well on the proviso that they swear absolute loyalty to me in return, something this woman has clearly forgotten. She told you, didn't she? She trembles. I knew she would. How much do they know? My voice is like death itself. Nothing, I swear it. Senor Dante, please. I haven't told him anything. You have to believe me. She's shaking like a leaf. I can hear her teeth chattering in her head. None of this moves me one iota. Slowly, deliberately, I take out my gun and release the safety. In spite of what my angel thinks, I don't hit women for sport, but I do torture and murder anyone who betrays me. Valentina glances down at my weapon and the color drains from her face. She knows how this is going to play out for her. He was going to murder my whole family, she screams, her face dissolving into misery. My little brother, he's only 7. Innocence is a smokescreen, a fairy tale. When I was 7 years old, I'd already killed a man. I aim my gun at her head. Who did? One word, one answer. That's all I need from her, but she just shakes her head at me. I can't, Dante. You know I can't. He'll kill me. And what the fuck do you think I'm going to do to you? Her face is only a foot away from the muzzle now. This could get messy. Dante, stop. My gaze shifts to the doorway. Eve, what the fuck is she doing here? Get back upstairs, I roar at her. I don't want her to see me like this. Imagination and reality are very different beasts. She thinks she knows what I do, but she could never comprehend the true depths of my depravity. I want to shield her from my darkness for as long as I can. Not until you lower your gun. Her voice is shaking, but she's holding firm. She shoots a look at my housemaid. You heard what Valentina said. She didn't have a choice. Bullshit. There's always a choice. Except for Eve. She's mine forever now. The sooner she comes to realize that, the better. Dante. The great shadow of my second-in-command appears behind her. My angel looks as slender as a child in comparison. I watch his cool, gray gaze take in the cowering Valentina and my outstretched weapon. What do you need? Take her upstairs, I say, glaring in Eve's direction. Don't you dare touch me. She cries, taking a step away from Joseph, who catches my eye briefly in amusement. There's no way I'm leaving you here to hurt that woman. You will if you know what's good for you. Even so, I feel an odd sense of pride. Eve Miller fights like a hellcat for what she believes in, but this two-faced bitch isn't worth it. Do it, Joseph. Room on the left after mine. Joseph nods, sizing Eve up before grabbing her around her waist and tipping her easily over his shoulder. Put my down. She screeches, bucking like a bronco. My trigger finger tightens as I watch him clamp one arm over her smooth, bare thighs to hold her steady. Just seeing another man touching her is enough to make me lose it, no matter who gave the order. I doubt Joseph will thank me for it later, though. Eve's not going quietly. I hear her curse and shriek my name all the way upstairs. So, Valentina, I say icily, turning back to my treacherous housemaid and aiming my weapon at her head again. Exactly how long have you been spying on me? I take a shower before I seek Eve out. My knife work is not as creative or prolonged as my cousin's, but it's no less effective. At around 2 a.m. this morning, Valentina broke and gave up the name we were seeking. 2 missing fingers will do that to a person. I'm surprised she held out as long as she did. The name itself offered up no surprises. Emilio. So my brother started keeping tabs on me. He knows Eve's still here, and he knows I'm still involved with her, but he has no idea how I feel about her. Yet. He knows her name, though, and that's bad enough. Emilio's as fanatical about loyalty as I am. It's a given in this business. But I know how his mind works. He'll interpret my lies about Eve as some kind of conspiracy, particularly once he figures out her father's a D-stooge, and what my angel likes to wax lyrical about in the Nationals every week. It doesn't help that one of her articles helped expose a minor partner of ours in Miami last year. The guy was unreliable. She did us a favor, but that's not the way my brother's going to see it. He'll want contracts out on her and her family immediately. There's a storm brewing on the horizon, perpetuated by a blue-eyed angel who has no idea what she's set in motion, and would no doubt revel in it if she did. I dress quickly and step out into the library again. Once inside my bedroom, I settle on the edge of the chair, elbows on knees, my hands forming a steeple in front of me as I listen to Eve crying herself to sleep through the wall. It's a pitiful sound that tears at me like the claws of a tiger. How can 30 seconds of this rip my soul apart, whereas some maid can scream at me for hours, and I don't feel a thing? I need to figure out how to twist tonight's revelation to my advantage. This game is all about staying 2 steps ahead of the enemy, because that's exactly what Emilio is now. He drew first blood by infiltrating my compound. We had an understanding, or at least I thought we did. I toe the line on the proviso he leaves me the fuck alone. Joseph knew the score as soon as Valentina let slip his name. For too long my brother's been listing the balance of power in his favor, and I've been content to sit back and let him, but not anymore. I pause for a moment, my hand resting on the handle of Eve's door. You want to talk about loyalty, big brother? I mutter. Well, you just crossed the fucking line. Did you kill her? Eve's voice drifts out to me from the darkness. I choose not to answer. Instead, I close the door behind me and inch slowly towards the bed. The shutters are drawn and I can't see a fucking thing. Did you, Dante? Her voice is hesitant and scared of my answer, scared of what I'm capable of, scared of what I'm planning to do to her now. No, Eve, I didn't kill her. Not yet anyway. She's strung up in one of my warehouses approximately 24 hours away from bleeding out. Did you hurt her? No more than what was necessary. The grim silence that follows tells me she doesn't like that subtext at all. From the slivers of moonlight creeping around the edges of the closed shutters, I can just make out the slim outline of her body under the white sheet. I want nothing more than to climb in next to her and claim her goodness for myself like the selfish bastard that I am. 5 hours of inflicting pain on a person will do that to man. Instead, I find myself concerning myself with her comfort. Are you still hungry? You think I can eat? She says incredulously. After how you talked to me over dinner and what I saw in the kitchen. After laying here for hours imaging what you're doing to Valentina. You need to temper that imagination. And you need to temper your damn depravity. You're despicable. They should lock you up and throw away the key. You'd still visit me, though, my angel. You wouldn't be able to resist. To my surprise, her mocking laugh goes right through me like jagged nails down a dirty blackboard. You think you're so irresistible, don't you? Are you familiar with Stockholm Syndrome, Dante? None of this is real. If I ever step foot off this place, there's only one direction I'm running: away from you. Oh, sweetheart, don't kid yourself. You'll never escape from me. She moves quickly for such a slight woman. Bam! She slaps me so hard that I stagger backwards. I'm still seeing stars as I grab her wrist to block a second blow, twisting her body until she's face down on the bed with her arms locked behind her back with me kneeling over her. Take your hands off of me, she cries. It's too late for that. I hear the breath catch in her throat. God, I love the conflict in her. I fucking live for it. She hates me and wants me, and it drives her out of her mind. My eyes are starting to adjust to the lack of light now, and I can see her form outlined under the sheet. Instead, I raise my hand and bring it down hard across the bed beside her. Don't cuss, I growl, my jaw gritting as my erection catches against the inside of my fly. It'll only make it worse for you. I can't hold out much longer. I need her too much. This woman has the ability to make me lose all sense and reason. I bring my hand down again, a little too hard this time, but I can't contain myself. She whimpers but keeps her mouth shut, and that turns me on even more. I desire her strength as much as her light. I deliver 3 more blows, each as brutally precise as the last, before I rip her panties down her thighs and thrust 2 fingers inside her. Jesus Christ, she's wet. That turned you on, didn't it, my angel? I hate you, she replies, her voice muffled from the pillow, her cheeks wet with tears. It's a fine line between that and the alternative, I snarl, reaching for my belt. 14 Eve, the sound of his hand hitting the mattress forces tears from my eyes. Damn, that hurts. But there's a craving in me that's superseding the worst of the discomfort. I'm suddenly aware of every curve and crevice of my body, from the heaviness of my breasts pressed tightly against the mattress to the aching need deep within my core, a core that's now flooded with wetness. Everything is being pulled tighter into focus with each new blow. It's degrading being treated this way, but the rush of dark, euphoria, is unlike anything else. With a start, I realize that I want him to do this to me. I count 5 agonizing, intense, exhilarating blows before he finishes and leans over me, assaulting me with the scent of hot, excited male, and I feel his fingers roughly pushing inside me. That turned you on, didn't it, my angel? I hate you, I lie, my voice muffled from the pillow, my cheeks damp from my tears. If I keep saying it out loud, then maybe my words will disguise the truth from the both of us. It's a fine line between that and the alternative. He's right. I'm not fooling anyone in this room. He removes his fingers and releases my arms from his vice-like grip. I whip my body round to face him, thankful for the dark so he can't see my blushes. I watch silently as he stands and strips, first his t-shirt, then his jeans. In the dim light, I can see he's not wearing any underwear, and he springs free, primed and ready. My core is burning. I've never desired anyone as much as I desire him now. To demonstrate this, I don't wait for him to undress me. Kneeling before him, I slide his t-shirt over my head and remove what's left of my panties. With a growl, he comes for me then, driving into my body with all of his tremendous weight, cupping my face in his hands as we tumble backwards together onto the bed with me trapped underneath him. He's savage and animalistic with his touch, scratching my breasts and thighs with his fingernails in his haste to mold himself to me. I spread my legs wide, locking my ankles around his waist as powers into me with one ruthless thrust as if he can't hold back from me a second longer. My angel. I cry out in response, arching into the dense wall of his abdominal muscles as his thick cock forces its way into my body. He's driving in and out of me at a feverish pace now. My fingertips find his ass, digging deep, demanding more of him, feeling the powerful muscles flex as they work hard to comply. His hands are buried deep in my hair, holding me immovable beneath him. The slick sound of skin on skin fills the darkness all around us. A soft sob escapes my lips. The tension between my legs is building. I'm hurtling towards that precipice at lightning speed. Do you feel me Alma? Do you feel how much I desire you? Harder, I gasp, take it all away. He falters suddenly, his head snapping up, his piercing gaze penetrating the gloom of the bedroom. Don't stop, I beg him, please don't stop. Kiss me, his urges, his lips seeking out my own as they collide in a blaze of passion, his tongue skillfully dueling with mine as he picks up his crazy pace again. Quickly, so quickly, the fire in my core returns, dousing every nerve. It's more intense this time, a heady, speeding rush of pleasure, and I cry out as I struggle to control the strength of the flames. Raking my fingernails down his back, I tear myself away from his mouth, screaming out his name as he drives me all the way over the edge. At the same time, I feel his cock jerking inside me as he comes to, flooding me over and over with his warmth. It doesn't seem to weaken his desire. He's still pounding into my body regardless. My second orgasm follows quickly after the last. After the third and fourth, I come close to blacking out. He's not letting me catch my breath. There's an edge of pain to my pleasure now. It's like I've come full circle, but I can't stop craving this physical connection with him. I never ever want to break away. The next morning I awake with the warmth of him still wrapped around my body. His erection is pressed against the small of my back, his heavy forearm slaked across my waist, weighting me to the bed. Good morning, my angel. Did you sleep well? Promise me you didn't hurt her, I say quietly. Last night my dreams were twisted visions of bloodied limbs and piercing screams. I can't get Valentina out of my head. I want to see her. I want to beg for her forgiveness for telling Dante about what I saw. You must be hungry. I'll arrange to have something bought up for you. He rises from the bed and the movement in the mattress rocks me as much as his silence. I'll get no assurances from him. Perhaps that other girl, Sophia, might be able to tell me. Perhaps she knows where he's holding her. Where are your clothes? I ask, silently reveling in his naked glory as he stalks across the room. There's not an inch of fat on that perfect plane of olive skin, only a faint disfiguring underneath his left rib cage and his right hip. Battle scars, I think quickly, glancing away before he catches me staring. Right here, he says, bending down to pick his shirt up of the floor. I don't mean those. Where do you keep all your other stuff? Why concern yourself with that? He looks bemused as he pulls his shirt over his shoulders and starts on the buttons. Why? Because it's weird. There are no jeans or shirts hanging in your closet next door, but every time I see you, you're dressed differently. Black magic, he drawls, reaching for his jeans. I know nothing about you, Dante. You're like some enigma with a penchant for illegal activity. You know a few things, my angel, you just choose not to accept them. You choose to close your ears and eyes to exactly what I do because it's unpalatable. I'm not judging you for it, Eve, but let's not dress it up as something it's not. Maybe I'm ready to listen, I say quietly as a vision of Ryan flashes before me eyes. You could start by giving me a straight answer when I ask you a question. He turns to glare at me. Likewise. There's a pause. You know I'm not a receptionist, don't you? He smirks and turns for the door. How long have you known? Toast or cereal, me Alma? Why haven't you killed me yet? I watch him stiffen. You know, don't you? You know exactly what I write about. My heart is hammering in my chest. This isn't about the safety of my parents anymore. This is about me and him. I need to see some sort of guarantee in those dark eyes because I don't want to live the rest of my life in fear. I want to grasp at some semblance of a future or end it right here, right now in this bedroom. If you're willing to torture a girl for rifling through your stuff, what are you going to do to a reporter who writes the truth about the narcotics trade and hates everything it stands for? Because that's who you're really working for, isn't it, Dante? Cartels like the Santiagos. He frowns. What the fuck do you know about the Santiagos? I know they're the lowest of the low. They're cowards who hide themselves behind others. They manipulate this whole dirty business to line their own crooked bank accounts. To hell with the families they destroy along the way. My voice catches in my throat. There, I've said it. I've laid all my cards on the table for you, so just kill me now and get it over with. I close my eyes and wait for the bullet. Seconds bleed into minutes and still I'm left waiting. Eventually, I force them open again. He's standing there staring at me. You're right, he says harshly. Perhaps we're both guilty of enforced ignorance. And no, I'm not going to kill you, Eve Miller, you know why, because I know you'd never betray me. He says it like he's daring me to contradict him. How can you be so sure? I whisper. I'm not even sure of it myself. I jump at the chance to avenge my brother. I know I won't rest until the Santiagos are held accountable for his murder. Because you and me, whatever this is, it's bigger than this business, my angel, he says, his dark eyes raging at me. He walks back over to the bed and caresses my cheek with the rough pad of his thumb. I'm not so naive as to think that what I am and what I do doesn't affect you. I'm not conventional, Eve. I'm not some lawyer or a bank manager, and I don't purport to be. There must have been a choice somewhere along the way. There might still be one. He lets go of me and sighs. Not for me. The past doesn't always have to dictate. Do you follow your own advice, Eve, or is it just a guideline for men like me? He sounds angry now, exasperated. This pulls me up short. You know about my brother, don't you? Yes, I'm sorry. He almost sounds remorseful. I glance at him, but his face is expressionless again. I couldn't handle it if Dante had anything to do with his death. My whole world would crumble. Seeing the growing panic in my eyes, he leans across the bed and folds me into a tight embrace, as if he's trying to halt my racing thoughts. He starts to stroke the back of my hair, but they're too singular and terrifying to dismiss so easily. One question keeps returning to me over and over. What if these hands are the same that killed my brother? Later that day, I find the courage to venture downstairs again. Dante's been absent since first thing this morning, and I'm sick to death of these walls and the dark and twisted paths that my thoughts keep leading me down. Even the glorious sunshine beating down on the balcony hasn't offered up much of a diversion for me. I'm wearing another white shift dress, cut low with large, copper buttons all the way down the front. Easy access, just the way he likes it. At least he won't have to rip this one apart. It's almost as pretty as the linen dress from last night, and my stomach muscles clench as I recall the shocking events during dinner. That's another reason why I'm leaving the sanctuary of my room. I'm on a mission to find Sophia. I need to assuage some of my guilt. I need to find out if Valentina is okay. The spacious lobby and kitchen are empty, so I find myself wandering in and out of a labyrinth of beautiful but strangely sterile rooms, all featuring a similar theme of heavy dark furniture and white walls. There's a starkness and parody to this place. Despite the elegance, it's not a home, it's a shell. Eventually, I find a couple of pictures hanging on the wall in a dining room, but they're of an unfamiliar landscape. Are these pictures of Dante's home? Do they mean anything to him, or they just throwaway artifacts? In the courtyard, I see that all the plates and candelabra have been cleared away. Even the lights from the pergola have gone. The setting is no less pretty for the lack of romance, but this place is forever tainted. I pause by the table and run my finger lightly across the wooden surface. How different the evening could have gone. The finale would have been the same, though. A shiver of longing courses through me. Dante and I are like two magnets from opposing sides, drawn together by forces we can't even hope to understand. Turning to leave, I notice a small door built into the brickwork. It opens easily to reveal a large paddock. 2 horses are grazing nearby. The nearest, a gray, lifts his head in my direction and chews thoughtfully as I edge closer and hook my elbows over the fence to watch them. There's a noise behind me as Dante appears in the doorway too. Instantly my stomach drops and that beat reawakening between my thighs. He's wearing black jeans and a black shirt that barely contains those massive shoulders and stretches tight across his broad, muscular chest. I blush as flashbacks from last night steal into my mind. There was a cruelty and viciousness to his touch, but there was an unexpected gentleness too. He calls to a bleaker part of me whilst I seem to curb the very worst of his debasement. "Do you ride?" he asks, inclining his head at his horses as he leans his elbows over the fence next to me. Is that a loaded question? I mutter, and a gleam of amusement lifts his grim expression. No, I add quickly, not anymore. How do I tell him that I adore these animals but I haven't ridden for 5 years, not since Ryan's death? How my every waking moment since that day has been a carefully controlled study in risk aversion, that I've done everything in my power to avoid more anguish for my parents, that I miss my former life with all of my heart but I don't have the confidence to go back. How did you know I was here? I say, changing the subject. He points to a small security camera mounted to the corner of the house. Oh, do you make a habit of spying on women? Only the ones who hold my attention. Until the next pretty face comes along. I'm not interested in pretty, and you can get that thought out of your head because it's never going to happen. His certainty is dizzying. A look of white-hot heat passes between us. You have horses here. I never expected that, I say, moving back from the fence. I need to put up a little distance, otherwise I'll be tumbling headfirst into his darkness again. I have everything you could ever want for here, Eve. You just need to open up your heart and mind and take it. This will never be my home, Dante. I scowl at him, trying to add more gravitas to my conviction. It already is, my angel. How many times do I have to say it? You're mine now. Your old life is inconsequential. Not to me it isn't. I find this argument as exhausting as it is repetitive. He'll never let me go and I'll never stop fighting for my freedom. How big is this place anyway? I say desperately. Big enough. That's not an answer. I thought we were going to be honest with one another. I didn't agree to anything. I never explain myself to anyone, you know that. I grit my teeth in frustration. He takes everything and gives me nothing in return. I will never be more than his captive, his pretty little fuck doll to use and abuse at will. Why do I feel so disappointed by this? Do I want more? I stare at his horses again, but I barely see them. You like the gray, he states, following my gaze. I nod mutely. He's beautiful. I acquired him 3 years ago. Acquired. Someone owed me. I don't like the sound of that. I need to go away on business. I leave in an hour, he announces, watching my reaction carefully. Is my heart aching with relief or consternation, happiness or resentment? How long will you be gone for? I mutter eventually. A few days at the most. I'm leaving a squad of my best men here to keep you safe. Take me with you. Out of the question, he says brusquely, thrusting his hands into his pockets and tensing that perfect jawline of his. My destination is hours from Miami, and he'll never let me leave, remember. But I miss America so much. There's a pause. The rules of the game have changed now, Eve. What do you think will happen when you leave my protection? That maid, he adds with an edge to his voice, the one you have such a vested interest in, has kindly announced your name and our connection to every criminal cartel in the world. If I send you back to Miami, I guarantee that in less than 24 hours my enemies will have shot you dead in the street. This news ricochets throughout my body. You did this, I gasp. You forced yourself into my life and infected it with your evil. Oh my God, my parents. My hand flies to my mouth in horror. They're in danger because of me, because of whatever this is. I have to warn them, Dante. It's too late for that. What do you mean? My knees start buckling beneath me. I clutch at the fence to stop myself from falling. Your parents are safe. They are. For the briefest of moments I dare myself to believe him. They're more than safe. How can you be so? Imagine the irony of me sending a security detail to protect a D agent, he muses, raising his eyebrows at me. I can't believe what I'm hearing. Why, Dante, why would you that? He shrugs like it's no big deal. Perhaps, my angel, I'm not such a monster after all. 15 Eve I stand on the balcony and listen to the roar of his private aircraft as he departs for an unknown destination, on a mission he refuses to tell me anything about. I miss him already. The lines between lust and hate have never been more blurred. There is no black and white with us, only these contradictory shades of gray. Will there be other women for him on this trip? A faceless, meek alternative to our passionate encounters that comes with a million caveats. The idea plants a seed of doubt in my mind that keeps me tossing and turning for most of the night. Eventually dawn breaks, but I have no phone, no laptop, no way of hearing from him. I'm still locked inside a gilded cage, but now I'm pining for my jailer, not my freedom. I shower and dress quickly before heading downstairs. Sophia was conspicuously absent from the house for most of yesterday, and I still want to talk to her about Valentina. I find her in the kitchen preparing a casserole. I stand in the doorway and watch her for a moment, unsure of how to announce my presence. Her head is bowed in concentration, but I can see that she's been crying. Her eyes are red-rimmed and her sweet round face is deathly pale, but she still manages to raise a smile when she glances up and spots me. "Breakfast, señorita." "Toast would be lovely," I say, returning her warmth. "And please call me Eve." She busies herself with my request, removing the butter from the fridge and arranging a selection of spreads on the kitchen island in front of me. They all have American labels, and they're all my favorites: strawberry preserve, creamy peanut butter, Philadelphia cheese. Were these bought for me? I ask in surprise. Senor Dante requested them 4 days ago, along with your new clothes and toiletries. Why would he do that? And why would he protect my parents? He's caught me off guard again. He's switched up the rules. It's all so easy for him. He knows everything about me, and I know nothing about him. This inequality is something I'm going to have to learn to live with. He's content to give me his body and his gifts and precious little else, but right now I'll take what I can get, especially the 5-man protection team watching my family 24/7. Sophia. She swings round and the smile freezes on her face. She knows exactly what I'm going to ask her. Valentina did a bad thing, she says gravely, shaking her head at me. You don't need to worry about her anymore. Is she okay? Did Dante hurt her? She got what she deserved, I see that now. Senor Dante is a good man, she adds, her face unexpectedly softening again. He is only trying to protect you. A good man? Is she serious? In my world, good men don't torture women. I didn't know, I never should have said. I trail off helplessly. This is not your fault, señorita, and I'll hear no more about it. I watch her plate up 2 pieces of piping hot toast and then slice up an apple to serve alongside. There's something so endearing and old-fashioned about her manner. She's so pretty too. Sophia, have you and Dante ever? Sophia bursts out laughing, her sweet face creasing up in disbelief. Oh, sweet Lord, no, how could you think such a thing? Does he bring many women to this place? No, señorita, she says, suppressing a smile. You're the first. That's something, I suppose, or perhaps I'm just his first foray into kidnapping. Have you worked for him long? 4 years, she announces proudly. And it doesn't bother you that he's a— Does it bother you? She snaps on the defensive. An uncomfortable silence falls between us. Sorry, señorita, that was uncalled for. Please accept my apologies. No need, I say gently, brushing it away. I had no right to ask you that question. I watch her rearrange the apple slices on the plate for a second time. My presence is putting her on edge. Where are you from originally? Cartagena. In Colombia, she nods, and I watch her wipe down the kitchen surface with a cloth and repeat the same section 3 times. An unpleasant thought starts to surface in my mind, but I subdue it just as quick. Did you know him before you came to work here? "Enjoy your breakfast, señorita," she says, cutting me off again and handing me my plate. I smile back at her ruefully. I hope I haven't upset her. I know I can be a little tenacious at times. Twisting open the lid to the peanut butter, I start to spread thick, oozing layers to each slice of toast. It smells so rich and delicious, like lazy Sunday mornings lounging about my apartment. I'm overcome by a wave of homesickness then, and I drop the knife with a clatter. "You'll see America again soon enough, señorita," says Sophia gently, handing me a clean one. I accept it but don't answer. I don't want to talk about home right now. It's too painful. "Do you blame me?" I say in a rush. "For getting Valentina into trouble?" "No, señorita." She reaches out and squeezes my hand. "Valentina knew what she was doing. She made a bad decision. Señor Dante treats us well. Loyalty is important to him." Her gentle smile is so genuine that for a moment I almost believe Dante isn't the devil incarnate. "Can I ask you a favor, Sophia?" I say, remembering my idea from yesterday. "Can you teach me some Spanish?" "Of course, if Señor Dante allows it. Do you have to ask his permission?" I feel deflated suddenly. "Yes, in all things, it's just the way it has to be." "But I serve lunch at midday." The message is crystal clear. No more questions allowed. I grit my teeth and stare down at my plate. "Do you mind if I eat this outside?" "Not at all. Señor Dante has granted you access to every area of his compound, all except Sector 6. "You mean the warehouses?" I say, taking a bite of an apple slice. Sophia nods. "I'll steer clear, I promise." "You don't have a choice. There are over 200 guards patrolling that site," she says, dropping her voice to a conspirative whisper. "No one enters there without his permission." "I'll bear that in mind," I sigh, heading for the door. I decide to eat my breakfast on the beach. Despite the armed men stationed equidistant all around me, they're starting to blend in with the scenery. It's almost like I'm becoming immune to their lethal presence. Closing my eyes, I lick my fingers clean of every last trace of peanut butter. If I shut out my thoughts, I could almost be back on South Beach, Miami. Almost. Kicking off my sandals, I dig my toes into the warm sand and watch a white hermit crab scuttle past, half hidden in his shell. I wish I could have a disguise like that. I can't do anything in this damn compound without Dante's consent. I finish up the toast and then chase the edges of the tide all the way up to the rock pools at the far point. From here, I can finally get a sense of scale about this place. It's much bigger than I thought. There are miles and miles of beautiful coastline stretching far out into the distance, and no hope of an escape. Maybe the best way to save my sanity here is to approach it like an undercover assignment. I don't have my notebooks, but I have a razor-sharp memory. From now on, my eyes will miss nothing. On my way back to the house, I take a detour past Sector 6. I can't help myself. When I'm denied entry to a place, I have a natural compulsion to go check it out. Is this where Dante's men live? Is this where they train to be killers for cartels like the Santiagos? The barracks consist of 8 large structures in total, but I can only count their corrugated roofs because there's a 6-foot security fence topped with barbed wire obscuring my view. The men in the security towers nod briskly at me, but they never take their hands off their guns for a second. The whole area has an eerie, regimented vibe to it that seems so incongruous next to the sweeping elegance of his mansion. Following the road past the barracks, I keep on walking until I find myself at the opposite end of the pony paddock I discovered yesterday. The gray lifts his head as I approach. Holding out the last of my apple slices, he moves leisurely in my direction before burying his velvet mouth in my hand and chopping nosily as I run my hand down his neck and ruffle his mane. "Hey there, beautiful," I croon at him, admiring the flawless dapple markings on his hindquarters. He's tall, at least 16 HH, and his ears are constantly flicking back and forth as he nuzzles my side for more apple. He's so inquisitive. He hasn't developed that bored tolerance for humans that I've seen in other horses. I wish I could ride him, but even if Dante consented, I don't have the nerve." "You like him?" I turn in surprise. The young guard, Manuel, from the other day is standing right behind me with two other men. He slings his gun behind his back and makes to come and join me by the fence, but his companions look horrified. They grab his arm and start speaking in quick-fire Spanish, but they're shrugged off easily enough. The gray nudges me on the shoulder and whickers again as the guard approaches. "I'm not ignoring you, gorgeous." I smile up at him, giving him a pat on his shoulder. "We had many like this where we grew up," he says, batting the gray lightly on the nose. "This one is such a principe." "I think you say." "Like his master," I say, rolling my eyes at him. He laughs, and I can't help thinking how attractive he is. He's shorter and leaner than Dante, but his eyes are much lighter and less burdened. "Señor Dante is no prince. He is more like a king. Some say he's the true king of Colombia." They do. Immediately the other guys start firing Spanish at him again, and Manuel bites back with a retort. In the end they throw their hands up in the air and walk off, muttering darkly to each other. "What was all that about?" I ask him. The soldier grins. "They don't think I should be making conversation with Señor Dante's lady." "Well, you can tell them I'm not Señor Dante's anything," I say crossly. "And I have a mind of my own, thanks very much." I did not mean to insult." He throws his arms up in defense with a smile. "You didn't, touchy subject." I like this man. He has an openness and honesty about him which makes me wonder how the hell he ended up in Dante's army. "Are you from Colombia too?" He nods. "Most of us here are." I'm getting that unpleasant feeling again, but I slide it right to the back of my mind. Meanwhile, the gray has given up on the lack of apple and attention and has wandered off to join the other horse. "What's his name?" I ask, gazing after him. "Tramposa." "Is that Spanish? What does it mean?" "Trickster, cheater." "Does Dante name all his horses after his character flaws?" He shrugs his shoulders and laughs again. "I respect my jefe too much to answer that. Would you like me to saddle him up for you?" "Manuel," calls a sharp voice, causing Tramposa and the other horse to throw their heads up. The smile drops from the guard's face and he leaps away from me with a curse. A giant of a man is striding up the road towards us with the same unflinching, alpha swagger as Dante. He's the man from the other night, and I blush when I remember how much I'd kicked off in his arms. "Get back to warehouse 4, he barks at Manuel. "Inspection S at 16:00 hours. "Yes, senor." "You're American," I blurt out, causing both men to turn in my direction. "Midwest, I reckon. How did I not notice this before?" "Genius deduction," he drawls, making my cheeks redden further. "Tell me, was it the accent that gave me away?" His light gray eyes are appraising me, giving nothing away. The poker face is so achingly familiar. It's Dante whenever he's crazy mad about something. "Dante's been delayed," he snaps when I don't answer. "He'll be back tomorrow." "Oh, right." The man runs his hand across his jaw in agitation. I get the feeling he wants to say something else. "Is he okay?" I venture cautiously. "He won't be if you keep flirting with his recruits. Neither will they for that matter." The guard flinches. "Please, Senor Grayson." The poor guy looks terrified suddenly. "I'd keep your mouth shut about this if I were you. Get out of here, Manuel. Go." He doesn't need to be told twice. He's gone without so much as a backward glance at me. "I'd hardly call that flirting," I say angrily, irritated by his censorious behavior. "We were just talking about a horse. I'm not usually this rude, but this man's being an asshole. I'm just offering you a piece of advice, Miss Miller." "Well, you know what you can do with it." To my intense irritation, a ghost of a smile starts to favor his lips. "And what the hell is so funny?" He sighs and runs his hand across his powerful jawline again. For a moment there I could kinda see what all the fuss is about. 16 Dante Emilio's mansion lies on the banks of the Amazon, concealed by the thick, lush canopy of the Colombian rainforest. There are no speedboats moored nearby, no racetrack for his Ferraris, No fucking hint that underneath that vegetation there's a $50 million estate just begging for attention. He and I made a pact when we took over the business. Change was needed, so change was implemented. We embraced audacity and self-control. Gone went the flashy mansions and diamonds, the material trappings that had painted such a large target on our father's back for the past 30 years. Instead, we sharpened and refocused as we slid deeper and deeper into the shadows. We paid out large sums of money for our anonymity, dispersing monthly retainers to a network of business associates to front our cartel on our behalves. We turned our truth into a myth in order to keep the Colombian and us governments guessing, and within 15 years we'd taken our father's modest turnover and turned it into a $20 billion a year commodity. But our privacy came at a price. Our business associates got greedy. So we adapted again, building up armies to help strengthen our grip on the narcotics trade. We were ruthless. We shunned second chances. Men who tried to take advantage of us paid with their lives, and rivers of blood flowed all the way from Colombia to Florida. I turned the Santiago name, not ourselves, into something to be feared and revered. We were reigning deities until a chancer cartel set off a chain of events recently that has peppered shrapnel into the sides of our organization. The Garcias are dead now. I had the pleasure of slitting their throats last week, but they've made us look weak in the interim. We're no longer lauded, untouchable by our competitors, and it's a slip-up in status that's sitting uneasy with Emilio, much more than me. I can't seem to drag my thoughts away from Eve. I do this work for my own twisted reasons, not for ego and fucking standing like him. But I agreed to fly out to Colombia today to discuss strengthening strategies with our partners and to confront my brother about his recent lapse in judgment. I've come well prepared. I have Grayson and 10 of my best men by my side, plus a loaded gun under my shirt and 2 knives strapped to each calf. We may be brothers, but I don't trust him a fucking inch. Emilio emerges from his front door to greet us as soon as out vehicles pull up. He slaps me on the back after the briefest, coldest of embraces. Welcome home, brother. It's been too long. Home. For me, Colombia is a tale of broken dreams and sorrow, of a childhood distorted by ugliness and the memories of a little girl I try hard to forget. I hate this place. It's turned me into the type of man I swore I'd never become. Emilio, I say curtly, disentangling myself. I trust you're well. We like to portray the Santiagos as a united front, but our true bond is forged in mutual antagonism. I'll never forgive him for the part I suspect he played in obliterating my former life. He'll never forgive me for blowing the back of our father's head off. We've been dancing on the edge of this darkness for as long as I can remember, but now, after my former housemaid's revelations, any lingering light left between us is gone. We're both tall and olive-skinned, but that's where the similarities end. He's shit-hot with the business acumen, with a neat haircut, sharp features, a massive coke habit, and a psychopathic disposition. In truth, he looks like a fucking accountant, whereas I train for hours and hours a day to fortify our empire with a deadly and violent precision. Have the partners arrived yet? I ask him as he leads us back inside. He nods. They're already waiting. Come, let's find you some tequila first. Emilio's a faultless host even when his knife is sticking halfway out of your back. I watch him glance over his shoulder at Joseph. Compliments for last week, Grayson. I'm told there wasn't much left of Senor Garcia to identify. He laughs in grim pleasure at the undignified end we gave our enemy. He always did get off on stuff like that, the more gruesome the better. Mr. Santiago. Joseph bows his head in deference, but I know it's all bullshit. His dislike of my brother cuts just as deep as mine. Drinks now in hand, Emilio leads us through his lavish foyer and out onto a golden patio. Beyond the seating area there's a large swimming pool lined with Sicilian marble, around which most of this house is set. To my right, two men are sitting around a low, glass table, underneath the shade of a dozen palm trees and twice as many bodyguards. Dante, you old devil, lured back to Colombia at last. The elder, patriarchal figure of the two rises to his feet with difficulty, but his embrace is much stronger and warmer than my brother's. Señor Gomez, I drawl, accepting his affability. I see the chefs of Cartagena are treating you well. The old man chuckles and pats his expanding waistline with affection. I've no complaints so far. The women might not share your enthusiasm, quips a voice as the younger man, a sharp-suited, fair-skinned, dark-haired American, stands to shake my hand. Dante Santiago, it's been too long. Rick, it's not often we see you this far out of Miami. Rick Sanders is the face of our operation and one hell of a smooth operator. He's the man with connections, the broker who can turn a dying deal into a multi-million-dollar return. I like him. I trust him. The only other man I can say that about is the tall American hovering right behind me. A little bird tells me you've been fraternizing with our women, says Rick, as I drain my tequila and Emilio clicks his fingers at the waiter for more. A temporary distraction, I murmur, cursing inwardly. I was right. My former housemaid's intel is now the hot gossip on the street. Without my protection, Eve will never be safe again. Don't be too charmed, my friend, look around you. Colombian women have curves that'll bring a man to his knees and they're less inclined to make waves. I'd find your pleasure elsewhere if I may be so bold to say so. I'd prefer it if you didn't. Rick's grin is fading fast. I'm serious, Dante. Emilio's getting antsy. Don't start a war over some broad. If I remember, it didn't turn out so well for the Greeks. He trails off when he sees the look on my face. We've been friends a long time, Rick. It would be a shame for that end tonight. Jesus, Dante, calm the fuck down. If I spoke out of turn, then I'm sorry. Damn right you did. You should know better. But in the end, I accept his apology. Rick's no enemy of mine, and as we take our seats together, I inquire after his young family just to show him there's no bad feeling between us. All the while Joseph is standing a few meters behind us, eyes on the play, watching my back as usual. There's only one topic up for discussion tonight: the plans to expand our distribution along the whole of the East Coast. New York is our last bastion to conquer, and we've been making inroads with a local cartel there, with an eye for a potential partnership and a complete takedown of the city. I keep my mouth shut for the most part, preferring to let others steer the conversation. I'm indifferent to these sorts of business matters, and Rick's words have distracted me. I left 100 men to watch over Eve, but in reality there are only 2 good enough for the job. My soldier's instinct is on high alert. There's trouble afoot, but from which direction? I glance across the table at Emilio, who's conversing with Rick about the terms on the deal. He wouldn't dare, would he? I drain my glass and request another. My obsession with Eve is turning me into a paranoid nut like my brother. When the conversation breaks after dinner, I rise to my feet. He follows me over to the water's edge and out of earshot. What's up? Take my plane. I need you back at my compound. His face is expressionless, but I know he's not happy about it. Go now before I change my mind. I thought you said she was an irritation, nothing more. I don't know what the fuck she is, Joseph, but I have a bad feeling that no amount of tequila is going to make good. The word is out. I'm vulnerable. Rick's just given me a warning shot. If Emilio thinks my head is out of the game, he'll do whatever it takes to keep me there. Joseph's eyes narrow to slits. And is it? Is it what? I'm distracted again. I'm thinking about Eve. I'm remembering the delicate flush in her cheeks and the intensity in her eyes when I looked at her. Out of the game. I wouldn't mind a little notice if you're planning on recusing yourself. I glance back at the table. Am I planning on recusing myself? It's not that simple, I snap, fully focused once more. This isn't just about her. No woman dictates my decisions, no matter how good she fucks. You sure about that? His piercing gray gaze is smashing into mine now. Christ Joseph, I can't quit this life any more than you can. There's no going back for us. He nods, finally accepting this. 15 years ago he lost his wife and young child in a car accident. I called him soon after with a proposition. Since then our work has fulfilled a dark and vengeful need in both of us. It brings purpose and meaning to our lives, and without it we'd be screaming into the abyss and drinking ourselves to death. This won't end well, Dante, he warns. It's full transparency or nothing with Emilio. You can't reason with him. I'll deal with him in due course. Until then, watch your back. And hers too, apparently, he counters dryly. I shoot him a look. Fine, I'll call Tomas right away, he sighs, pulling out his cell. Good, do it. I turn on my heel and head back to the table so he can't see the look of relief on my face. My return is heralded from all sides. Dante, just in time, this evening's entertainment has arrived, Emilio announces, smiling unpleasantly at me as 10 beauties erupt onto his patio. The clacking of their high heels and their excited chatter immediately set my teeth on edge. One practiced glance tells me all I need to know about them. They're the trappings of our trade, high-class companions with spectacular bodies, the best Colombia has to offer. But they're young and inexperienced. They're giddy on the splendor of Emilio's house and drunk off the prospect of such exclusive clients opening their wallets for them. 2 weeks ago, I would have gladly taken advantage, enticing 3 upstairs and spending time with each one in turn until dawn, flouting all limits of debauchery, causing pain but not caring enough about them to give pleasure. It seems like another lifetime. What I wouldn't give to feel Eve's presence beside me right now, to feel her leaning against me as I hold her close, to have her fall apart in my arms. None of these women hold a candle to my angel, but these men don't seem to share my lack of enthusiasm. With a roar of approval, Gomez pulls one giggling blonde onto his knee and slides his fat palm under the hem of her skirt. Rick Sanders looks like a kid in a sweet shop. Only the best for you, gentlemen, Emilio grins, ever the gracious host again as he slaps the ass of a passing brunette. Where's Grayson? He calls out to me. Busy. Pity, he says lightly, picking up his whiskey glass and swirling the ice around. I hand-picked a couple of these companions for him. I know how much he likes them doe-eyed and docile. When's he coming back? It's an innocent enough question, yet something in his voice spikes my interest. I'm suddenly conscious of the knives attached to my calves and the loaded weapon underneath my shirt. Not tonight. I catch the eye of the waiter and indicate to my empty glass again. I'll be sure to let him know his work is appreciated. You do that. Emilio eyes me beadily across the table, because once again I find myself concerned about the lack of women in your African fortress, baby brother. Then you have too much fucking time on your hands. It's just the 2 of us at the table now. Gomez and Rick have moved their companions inside. The waiter hands me another tequila and I down it in one, slamming my glass back down on the table. The burn at the back of my throat matches the intensity of my ire. Fucking Emilio, always pushing me, always provocative. Usually I ignore it, but I find myself rising to the bait tonight. Are you not partaking in this luscious feast yourself, brother? He waves his glass in the direction of the brunette who's staring at me. It's not like you to pass up a pretty face, too busy pining for your little American. My back stiffens. His grin disappears. You lied to me. Fuck you, I growl. I don't answer to anyone. Emilio leans across the table and sizes me up before his face splits into a grin. What the hell is up with you at the moment? Maybe I'm tiring of the constant intrusion. You forget yourself, Dante. I'm still the head of this organization. For now, my words hang heavy over the table. Is that some sort of threat? Emilio hisses. You've got some fucking nerve coming into my house with this. What are you going to do about it? Raise your voice to me again and you'll find out. I tip forward in my chair to meet him halfway, resting my forearms against the table. Tread carefully here, Emilio. It's the only advice I'm offering." He doesn't respond straight away. Instead, he puts a finger to his lips like I'm some naughty kid who's disobeying the rules. I want to take that finger and ram it down his throat until he chokes on it. At the same time, I'm aware that 4 of his men, including that ugly fucker Rodrigo, have taken up position right behind me. I watch Emilio's gaze flicker upwards, followed by the briefest shake of the head. He'd be a fool to try anything. He knows how lethal I am. Those men would be dead in the water before his smirk left his face. Seconds bleed on and on. Tension thickens the air. The gentle hum of the swimming pool's filter helps to keep my body sharp and my mind focused. "You said you were bored with her, Dante," he murmurs eventually. "Still, I'm not surprised she's holding your interest. You've always had a thing for Americans. There's the ever-faithful Grayson, and now there's Eve." Hearing him speak her name pushes at the well of darkness inside me. We don't get attached, baby brother. We don't have weak links in our organization. We made the rules, remember, together. Cut her loose like I cut my bitch ex-wives loose. She's becoming a problem. I shift my position, my fingers grazing the outline of the knife strapped to my right calf. "Are you asking nicely or dictating?" Emilio stares at me in surprise. She really has got to you. Pale skin, dark hair, those big blue eyes remind you of anyone, does she? The temperature between us plummets further. "Do you really want to go there, Emilio?" I say softly. "Does she know who you are? Fuck." My ensuing silence speaks volumes. How interesting. I watch him steeple his fingers in front of his face. And what would happen if someone was to let slip that unfortunate detail to her? I'd cut out their tongue. Naturally. He nods at his men, who start to back away from me. So it looks like we have ourselves an impasse. Then I suggest we go back to our respective parts of the world and keep the hell out of each other's way. Except that now you've starting flouting our rules. I thought you'd put a bullet in her head and be done with it. Instead, you keep her locked up like a pet, and now I'm sat here asking myself why. Why would you keep a fucking D agent's daughter in your bed? A D agent that I ordered you to take out. A D agent who is currently sitting pretty with 5 of your own men protecting him. I force a grim smile to my lips. You've been doing your homework. I was concerned. Concerned enough to send someone to spy on me. That wipes the smirk off his face. Fear not, brother, that particular problem has been taken care of. Dante, I told you to leave me alone. I snarl, bringing my hand down hard on the table. The noise rebounds around the patio as his men reach for their weapons. Stand down, he yells at them. No one says a word as he reaches into his inside pocket, pulls out a small vial and tips the milky white powder onto the knuckle of his left thumb. 2 sharp snorts and he's done, and so am I. I make to stand up. If I leave now, I can be back in Eve's presence before dawn. Dante, stop, says Emilio, rubbing the back of his hand across his face. I did you wrong, baby brother. I broke the rules too. Stay, let's fix this. I stare down at him, and for the first time I see a shadow of the real tempest raging behind his eyes. He wants to pull rank on me, to belittle and humiliate me in front of his men, but he's too afraid to do it. I'm unpredictable, dangerous. And I'm the only one who can bring his house of cards tumbling down to the ground. His insecurity has deep-seated roots in this subtle balance of power between us. This isn't about Eve, or who, or what her father is. It's because I never put a toe out of line until she turned up. I was content to let him run the show just as long as my bloodlust was satisfied. He's been sitting pretty at the head of the family for the last 15 years because I allowed him to. But I'm not following his orders anymore. From now on, he doesn't get to question my motives for anything, and if he doesn't agree, then it's time for a regime change. 17 Eve. I return to the field early the next morning, but the gray horse is gone. Is this Dante's doing? Is he punishing me for speaking to that guard yesterday? My heart feels heavy with all the unresolved conflict. I crave his touch, but I despise him as a man, as a criminal. He keeps me starved of affection, locks me away, fuels my deepest fantasies, and now it seems I'm hooked. I believed my own words when I said that what I felt for him was little more than a sick sentiment a captive feels for her captor. The thing is, I'm not so sure anymore. His absence is making me question everything. There's a red apple swinging between my fingertips. I managed to sneak it out of Sophia's kitchen before I left. Disappointed not to find the gray, I take a couple of bites out of it as I follow the road that runs parallel to the paddock fence. Yesterday, I caught a glimpse of a building on the horizon, and I figured it might be a stable block or some kind of outhouse for the horses. I'd wanted to take a closer look before that irritating American guy had accused me of troublemaking and marched me back to the house. I'm curious as to how he came to be here too, but intuition tells me I'll get nothing from him. That man is as closed off as Dante. Palm trees line my way, their great green leaves rustling overhead. Unfamiliar insects drum out their noisy chorus. It's 9 a.m. and already the heat and humidity are stifling. I'm wearing the coolest, loosest dress I could find in my wardrobe. White silk with crossover straps and sinfully sexy, like all the other clothes he's bought me. It's cut exquisitely, just right for my figure, creating a deep valley between my breasts. This is the furthest I've ever been on his land. Dante's mysterious warehouses are now a series of dark silhouettes behind me, but they're no less bleak and unfriendly, even at this distance. Every day I seem to discover a new dimension to this place, and as the road gently curves to the right I spot the glinting tarmac of an airstrip and a vast gray hangar situated about half a mile away. The stables turn out to be much larger and grander than I expected. I pass by under an arch of cream stone and find myself in an immaculate U-shaped open-air block. I count 10 stalls in total and most are occupied, the great gray, Tramposa, being one of them. He's leaning his head over his stall door and flickering his ears back and forth in my direction again, so I make my way over and run my hand up and down his mane. We meet again, handsome. I smile, sliding the palm of my hand the full length of his nose. Say that to any other male and there'll be trouble. Tramposa whickers in recognition as Dante leans over the stable door beside me. I can only gaze at him in shock. He's wearing a gray shirt and blue jeans that hang low off his hips, and there's a 5 o'clock shadow grazing that perfect jaw of his. There's no hint of an explanation for his 2-day disappearance, but I stop caring when he turns his head my way, and I see my desire mirrored back to me, tenfold in those hard brown eyes. I didn't hear your plane land, I mutter, offering up the remains of my apple up to Tramposa, who takes it with a wicker, plunging his velvet muzzle into my outstretched palm again. When did you get back? Early this morning. And you didn't think to come find me? His lips twist at the accusation in my voice. I had important business to attend to, and you, me, Alma, are all pleasure. His gaze drops to my cleavage and a shiver ripples through me. How was the trip? Fuck the trip. Grabbing me by the arm, he pulls me into an empty stall next door and pins me against the wall by his hips. He doesn't move to kiss me. Instead, he wraps his fingers around my throat, squeezing gently but with obvious intent, holding my whole life in his hands. If he increases the pressure, it will all be over in seconds, and the thrill of that knowledge sends electric pulses straight to my pelvis. Did he flirt with you? He murmurs. Who? I lie. That guard Manuel. His lips curl in distaste. He wasn't flirting with me, we were just chatting. A low growl escapes his lips. I'll deal with him. Would you like to watch, my angel, and see what happens to strange men who talk to you behind my back? I'm really scared now. The light has completely vanished from his eyes. Dante, stop, you're being unreasonable. He disrespected me. I need to set an example. No, you don't, you just like throwing your weight around. His fingers tighten. White spots keep dancing before my eyes. Follow my rules too, Eve, or suffer the consequences. So I'm to live a life of quiet solitude. I gasp. I'm not allowed to speak to anyone in this shitty place for fear of your total overreaction. I try to wrench his hands from my throat, but it's no good. As soon as my fingers touch his skin, that pull of electricity seems to fuse us together. "Not unless I allow it," he murmurs, inching closer until we're chest to chest, the burning heat of his body nudging against my lower stomach. The scent of him, so potent and heady, is overpowering the strong smell of the stable. "Get on your knees," he orders suddenly, his expression sparking with intensity. "I want your submission. Screw you." I twist my head away, but his words are like a lit match to my core. The muscles in the back of my legs are already flexing. I'm so close to doing what he's demanding of me. Only my pride is yanking on the brakes. "I don't ask twice for anything, Eve. And I don't acquiesce to your every demand like some damn companion." He glares at me, rage contorting his beautiful features. "Got him it," he roars, dropping his hands from my throat. I can feel the frustration vibrating throughout his body. He wants to force me, but he can't bring himself to do it. Have I spotted a dim light glinting in the shadows? "Give me something in return," I whisper. "You take and take from me all the time. You've robbed me of my freedom, my family, my homeland. Give me your promise that one day you'll set me free, and I'll drop to my knees right now." Negotiating like a true companion. His mouth twists scornfully. "You're a walking contradiction, Eve. You surpass yourself every day." "You're wrong, Dante. I'm negotiating like a woman trying to stay alive. What do you really want from me? You can't love me. You're not capable of it. In a few days or months you'll tire of this body. I can't live my life waiting for that axe to fall. I'll kill myself long before then." His eyes are gleaming pools of darkness now. "I will never let you do that, but you ask too much. I've told you what will happen if you return to America." "Then protect me like you're protecting my parents." He shakes his head. "You're mine now, Eve. You belong by my side. I will never let you go." I stare at him as a glimmer of an idea takes hold inside. "Fine, whatever," I mutter, my head slumping forward in defeat. "I'll do whatever you want." As I say it, I drop to my knees, the impact cushioned by the thick bed of straw carpeting the stall, and reach for his belt, untucking the thick brown leather from the copper buckle. He doesn't move to stop me. I'm playing a dangerous game here, and it could also easily backfire. With his belt undone, I go to start on his zipper. "No," he says sharply, jerking his hips away. "I take it back. You are not a companion, Eve Miller, and I refuse to treat you as such." I suppress a smile before glancing upwards. His hands are resting on the wall above my head, and I can tell it's taking every ounce of his strength to honor his words and hold himself back. It's a stance of power, but it's also one of concession. I was right. There is some small part of this man that cares for me. I'm not just his possession anymore. "Will you let me go?" "Never." The force of his word brings hopeless tears to my eyes. "Please, Dante." There's a long pause. "Perhaps a short visit could be arranged sometime in the future." My heart surges as I feel his hands under my arms, lifting me to my feet. It's not what I'd hoped for, but it's a start. "Don't think I'm blind to what you've just done, Eve," he murmurs, cupping my jaw in his strong hands. "It's been a long time since I let someone back me into a corner. I would have submitted to you with or without your assurance." His eyes widen in surprise as I drop to my knees again and tug down the rest of his zipper. Gripping the base of his arousal, I take him deeply into my mouth before he has a chance to stop me. My experience is limited, but I must be doing it right because he groans loudly as I slide him right to the back of my throat. Pumping my fist up and down his shaft, I risk another glance upwards. He's staring down at me with a mixture of rage and admiration on his face. "You deceived me, my angel." I let him slide wetly from my mouth. "No disrespect intended, Dante. If you let me visit America, I'll do whatever you ask of me. I won't fight you anymore." "Whatever I ask," I chance a quick grin at him. "You'll take it regardless. You'll find a way. I'm learning how to operate from the best, remember." He growls his approval. "Then continue, my angel. Tip that balance of power. I'll be sure to take it back again in a few minutes." I hesitate. Am I doing it right? The corners of his mouth twitch. Yes, Eve. Just don't fucking stop until I tell you to. I feel a hand on the nape of my neck guiding me back towards him. The head of his arousal eases between my lips and my tongue swirls and sucks at this welcome intruder. He curses in Spanish and starts to thrust into my mouth, hitting the back of my throat with another groan. Damn, you're good. Keep those soft lips wrapped tightly around me, my angel. Don't let up for a second. I do exactly as he says. I don't stop even when his fingers are digging painfully in my hair, and my scalp is screaming in protest. My other hand is resting lightly on his waist, and I can feel his muscles straining to keep some semblance of control. He tips his head back and grinds his hips into my mouth again. My jaw is starting to ache, but I'm so turned on I couldn't stop now if I tried. A low grumble escapes his lips as the hand on the wall above me scrunches into a fist. Fuck. Moments later, his release coats my throat and tongue. I swallow quickly as he drags me to my feet again and crushes my lips to his own. That was quite something, my angel. Did you like that? Yes, I whisper. He's my devil tempting me into his darkness. He's awakening every dormant sense and emotion. I want to stake a claim over every fucking part of you. Your mouth, your core, your body. He pushes me up against the wall and slides the palms of his hands up the back of my thighs, gathering up my dress and hooking his thumbs into the lace of my panties. How many men have you been with? 2, I moan, throwing my head back as he trails hot, wet kisses all the way across my exposed throat, administering pleasure to the marks left by his fingertips. Then they're dead already. He silences my protestations with a deep, possessive kiss, and I feel my panties disintegrate in his hands. Will I ever own an item of clothing that this man doesn't rip from my body? Turn around, he orders, releasing me suddenly. I do as he says. At the same time, I feel my dress being pulled up further around my hips, exposing me from the waist down. That's quite a sight, Eve Miller. I hear him whistle, running his hand over my bare ass cheek. Now put your hands on the wall in front of you. Dark delights inflame my senses. I press my palms into the rough stone, my whole body aching with need as he traces a finger all the way from the middle of my spine, right down through the crease of my ass and further before plunging 2 fingers inside of me. My sex convulses at this rough intrusion coupled with his sharp intake of breath. So wet for me, my angel. I think we can work with this. He removes his fingers and retraces his path, pausing over the darkest, most forbidden of entrances and gently massaging my wetness into the soft skin there. I flinch away, but he reprimands me with a sharp smack on my ass. Don't move unless I say so. But I don't. Hush, he chides. I'm not planning on hurting you, but I will if you don't listen to me. His finger is becoming more insistent. But I've never, trust me, I can't. He's too large and I'm starting to panic. It feels so good though, so illicit. I find myself quickly adapting to this new sensation. At the same time, my body yields to him and he slides his finger all the way into me. I cry out in surprise and pain, his short nail scratching at my tender insides. Oh my God, that hurts. Accept it, my angel, he croons. The pain will soon turn to pleasure. He's right. The more he works me like this, the more compliant I'm becoming. He reaches round with his other hand to lightly circle my clitoris, making me shudder and gasp. Every nerve feels conquered and swollen, yet strangely satisfied. 1 finger becomes 2, stretching, pleasing, delving into the wetness below and then reapplying. After a while, I feel something larger pushing at me there. Dante, no. I cry, panicking again, trying to twist my body away, but I'm pinned in place by his hands and his arousal. Relax, he hisses, breaching my final resistance to him, working himself into me inch by inch. It's tearing, burning, the pain clawing at my insides. He pauses only when he's skin on skin. I want to scream and scream at him to stop, but then his fingers start circling my clitoris once more and I end up crying out with need instead. You feel too good, mi alma. Too fucking good. I can only concentrate on the dual pleasure of his fingers and the searing pain of his penetration, but even that is starting to subside. I'm spiraling higher and higher, and with a cry I fall apart as a powerful orgasm engulfs my pelvis in burning licks of wildfire. At the same time he starts to move, grinding into my ass with those long, slow, devastating strokes of his. It's not long before he finds his own release, his arousal thickening and lengthening inside me as we collapse forward against the wall together. My head is turned, my cheek pressed tightly against the cool stone of the stall. His forehead is digging into my shoulder, heating my bare skin with his ragged breath. He's still lodged deep inside me and still as hard as stone. "A suitable place to break you in, my angel," I hear him say, withdrawing slowly. In the gloom of the stall he looks so intimidating, so handsome, so seductive. But he's my tempter, my bad influence, a man intent on pushing me to my limits over and over again. "That was too much, Dante," I whisper. "I give you nothing you can't handle." Grasping my shoulders, he spins me around and crouches down in front of me to plant a lingering kiss at the apex of my thighs, inhaling deeply at the same time. "I owe you more pleasure." He nudges my legs wider apart with his hand. I smile down at him weakly. My heart is beginning to race again. "I could get used to you on your knees in front of me. You have a body that demands to be worshipped." He hooks my leg over his shoulder, opening me up wide to him, and traces a hard line with his tongue all the way from the base of my perineum up to the tip of my sex. I jump back as if branded, my shoulder blades smacking up against the wall of the stall behind me. I'm still aching and sensitive from my earlier orgasm, and he knows it. "Hold still." He places two firm hands to my hips and then repeats this unforgiving action. "You taste divine, my angel," he murmurs, nipping and then rotating, teasing and testing. I tip my head back and dig my fingers into his silky black hair as he really sets to work on my body, sliding a rough hand up my thigh and pushing two fingers back inside of me as his mouth devours my clitoris, his tongue encircling that bundle of nerves with an ever-increasing pressure. I can't contain my cries anymore. My back is arched away from the wall. He keeps me right on the brink for ages, knowing exactly when to ease off and when to bring me right back to the edge like a sadist. I keep holding my breath to intensify the pleasure more quickly. "Let me come," I scream at him, feeling the vibrations of his laughter against my sex. The tops of my thighs are slick with my own arousal. I grind myself over and over into his face to find some relief, and just when I think I can't stand it anymore, he curves his fingers and presses on a detonation button deep inside me. At the same time, wraps his lips around my clitoris and draws hard. "Dante!" I scream. Fire and flame are consuming me. I cry out his name for a second time and then fall apart right in front of him all over again. My knees buckle, my mind goes blank. Only his firm grip on my hip keeps me from collapsing to the floor. I close my eyes to temper the madness of my desire for him. All I can hear is the rush of blood in my ears. All of a sudden I'm flat on my back on the straw, yanked down by the man who has caused this sensory explosion in my body. "You made me come just from watching you," he growls, grabbing my hand and pressing it against his still hard arousal. "Feel for yourself." There's a warm stickiness beneath my fingertips. He answers my look of disbelief with a violent kiss, tearing my lip with his teeth in his haste to banish it. His dark stubble is like a razor blade slicing my skin, and I can't get enough of the pain. "You want me," I gasp, craving his confirmation suddenly. "Always." His voice is harsh with longing. He settles himself between my thighs and yanks his jeans further down his legs, freeing his erection. "I could come all night for you," he declares, and I see the telltale hunger in his eyes as he positions himself. Moments later, I'm sinking backwards into the straw, pinioned into place by the weight of his large frame as he takes me hard, pushing all the way into me, splitting me in two. "No one will ever take you away from me, Eve," he says roughly, rolling his hips in a devastatingly slow circle, ingratiating his thick arousal with every last inch of my core. "I'll kill any bastard that tries." I wrap my arms around his neck and pull his lips back down to mine. Our future is a slashed portrait, a fractured image. It's something I can't even comprehend. All I know is the present, and right now the only thing I see is him. 18 Eve, tell me something about yourself and I'll stop asking, I swear it. "Be truthful, my angel," Dante scoffs. "You're far too inquisitive to stop at a single question. Try me." He smirks and eases out of me slowly, rolling onto his back and folding his arm between his head and the pillow. I feel his loss immediately. I should have kept my mouth shut. He's too glorious to surrender when he's relaxed like this. Every tan, muscular inch of him is dominating this bed. His stubble has darkened to a color I like to call bandit black, and his hair is a damp, disheveled mess. It's 10 a.m. We've been like this since yesterday morning for over 24 hours now. It's like we've cocooned ourselves against the world, our warring realities, and my conscience. Nothing can break us so long as we never leave each other's side. "Just your surname, then," I prompt. "I can't keep calling you Dante, the Enigma, forever." "Oh, I don't know, it's an improvement. Give me something, please," I beg him, my frustration spilling over the brim. "I feel like I'm constantly stumbling around in the dark with you." "Calm yourself, why must my angel be so persistent?" He's laughing at me now. I've never once seen this man give a genuine smile, but I've learnt to read the inflections in his tone. "It's not fair, Dante. You know everything about me and I know nothing of you. Don't pout, it doesn't suit you." Along with sarcasm, swearing, and whatever else doesn't meet Mr. Dante, the Enigma's tick-box criteria for women. I'm feeling irritable now. I sit up and wrap the white sheet around my breasts. If he's denying me his name, then I'll deny him the pleasure of my body again. "What else is on this list?" he says, reaching out to push a lock of my dark hair away from my face. It's a conciliatory gesture, and I'm momentarily sidetracked by the tenderness in his touch. "What list?" "This criteria for women you speak of." "It's a figure of speech," I say exasperatedly. "Didn't they teach you stuff like that at your fancy American college? I learned how to drink warm beer and seduce women. The idiosyncrasies of the English language may have escaped my attention." "Smartass. Tell me about your scars then," I say, running a finger along the blemish staining the underside of his left rib cage. "Did you anger the wrong woman or the wrong cartel?" "If I said the former, would you be jealous?" "I'd feel respect more than anything else. You're not easy to wound," he smirks. "I'm not easy to catch, and I never fight fair when I am." He rears up and presses his lips against my own, catching me off guard, trapping me with his raw magnetism until I pull away, breathing hard. "Is that why you hide away in Africa?" I watch him sink back down to the bed with a sigh. "I don't hide from anyone, my angel. I'm strategic as to where I conduct my business from." "But you're a mercenary, you go where the business is, you're a rent-a-kill for the cartels." There's a pause. "And you came to this conclusion how? Am I wrong?" "Hush, Eve, you're spoiling for a fight again, and I have no wish to give you one." "But am I wrong?" I say, my determination winning through. "Afghanistan," he says abruptly. "That's where I got the scar." "Afghanistan." I'm shocked by his honesty. I had a hunch he may have served, but I never expected him to confirm it. "What were you doing out there? Where were you based?" His cell starts beeping. Ignoring my question, he reads the incoming message and curses softly. I watch him swing his long legs out of bed. "What is it?" "Someone blowing up the rent-a-kill hotline," he drawls, shooting me a look. He rereads the message before deleting it. I wish it was a joke. I wish so many things were different between us. I kneel behind him and slide my arms around his neck, pressing my breasts against the burning skin of his back, filling my nostrils with his rich, masculine scent, the one I'd drown in if I could. He quickly turns his cell phone screen away so I can't read it over his shoulder. It must have been quite a change for you, I pout, dropping my arms and flopping back down onto the bed, demoting yourself from such an honorable profession to such an unprincipled one. The lines are never as clear-cut as you think. He slaps his phone back on the nightstand. His mood has soured. He seems distracted, preoccupied. I'd hardly call the narcotics industry minus. Drop it, he says sharply, standing up and shrugging into his jeans. No underwear as usual. Dante minus, take a shower and get dressed. Why? Because I don't like to ask twice and because I want to show you something. He takes my arm as we exit the house and steers me in the direction of the black Ferrari parked in the driveway. His cell beeps twice more, but he ignores it both times. This is quite a set of wheels, I say, arching my eyebrows at him as he opens the passenger door for me. Impressed, are we? Nope. I shake my head firmly. Fast cars have never turned me on. They always strike me as an overcompensation for something. A wicked gleam appears in his eyes. The devil is in the detail, my angel. He crouches down to my level as I swivel sideways into the seat. Have you seen how wide that bonnet is? Right now I want nothing more than to bend you over it, kick your legs apart and claim you. Bam. There's an instinct reaction in my groin. I stare at him, speechless, while squeezing the tops of my thighs together to try and dull the beat. It's a futile task. Dirty talk was never my thing before I met him, and now I can't seem to get enough. I'm sure your men would you enjoy the show, I mutter, trying to distract myself from my lust. It's embarrassing how easily he turns me on. The playful gleam is gone in an instant, replaced with something far, far darker. For my eyes only, Eve Miller, he growls, rising to his feet and slamming the door on me so hard it makes the whole car rattle. I watch him warily as his makes his way round to his side and slides in next to me. His own door receives the same treatment. This car suits you, I blurt out, trying to ease the tension. He frowns. How so? It emphasizes the whole dark and dangerous vibe. Santiago's eat your cold black hearts out. His hands convulse around the steering wheel. I better swap it for a sedan then. He could swap it for a Mini and he'd still put the fear of God into me. I sigh and stare out the window. I'm still hoping that Dante will slip up one day so I can justify this whole, twisted mess to myself, but he never does. He never mentions the Santiagos unless I do. I know he suspects I have ulterior motives for all my questions, and that's why he keeps his business so separate. He tells me next to nothing about the operation here. I see men training and I hear the continuous jar of gunfire from his shooting range, but that's all. I'll never be able to track this place down if I leave. I have no location coordinates, nothing. Is it west, east? There must be thousands of private estates like these off the coast of Africa. Are you still taking your antimalarials like I told you? How does he do that? How does he always seem to know which direction my brain is taking me? I nod. Any side effects? No. Good. He flicks a switch and the powerful engine roars into life. The vibrations start pulsating up through my seat, escalating the drama between my legs. Maybe I'm coming round to fast cars after all. Where are you taking me? You wanted to see more of my compound, my angel. He eases off the clutch and the car starts to roll forward. Why do you call me that? I ask curiously. I'm no angel, Dante. I've done things in my life that are undeserving of that endearment, things I'm not proud of. I think about Ryan and then I think about his former housemaid, Valentina. Without warning, he slams on the brakes, pitching me forward into the dashboard. Shit! The top of the seatbelt slices painfully into my shoulder. We can't have been doing more that 5 mph, but it hurts like hell. Isn't it obvious? He snarls, turning to face me, his brown eyes blazing into mine. You're the light to my darkness, Eve. You're the one good, true thing in my life that hasn't been broken or corrupted by this whole fucking business. I forget the pain in an instant. I'm stunned by his declaration, mesmerized by the passion in his voice. How can a man like him produce words of such depth and honesty? For the first time I see whisper-thin rays of sunshine breaking through the rain clouds. This man isn't as depraved as he thinks he is. There's a light in the shadows. There's goodness in him somewhere, I can sense it. I think you're doing a pretty good job of corrupting me all by yourself, I say shakily. That's different, he mutters, looking away. I'm awakening something in you, Eve, something that's been there all along. I'm struck by a fierce hunger for him then. Before I can stop myself, I've unclipped my seatbelt, scrambled onto his lap, and I'm smashing my lips against his. A split second later, he's kissing me back with the same level of violence, thrusting his tongue into my mouth like he's claiming it, groaning out his desire, tugging up the hem of my dress and digging his fingers into the soft flesh of my ass. You drive me fucking crazy, Eve Miller. I don't want you to ask nicely, I cry, ripping my mouth away from his. Take whatever you want from me. I need you to claim me over and over again. His hands are everywhere now, tearing at my clothes, grasping my breasts, yanking my head to one side to deepen our connection. I've never done this in this car before. Maybe it's time to change that, I gasp, tipping my head back and reveling in his touch. You're breaching my defenses, Eve. Maybe your reactions are slowing. I reach down to rip open his belt and zipper. He's rock hard already, and I let out a moan of lust. 2 weeks ago, I never would have gotten this close to you without a broken neck. Too many maybes. I need certainly now, my angel, he groans, shredding my underwear, balling up the ruined scrap of material and tossing it onto the back seat. Tell me you'll never unshackle these chains that bind us. Dante, say it, he roars, taking my jaw between his hands. He looks so powerful, so hungry, so goddamn beautiful. I'll never unshackle them, I whisper. We're bound by something far greater than the sum of either one of us now. He understands me like no one else. From the moment he held a gun to my head, he's known exactly what my body craves. No matter what happens, I promise. Some of the tension seems to leave his face. He opens his mouth to say something else, but he never gets the chance. A loud bang on the boot of the car makes us both jump. What the hell? Refastening his jeans, he jerks my dress down and pivots me back to my seat. A second later, his door is wrenched open. It's that man Grayson, the American. He's not wearing his army fatigues today, just black jeans and a t-shirt. The color seems to match the bleak expression on his face. He doesn't even glance at me. Jesus, Dante, where the fuck have you been? Can it wait? Dante's expression is a mask of calm, but I know that look. A serene surface barely conceals the thunderstorm that's raging beneath it. Grayson must have a death wish. Dante's nuance of violence is terrifying when he's like this. I tried calling. You should learn to answer your phone once in a while. I cringe backwards into my seat and wait for the explosion. I've never heard anyone speak to Dante like that. If this is about that fucking manifesto again, Grayson doesn't even blanch. Gomez is dead. They pulled his body from a restaurant in Cartagena last night. Sanders is off the grid. Dante goes very still. Is this some kind of joke? Emilio keeps calling. He wants you back in South America. I presumed you'd want to leave right away. The jet's fueling up right now. Who's Emilio? Hang on a minute. Dante jerks his head my way and switches off the engine. He exits the car, slamming the door behind him. Through the window, I watch him snap his belt together and rearrange his shirt, but I can't hear what's being said. Their voices are too muffled by the glass. Dante doesn't look happy, though. He doesn't look happy at all. 19 Dante, I stare at Joseph as I try and process this barrage of information. What the fuck does he mean, Gomez is dead? Surely he's not implying it's in any way suspicious. The guy was 10 stone overweight. A walking heart attack waiting to happen. Besides, his son isn't one to make waves with us. He'll carry on the supply chain with his processing plants and honor our contract for as long as we tell him to. If not, then I'll send a couple of men down to Colombia to show him exactly what our back-out clause looks like. As for Sanders, he's partied too hard again. Last time he got so messed up he woke up on a cargo ship headed for Australia. I've joined him myself on a couple of occasions, but since then I've learned some self-control. The guy's a wild card, but he always delivers, and that's why I tend not to give him too much shit about it. Joseph seems agitated, though. It's not like him. We've done 3 tours of Afghanistan together, and I've never seen him as edgy as this. I snap my belt together and readjust myself discreetly. Think, Don, think. I'm still hard. I'm still reeling from the conversation in the car. I've never laid my fucking heart on the line like that for anyone, but it felt like a compulsion I couldn't quit. I had to have that guarantee. We're skirting ever closer to the truth about me. I needed to seal the deal before my duplicity is exposed. My manipulation of her affections has to work. Somehow she needs to find the strength to forgive me for driving her brother to suicide and for being the man she's despised for all these years. The odds are stacked against me, but I'll do whatever it takes. She's my obsession now. If I have to, I'll force her. Get your head back in the game, Dante. Serious shit has gone down. Damage limitation is required. The timing is suspicious, I'll give him that. The final negotiations for the New York deal are taking place next week. If the other cartel gets wind of a potential destabilization in our organization, they'll yank the play from the table. We're coming to this partnership strong, but it's based on our ability to deliver quality merchandise and the skill of our men in annihilating the competition. We need this deal to cement our credibility after the Garcia fiasco. I want a team of 50 in New York by the end of play today, I say, thinking fast. If this is a ploy to fuck up the deal, then I want our men there, armed and ready. I want you to oversee it personally. Get Nicholas and his men on standby in Miami. Send 50 more to help Sanders' people. We need to track him down. If this is a declaration of war, then we need all heads in the game. I'll take 10 to Colombia with me. That'll leave 20 or so here. You okay with that? I appreciate the question. Joseph knows how much Eve means to me. There's little point concealing it anymore. I never left her bedroom yesterday, which is quite a turnaround for a workaholic like me. Fine by me. My angel will be safest here until I return. I wrench the car door open again. Eve's backed up against the far seat, her long legs tucked under her, watching me with huge, haunted eyes. Come, I say, motioning impatiently for her to get out the car. She does as I ask, sliding over to my seat and stepping out of the vehicle. She gazes up at me shyly, and I squeeze her hand to reassure her. I can feel her trembling, and once again there are unspoken questions in her eyes. Joseph, leave the car here, I order over my shoulder. I'm heading back to the house. I'll be ready to leave in an hour. Make sure my gear is charged and loaded. We'll finalize plans as soon as I've made this call. Joseph nods and turns back towards the barracks, his eyes flickering over Eve as he passes. My hand tightens around Eve's and she whimpers in protest. Keep your eyes to yourself. Joseph, remember what I did to Manuel. God knows how many times he's caught me in compromising positions with women over the years. I haven't exactly been subtle, and I've never minded until now. Then again, I've never been burdened with the fiery hot lava flows of jealousy until Eve Miller came into my life. I'll kill any man that tries to get close to her, including my closest ally and friend. My possessiveness is slipping out of control. Dante, what's wrong? Her soft voice is tentative yet insistent, my inquisitive angel as always. Business, I say curtly, leading her back to the house. I'm afraid we'll have to postpone our sightseeing tour for another day. Are you going back to Colombia? Yes. For how long? It depends on how much of a fucking mess there is to unpick and how long it's going to take to talk my brother down from a swift and bloody vengeance. If we are under attack, then we need to be smarter than that. We need to consolidate and strategize. Joseph and I have spent the last decade building and training an army more lethally effective than a team of Navy SEALs. They're under our command to deploy with devastating affect whenever we fucking feel like it. I shoot Eve a sideways glance, and the selfish side of me is delighted to see her beautiful face clouding over. My angel is going to miss me. Hey, I say, pulling her to a stop and tipping her chin up. I'll be back as soon as I can. She nibbles gently at her lower lip and then brings her thumbnail up to join the party. What you said before in the car, did I mean it? I finish for her, tugging her thumb away. Yes, Eve, I meant every goddamn word. There is no place on earth you can hide from me. Our souls are bound forever. She lets out a soft gasp. Shit, too much. I've shocked you, I state bluntly. No Dante, she says, and I watch a small smile creep across her lips. I guess I just never figured you as the romantic type. Romantic, Jesus, how much is this woman changing me? Keep safe for me, my angel, I say roughly, raising her hand to my lips and lavishing each knuckle with my affection. Before I go, I want you to have something. I raise the bottom hem of my jeans to reveal the small flick knife I keep there. She gasps and backs away. Take it, I say, unleashing the blade, turning it 180 and thrusting the handle into her palm. If anyone comes at you, aim and twist. She won't look at the knife, let alone close her fingers around it. I know she's desperate to throw it away, to deny any connection with the weapon and me. My frustration is slicing at the last strands of my patience. I'm tempted to take her in my arms and claim her again, to make her realize that she's here in my harsh reality now and that my obsession comes with a hard price on her head. Instead, I take back the knife, fold the blade away and pull down the front of her dress so that I can tuck it into the front of her bra. I feel her recoiling from the icy metal against her skin. Steady, my angel. My fingers trace a soothing line up the soft, warm canyon between her breasts. So tempting, so inviting. Could I find my salvation in this body? Is it enough? For a fleeting moment I consider the unthinkable of turning my back on the business, boarding my aircraft and disappearing into the horizon with her by my side. But it's a pipe dream, a fairy tale of delusion. My bloodlust will never allow us to have a happy ending. I live for the kill. It's my release. Without it, the darkness inside will consume me, and I can never be near Eve when that happens. To keep her in my life, I need to work harder to satisfy it. I don't think I could ever use that on a person, I hear her say. It's the talk of the uninitiated, the untainted, and it makes me crave her even more. I wish I'd known a life like hers. This knife is the antithesis of the safe, orderly world that she knows, unlike mine. I was forced to make my first kill before I was 7 years old. You'd be surprised what you're capable of when faced with the alternative, I say, tracing the outline of her lips with my thumb, the moisture there making me ache. Keep it on you always, even at night. Say it, Eve. I'll keep it on me always, she whispers. I nod. Good. My cell starts ringing. It's Emilio. I need to take this. Go inside. Wait for me there. She backs away from me straight away. She looks scared again, scared of the sudden stillness in my expression. She thinks she angered me by being ungrateful over my gift. I wish I could tell her it's not so, that it's an instinctive reaction whenever my brother reaches out to me. I let the call ring out. I'm too busy feasting on the sight of her perfect form as she hurries up the steps of my house and disappears inside. Where the fuck have you been? Emilio screams when I answer the second time. He's wired already. My elder brother doesn't do calm and rational. His reaction to shit hitting the fan is to get as fucked up as possible and make stupid, rash decisions. Give me the lowdown on Gomez, I snap. I'm not in no mood for his histrionic bullshit today. Who found the body? His wife. Witnessed the whole thing. 3 men walked into a restaurant and put a bullet in the back of his head. Point blank. Told the bitch they were sending a message. They forgot to sign the card though. A professional job. Who else in New York knows about the deal? No one unless the Romanos have been shooting their mouths off about it. I leave her exhausted and sprawled out across the bed. She fell into a deep sleep after our time together, spiraling us both into paradise for a few short, breathtaking moments. Her long legs are lying tantalizingly apart, and from where I'm standing I can see the marks of our intimacy pooling at the top of her thighs. Mine, I think fiercely. I've marked her in the most intimate way. I wish I could do that to her every minute of every day. I want to walk into a crowded room together knowing that my essence is still with her. Without thinking, I step back into the room. I'm so close to removing my clothes and joining her again, but duty and obligation are tugging on my leash. Joseph is standing in the lobby waiting for me. He's dressed in fatigues with a loaded holster strapped to his chest. He hands me another as I reach the bottom stair. I cock the muzzle and load the clip. First team departed 10 minutes ago, he informs me. Second team leaves in 5. The boats are transporting them 30 miles east to Rodra. There's a jet fueled and waiting for them there. And yet you're still here. I raise a questioning eyebrow at him. It's not like him to disobey a direct order. I'm going with you to Colombia. The stubborn jut of his jaw tells me I don't have a choice in the matter. Something doesn't feel right. I can't put my finger on it. You think too much, I say, waving away his concerns. Who's staying behind? Ramirez, he's the commanding officer. I nod my approval. I'm leaving a solid team here with him, Santo, Sebastian, Mateo, and a couple of promising younger guys, and Manuel, not that fucker. How's his jaw? I ask grimly, picking up my laptop and checking the charge on the satellite phone. Healing. Well, he knows what to do if he wants it to stay that way. Joseph shoots me a look. I think he got the message. He'd had to pull me off of him the other day. My fists were playing judge and jury again. As far as I'm concerned, the guy got off easy. A shattered jaw is a small price to pay for talking to Eve without my permission. We travel together to the landing strip. My aircraft is waiting on the tarmac, and my men are still busy loading our weapons and gear. My pilot, Tomas, raises a hand in greeting as we approach. He's an integral part of my team, a tough-talking, no shit-taking South African who scalped the last guy who looked at him funny. Joseph and I are experienced pilots, but I prefer to leave the flying to Tomas on these occasions. We need to sit and talk tactics for the next 15 hours straight. Flight path is all set, Tomas announces, striding up to us. Then let's get the last of the equipment on board and go. I left a beautiful woman in my bed, and I'd like to return to her sooner rather than later. Tomas grins at me. As you wish, Mr. Santiago, if only every man could be as lucky. I don't pay you to fuck, I pay you to fight, I say mildly. Joseph, what's the latest on Sanders? I've reached out to the other cartels, but no one's talking. Can't or won't, Joseph grimaces. It's a dead end, Dante. Everyone's running scared since we terminated the Garcias. Someone must know something. What about his women? They've not seen him, all 4 of them. Fucking hell, he's as bad as I used to be. Let's talk more on the plane. Tomas, we're departing in 5. You're the boss. Damn right I am. I make my way towards the aircraft steps with Joseph trailing in my wake, shouting at my men to finish up and get on board. Is Eve awake yet, I wonder? Is she already in the shower, washing my scent from her body? Christ, I need to get a hold of these thoughts. It's business or nothing for the next few days, just until this mess is sorted and the New York deal is in the bag. I'll satisfy my desire for Eve Miller when I'm done. 20 Eve, there's a voice trying to reach me. It's urgent and scared. Something blunt and persistent is tapping at my shoulder, but I don't want to open my eyes just yet. There's a dream down here waiting for me, and it might be the best one ever. He's smiling. I've never seen him do that before, and it's a good smile, an easy smile. There is no dark now, only light. It's just him and me together. Señorita Eve, please, oh please wake up, my princess. They're coming, they're coming. The voice is growing ever more insistent. It's getting impossible to ignore. Please go away, I plead, but the pressure on my arm is starting to bruise. With a moan of frustration, I force my eyelids open. I can tell something's wrong immediately. It's night time. My room should be shrouded in darkness, fringed only by a sliver or two of light. Instead, the walls are flickering with red and amber shadows, and my nostrils are filled with a sharp and pungent odor. Fire. The compound is burning. I sit up in fright as the noise of gunfire shatters the stillness all around me. At the same time, the silhouette of a small figure flings herself onto my chest and starts smothering my face in a glossy river of hair. She smells of lavender and her cheeks are damp with tears. I can feel the wetness against my skin. "Oh, señorita. Oh, thank God." "Sophia." "Stop, I can't breath." I wheeze, pushing at her shoulders. She releases her hold on me and crouches down on the floor beside the bed. My mouth is dry and my head is still thick with sleep. I smack my hand against the nightstand, searching blindly for my water and the lamp switch. "Let me just—" "No," she hisses, wrenching my hand away, and I can feel her body trembling beneath her grip. "They'll see us. We must stay hidden in the dark." The next thing I know, she's thrusting my glass at me so violently that the water spills over the sides, soaking my arm and the bed sheet. "Shit! Who will? What's happening?" I peer through the gloom to where she's kneeling next to me. I can't see her expression, but I can smell the acridity of her fear beneath the lavender. She's clutching what looks like a wooden rosary in her right hand, and she keeps twisting the beads around her slender fingers. "We have to hide. Terrible men are coming to hurt us." Fear grips at me tighter than her embrace. "They're evil men, señorita. You must get up." Oh my God. I jerk my legs out of bed and spill more water, this time down my body. I'm fueled on pure adrenaline now. I can feel it pumping through my veins, as strong and intense as any drug. What bad men? Does she mean Dante's enemies? There are sounds of an explosion in the distance and angry shouting before another fresh round of gunfire is unleashed. This time it's coming from the beach close to my balcony. Moments later, there's a loud crash against my bedroom door and we both scream out in fright. "It's me, Manuel," cries a voice, and the young guard bursts into the room, a machine gun slung around his left shoulder, another weapon strapped to his hip. His dark eyes are glittering in the darkness, soaking up the fiery colors from outside my window. "We go now," he urges. "We have minutes, if that." He takes another step closer and I let out a cry of horror. The light is casting a low glow over the rest of his face now. I can see heavy bruising around both eye sockets and all the way down one side of his jaw. Please tell me that wasn't Dante's doing. Oh God, where is he? Where is he? Manuel glances down at me and then looks away in haste. Embarrassed, I grab the loose sheet and yank it against my body. Dante's definitely going to murder him for that. "Please hurry, señoritas," he repeats, keeping his head turned. "They are nearly at the house." "Who are Manuel?" I beg him, refusing to budge. "Later, when you are safe." He's agitated and he's losing patience. Now isn't the time for my tenaciousness. "Sophia, I need clothes." She springs to her feet and dashes across the bedroom to the wardrobe. I promised Dante I'd keep safe, but is he keeping safe for me? She returns with the items and Manuel spins around so I can dress. I snap my bra into place and yank the t-shirt over my head, all the while my thoughts are scattering like atoms. I have no stream of collective consciousness, just broken fragments of phrases and words. Must hide, Dante. This is just a bad dream. I want to go home. At the last minute, I grab his flick knife from the nightstand and tuck it into the front of my bra like he showed me, trying not to shudder with revulsion when I feel it pressed tightly against my heart. Was that only yesterday? It seems like another lifetime ago. Maybe he's right. Maybe I'll never know what I'm truly capable of until someone tries to steal my life from me. I hope to God I don't have to find out tonight. "Come," Manuel says, jogging towards the door. "There is a place we can hide." He touches Sophia's arm as he passes. "Rodrigo just told me about it. I'm to take you straight there. It's Senor Dante's underground bunker." "Dante has an underground bunker," I say in surprise. He nods. "The entrance is downstairs through the library." "Are you sure?" "I know every inch of this place, Manuel. I've been locked inside this prison for days. There's no entrance to a bunker there." He frowns at the uncertainty in my voice. Only Senor Dante and Senor Grayson knew about it. Senor Dante revealed its existence to Rodrigo yesterday, right before he boarded his aircraft. I grind to a halt again, and the soft bulk of Sophia smacks into my left shoulder. "Sorry, senorita," she gasps. "Is this where Dante's been hiding his clothes and possessions from me?" My heart starts beating out a wild, staccato rhythm. How could I have lain so close to his secrets and not known anything about this place? All of a sudden, my thirst for knowledge is superseding everything. I need to unmask my enigma for who and what he is. "Take us there," I order the young guard, rushing over to him. We go now. He beckons for us to follow him as he steps out into the corridor, unslinging his gun from his shoulder and unclicking the safety. Another explosion rocks the foundations of the house. Sophia lets out a strangled sob and Manuel curses. "Get down," he hisses, and we fall to our knees in unison. "Who's doing this, Manuel?" I plead again. "Who's attacking Dante's compound?" He doesn't answer, but in the gloom of the corridor I catch the tail end of a look between him and Sophia. I said, "Not now." My eyes are beginning to adjust to the lack of light as we make our way downstairs, keeping our bodies low and discreet, like creatures slithering against the wall in the darkness. Crossing the lobby, we enter the second of 4 doors, the entrance to Dante's library. Here, I have a clear view of Sector 6 from the double windows. What I see opens up my eyes to the perilousness of our situation. There are flames licking at the roof of the nearest barracks, darkening the corrugated ridges with their scorching intensity. Dante's enemies will show me no mercy. Like Dante will show no mercy to them. Shutting out my thoughts, I hurry over to join Manuel and Sophia by a large bookcase that covers the length and breadth of one wall. I can hear him whispering instructions to her in Spanish as they run their fingers along the tip of each shelf. "What are you looking for?" I ask. "A button, a lever, some sort of mechanism. Here, let me help you." Manuel whips out a small torch from his back pocket and hands it to me. "Keep the light down below the level of the window," he says, crouching next to me to start searching the lower shelves. "Are you sure this is right?" I can hear the doubt in my voice again as I run my fingers along the wood and find nothing out of the ordinary. There are no indentations, no telltale fissure. There's absolutely nothing to suggest that a door is concealed here. Has Manuel been given the wrong information? Sophia seems to be thinking along the same lines. She starts gabbling away at him in panicked Spanish. "We need to hurry. The gunfire is right outside the front door now." "How many men did Dante leave behind?" I say, choking down my own panic, the soft torchlight bouncing off the polished mahogany as I hurry to find this elusive switch. 20, comes the bleak response. "Only 20. Someone knew our situation. Someone's taking advantage." At the same time, my fingers encounters a smooth, metal disc set deep within the wood of the third shelf along. Holding my breath, this has to be it. I press my finger down and a low mechanical hum sounds. It's like it's coming from behind the bookcase. "Watch out," Manuel yelps, grabbing my arm and pulling my backwards as a narrow door swings outwards in my direction. I'm thankful for his lightning-quick reflexes. The door is metal-plated and at least 10 inches thick, and he manages to grab hold of it right before it hits me in the face. There's no time to lose. Unfamiliar voices are inside the house now, and I can hear their heavy footsteps on the stairs. Outside, the gunfire is waning. It's sporadic and unfocused, like the dying embers of a flame. Dante's men are losing this battle. Our only hope of staying alive is in this bunker. I feel a hand on my shoulder, guiding me into the darkness as my small torch jerks, and then steadies to reveal steps leading downwards to a short, stone passageway and a pair of metal-plated elevator doors. Behind us, Manuel is still swinging the concealed door back into place. I feel a sharp frisson of panic as the locking mechanism connects with a soft clunk and the damp walls start closing in on me. "Quickly," he says, bounding down the steps and ushering us towards the elevator. He smacks his hand against a button set back into the wall and the doors spring open. Bright strobes flicker on over our heads and, moments later, we're plunging downwards into the great unknown. I glance at my fellow passengers on this strange, wild ride. Manuel is standing tall with his gun cocked and ready, and his fingers held lightly on the trigger, every inch a brave soldier. His battered face looks even worse in this harsh light. Sophia is still wearing her nightdress and is shivering like a leaf left out in the storm. Her pretty face is streaked with mascara, and her eyes are glistening from unshed tears. She looks much younger than I initially thought, no more than 20. No one says a word. I know they're both avoiding my gaze. "Okay, guys, start talking," I say, breaking the strained silence, my voice surprisingly steady considering what the hell is going down right now. Sophia just stares at the floor. Manuel tries to grit his broken jaw and winces. "Tell me," I shriek as my fear and exhaustion collide in a raw mess of emotion. "This isn't my war, but Dante's chosen to put me frontline of it anyway. I need to know what's going on. I need to know everything." "Senor Dante's brother," mumbles Manuel, earning himself a sharp reprimand from Sophia. "We need to tell her, Sophia." She shakes her head at him violently. "You heard what Senor Dante said. He'll kill you this time, Manuel." I can see her pleading with him with wide, scared eyes. "What did Dante say?" I focus on Manuel, who's clearly the looser-lipped of the two. "That we were to never speak about what this place is, not around you." I digest this with more than a trickle of apprehension. "Tell me about Dante's brother." "Senor Emilio." "Emilio, the guy in Colombia." Manuel just shrugs. "Okay," I breathe, trying to hold on to the last semblance of my patience as the elevator begins to slow its descent. "Why does Emilio want to destroy Dante's compound?" "He's a bad man, Senorita," squeaks Sophia, piping up. "All bad, not just a little bad like Senor Dante." A ghost of a smile touches my lips. It's touching to hear I'm not the only one who thinks so. But isn't he meant to be halfway to Colombia to meet with him? I trail off as a terrible realization dawns. Oh my God. Emilio's double-crossing Dante. Manuel nods and curses, and I see rage flaring behind his dark eyes on behalf of his betrayed boss. By the time Dante lands in Colombia and realizes what's happening, his compound will be decimated. What does Emilio want? His weapons. He gazes back at me steadily. "No, Senorita. Senor Emilio is here for the one thing that Senor Dante prizes most of all. He is here for you." An icy shiver ripples through me. "Me? But how could he possibly know about Valentina?" I wail suddenly. "She was working for him, wasn't she?" "Senor Dante and Senor Emilio were business partners." The elevator crawls to a stop. Business partners. For some reason, these words scare me more than anything else has this evening. Another silence fills the small space between us, clawing and suffocating me as I fight to quell the tide of panic rising up inside. "Manuel," I say, rounding on him again as the doors finally slide open. "I need to know what business they partnered together. Was it mercenary contracts?" He shakes his head at me, and the icy shivers increase tenfold. "They are big bosses, Senorita Eve, cartel bosses from South America." "What did you say?" My voice sounds little more than a rasp, a fading cry from a bird with a broken wing. "Narcotics, Senorita, cocaine." I reel sideways and slap my hand against the side of the elevator to stop myself from falling down. I can hear the blood rushing in my ears. "No, that's wrong. He's a mercenary," I counter weakly. "He told me he was a mercenary." "Did he?" Oh my God, this can't be happening. I can't bring myself to ask it. I can't bring myself to put forth the one question I'd do anything to escape the answer to, but, to my horror, my lips start moving of their own accord. "What is Dante's surname?" I hear myself whisper. I already know what they're going to say. It's like I've known the truth all along, but I chose to tuck it away in the darkest recesses of my mind and allow myself to be swept up in all his Machiavellian beauty. It's been there, staring at me right from the very beginning. The money, the hired guards, the lavish compound, the Colombian connections. Santiago, señorita, Sophia mutters, dropping her eyes to the floor again. She can't bear to witness the utter devastation in mine for a second longer. His name is Dante Santiago. 21 Dante. By the time we land in Letitia, dusk has already fallen over the sedate jungle gateway town. We load our equipment into the waiting vehicles and set a course for Emilio's compound. The humidity is more intense over here. For those of us born in South America, it serves as nothing more an irritation and an extra notch on the air conditioning unit. For others, like Joseph and Tomas, it's cloying and insufferable, and they're dripping with sweat before we've even left the airport. We're traveling off-road now on simple dirt tracks that jar every damn bone in our bodies despite the Jeep's excellent suspension. The headlights keep throwing up strange reflections in the curbside undergrowth, circular eyes of indistinguishable creatures. Some might call them supernatural, but all that stuff is bullshit. True horror already exists in this world in men like us. A strange atmosphere has settled over the vehicle. It's an awareness fueled by a soldier's instinct. My finger holds fast to the trigger of my gun. No let-up. I'm gripped with a readiness to fight, to kill, and for the first time today I'm putting some real weight behind Joseph's words. He's right, something's off. Rattled, I reach for my cell to call Emilio. No answer. We're 5 minutes out from his compound when Eve's face flashes before my eyes. At the same time, I feel an overwhelming compulsion to turn around and head back to the airport. Tomas, stop the car. He hits the brakes immediately and the two convoy vehicles behind us slither to a stop as well. I share a look with Joseph. His icy grays are stabbing me through the darkness. We need to trust our instincts here. Mine has saved my life too many times in the past to discredit it now. You feel it too, he states bluntly. I nod, the rancid taste of unease in my mouth. Tell the men to arm themselves. Joseph exits the Jeep and jogs over to the other vehicles as I sit back in my seat, guts churning. I see Eve's face again, but there's no shy smile for me. Instead, it's one of pain and terror. The hand resting on my knee clenches into a fist. I never should have left her. There's a perpetual slamming of car doors in the distance as my men unpack their weapons and quickly load up with ammo. I can sense the truth creeping up on us. Everything is about to be revealed, but it's damn painful in the interim. All this calm before the storm shit can go fuck itself. Tomas, get me Rodriguez back at base. Sure thing, Jefe. I listen to the call ring out. Well, isn't that the worst goddamn sound in the world? Try again. No answer. Call the main house. Call my housemaid. There's nothing in my voice that betrays the dread taking hold of me. I'm a master of emotional suppression. Same thing. No answer. Saliva pools in the back of my throat as Joseph climbs in beside me again. The men are armed and awaiting orders. We have enough firepower to light up the goddamn jungle if needs be. Emilio wouldn't dare. He wouldn't fucking dare, would he? Dante, did you hear what I said? We're walking into a trap, I declare coldly. Tomas, turn the vehicle around. We need to get back to the airport as soon as possible. We listen to him grind the metal of the stick shift as he forces it into reverse, and that's when the first rocket hits us. The vehicle directly behind us disintegrates straight away, spewing burning shards of metal outwards in all directions. It pitches our car forward as the windows blow out, spraying us with debris. My ears are ringing. I can see Joseph screaming in my face, but I can't hear a fucking thing. I glance over my shoulder. There's nothing left out there except a flaming carcass. 4 good men. Dead. Move. I roar at Tomas, my voice sounding remote and disconnected as he puts the pedal to the floor, hitting 60 mph from nothing in a matter of seconds, skidding over the dirt track as we temporarily lose traction on the loose stones. My eardrums are starting to clear when there's another loud boom behind us as a second vehicle is destroyed. What the fuck is going on? Joseph yells. staring in disbelief at the two fireballs we've left raging behind us. It's just Tomas and us now. Everyone else is dead. All the other vehicles have been taken out. Moments later, I hear the revving of another engine above the sound of our own. Peering through the smoke and chaos, I see the headlights of a large Jeep tearing up the track in our wake. Bullets start to ricochet off the trunk and we're lurched sideways as one of the back tires is hit and blows out. Grenade launcher! I snarl at Joseph, but it's too late. Out of nowhere, something hard and powerful slams into the side of us, pitching us over the curb and out into the jungle. Our vehicle hits a boulder and flips 180, and now we're skidding down a small ravine on our asses. I can hear Joseph and Tomas cursing as leaves and branches rip at our hands and face, and broken glass slices through the skin on our forearms. Something hard smacks into the side of my head and the other men go quiet. We slide like this forever until we slam into a couple of trees a couple of 100 feet down. We're by a river. I can hear the gushing currents. There's a groan of crumpled metal as our vehicle rights itself, snapping my neck back against the seat as it slams back down to the ground. The engine dies. Stillness. My left shoulder is screaming like a motherfucker, but otherwise I'm unhurt. With some difficulty, I manage to unclip my seatbelt to go check on the others. Tomas is out cold, a sinister trail of blood oozing from the back of his skull. Joseph looks dazed but okay. Fuck, what a ride. We've gotta move, help me with the door, I tell him. It's all about survival now. I need to get back to Eve. I'll deal with the perpetrators of this shitstorm later and I'll relish every brutal, bloody minute of it. Joseph nods wearily and leans over to my side, but it's too late. We hear their footsteps and curses before we see their flashlights. Senor Santiago, are you still alive? Comes a mocking voice out of the darkness, and I hear the accompanying mirth from his compatriots. It's good to see you back in the jungle where you belong. Ricardo, that ugly son of a bitch. So my brother betrayed me after all. Put your guns away. You're completely surrounded. There are 30 men out here with itchy trigger fingers. I glance at Joseph. We've beaten those odd before, but back then I only had myself to keep alive. Now I have Eve. Hold your fire, I roar. We're coming out. Throw your guns out first. On my command, Joseph does as he says, and I follow after. We keep hold of our knives, though. They're still concealed beneath our clothes. I ram my heel against the panel of twisted metal that used to be my door, and it crumples outwards. The next thing I know, the glossy, black muzzle of an AK-47 is caressing my forehead. I'm taking no chances, asshole. Ricardo's shattered socket looks even more repulsive than I remember. I'm going to enjoy relieving him of his second eye before this night is through. Take me to my brother, I say coldly. Ricardo just smirks at me. I'm afraid Senor Emilio is a little indisposed right now. Why? Where is he? He decided he had a yen for American bitches. Looks like I'll be getting a turn after all. You motherfucker. Lurching forward, I grab the muzzle of his weapon, but he smashes his elbow into the side of my head before I have a chance to do some real damage. For a moment my world teeters on the edge of blinding pain, and then it's hurtling into blackness. Drip, drip, drip. I regain consciousness to that noise. It's one I recognize immediately. It's a sound synonymous with prison cells and places of torture the whole world over. That and the screams of pain and the futile pleading from its inhabitants. Seldom do the bravest souls outlive it. This room is no different. It's dark and foul-smelling, and still this mysterious dripping continues, as constant as it is pervasive. It's enough to drive a weak mind crazy and a strong one weak. I've frequented my fair share of these places over the last 2 decades. I've played the roles of both the tormentor and the tortured. Today it seems my fortunes have fallen on the latter. I'm held in solitude, bound and gagged, my arms suspended from a rope from the ceiling. My broken shoulder, limp and useless, gluts my senses with agony. Every movement makes me want to retch. The worst of the pain lies elsewhere, though. It's there in my thoughts, in the deepest, darkest corners of my imagination. I can't let them put their hands on Eve. I've seen what men like us do to the women of our enemies. It's a predilection I've never acquired the taste for. Emilio's the worst. Torture is too kind a word for what he makes them endure. I used to lie awake in my bed as a young boy listening to the screams of women through my bedroom wall. He learned from the best. By the time my mother killed herself, she was a broken woman. My father's knife at her wrist was the kindest touch she'd known in 20 years. How long has he been plotting this coup d'etat? Is this the fancy finale of an elaborate long game, or is Eve the catalyst that threw fuel at his disillusions of grandeur? He's a bigger fool than I thought if he reckons he can run this business without me. He's too weak. His own men are lacking in skill. Rodrigo couldn't command a battalion of fucking monkeys. How blind I've been to think he'd never betray me. How duped I've been by his obsession with loyalty. My wrath is a frenzied paroxysm in burning shades of red. He'll pay for this. They all will. But first I have to get the hell out of this room. I have no idea where Tomas and Joseph are being held, but something tells me I'm about to find out. There are footsteps outside my cell. There's the clunk of a heavy bolt being pulled back, and then the door opens. I'm blinded by a shot of dazzling sunshine before a large silhouette steps into view. A moment later, a bucket of water is being chucked at my face. My lungs burn as I fight for air. I cough and splutter and strain at the rope that binds me as I hear my jailer chuckling. Look what we have here, the great Dante Santiago, strung up in my basement like a pussy. Rodrigo, he collapses into a chair and chucks a large hunting knife and a bottle of tequila onto the table next to him. He sighs contentedly and sizes up my torso as if deciding which part of me to carve up first. Just a foot closer, dickhead. Then I can wrap my legs around your treacherous neck and snap you like a twig. I can smell your anger, Dante. He grins, his damn sing-song voice a torture all by itself. It's so toxic it's got its own odor. He pitches forward, yanks off my gag and steps back before I have a chance to react. I'm going to rip your fucking face off. I snarl at him. That wipes the smirk off his face. Last time I looked, I'm the one with the knife. He jerks his head at the ugly, serrated bastard lying in wait for me on the table. I silently revise my plan. I'm going to choke him with his own vocal cords before gauging out his eye. Emilio knew you'd figure it out, he says, leaning back in his chair and stretching his legs out in front of him. It was just a case of getting you on that plane. We never expected you to take the bait and fly all the way to Colombia. He's mocking me now, and so he should. My arrogance stopped me listening to Joseph, stopped me decoding the warning signs that have been flashing in my face for the last few weeks. Like a fool, I believed in my own infallibility. How? I practically hurl the word in his face. Precision and audacity, he taunts, turning my own words back on me, the ones I pride myself so much upon. We were watching you from the moment you landed. We have camera rigged up all along this track. We were just picking our moment to blast your men to hell. Where's Emilio now? At your compound, probably sticking it to your American. I hope she has a high pain threshold. I block out the cruel bite of his words, reverting back to cold disinterest. It's my survival mechanism. I need to believe that she's safe in my bunker. I'll deal with the consequences of what she'll discover there on my return. You killed my men. I spit it out through gritted teeth. The hurt from my shoulder is spreading across the rest of my torso like some flesh-eating disease. It was my pleasure, he leers. Where's Grayson? Waiting patiently, he's next on my list. Rodrigo picks up the knife. With his other hand, he takes a swig from the bottle. Emilio's consented to letting me have a little fun before I kill you. I'm calling it payback for that stunt you pulled on the plane last week. A low growl rumbles up and out of my throat. I should have broken your neck when I had the chance. Rodrigo smirks again. You're a conceited bastard, Dante Santiago, but not for much longer. He swaggers a foot or so towards me. You and your men have lorded it over us for too long. What makes you so special? Any fool can shoot a gun. What an accurate description of yourself. Enough talking. He reaches out and presses the blade of his knife against my throat. He's so close I can smell his sweat and excitement. His eyes are glittering with the thrill of the kill, and he can't contain a moan of pleasure when the first crimson beads appear. I'm going to enjoy every moment of this. Any minute now, you fucker. I've got a little something for you too. I'm not scared of pain. I've never broken under torture. I've been beaten, waterboarded, electrocuted. The most they've ever gotten from me has been my spit in their faces, but the way Rodrigo's leering at me is making my blood freeze in a way it never has before. I've developed a weakness since those days, and if I don't break free soon, these men are going to devastate her. Do you know what I'm planning to do to her first? He drawls, as if reading my mind. Like it's no big deal to him. Like it's not the biggest mistake of his life saying this shit to me. I'm going to make her strip, and then I'm going to make her hurt bad. And after that long night is through, if she's still alive, I'm going to take this knife in. With a roar of pure rage, I yank at my restraints, ignoring the pain that's obliterating my left arm, slicing more of my skin on the jagged blade of his knife. I bet she tastes good, Dante. You're a dead man, Rodrigo. You better turn that knife on yourself before I get my hands on it. I'm so consumed with rage that I don't notice movement behind him, and nor does he until it's too late. I watch him spin around in surprise, but we both know the game is up. A second later, my face is drenched in sticky red warmth as he drops to his knees, clutching at the gaping wound in his throat, his death rattle poisoning the air. Never did like him, Joseph mutters, materializing behind him, landing a kick to his backside, and sending him sprawling face first into a grim pool of his own gore. Nicely done, I murmur, cool as anything, though I've never been so glad to see him in my life. Where's Tomas? Dispensing with a couple of assholes of his own. How did you free yourself? These amateurs never checked the knife strapped to my calf. I have a sudden flash of Eve again. Does she still have mine? Meanwhile, Rodrigo is still clawing at his neck on the floor, trying to knit together the gaping wound with his fingers. Untie me, I say grimly. I'm not done with him yet. Joseph slices through my ropes and then hands me his knife. I roll my shoulders back and smile down at my foe. The thrill of the kill is now mine, and mine alone to satisfy. It's time to slake the deep well of darkness inside of me. Whatever happens next, Rodrigo's last few seconds of life are going to be extremely unpleasant for him. 22 Eve Dante's bunker is a sleek, modern space with expensive black furniture and a cream and metallic decor throughout. It's more than befitting of the boss of one of the biggest drug cartels in the world. It's a den of iniquity, a lair of illicit power, a place where deals are made and lives are destroyed. The deceit, the lies, so many lies. My breath catches sharply. Hurt and devastation rip through me. There's no hiding from the truth. I let the man who killed my brother into my bed and into my heart. The criminal that I've been searching for all these years was right there in front of me, whispering sweet things in my ear, violating my senses, awakening my body in the crudest, most base of ways. But his worst betrayal by far was making me desire him even after knowing what he'd done to my family, making me want him even now. Looking back, I can't help marveling at my naivety. I just didn't connect, couldn't comprehend, never envisaged. But I can't think about it anymore. I can't even begin to grasp the damage. It's too painful and shocking, and anger is already edging into this bleakest of scenarios. The stillness of the bunker only seems to emphasize his deception more. I can almost hear the jagged, uneven beating of my broken heart as we enter the first of 3 large rooms. It's a control center, his office. I count at least 24 security cameras mounted onto the far wall. Half are out, either destroyed or malfunctioning. The rest are still trained on different areas of his compound, all of which are now rubble or burning. His kingdom is being razed to the ground before my very eyes, by his own brother. One thing's for sure, the Santiago's reign of terror is done. Whatever private war this is will have far-reaching consequences across the communities of South America and Florida. A glass desk occupies a prime position right in front of the cameras, and to the left are a couple of black leather couches. Manuel sat on the edge of one with a laptop on his knee, his loaded machine gun resting on the coffee table in front of him. He's attempting to hack into the compound computer system to reboot the network. Only then will he be able to alert whomever to our whereabouts. We've already tried the phones. The lines are dead, and Manuel's cell has no reception down here. We must be 100 meters underground. Does this make any sense to you? I say, gazing at the laptop screen over his shoulder where lines of indecipherable code are flittering left to right at a breakneck speed. He nods. I was a computer analyst once. And you left that job to shoot guns for him. He pauses his frantic tapping and glances up at me. There's confusion and pity in his brown eyes. Working for Señor Santiago is a huge honor in my country, señorita. I did not hesitate when he contacted me. He takes care of his own and their families. Like he took care of your face. I can't believe what I'm hearing. Dante beat the guy to a pulp and he still has him stuck on some sick, twisted pedestal. The loyalty he inspires is unfathomable to me, especially now. Manuel blushes beneath his bruises. I was out of line, señorita. Any man would have done the same thing. Can't you see? You are his queen. I'm not his queen, I'm his prisoner, I retort angrily. I'm nothing but a possession for him to paw at and manipulate for his own gains. He's evil, dishonest. I trail off as the breath catches in my throat again. My emotions are threatening to overwhelm me. You're worth 1,000 of him, Manuel. He shoots me a grin of disbelief. You are hurting, but it will pass. You will soon see Señor Santiago for the great man that he is. Not likely. Not now, not ever. What am I missing here? How does he command such devotion from his men? Manuel shrugs. Like I said, he's a great man, I sigh, finishing off his sentence for him. He asked you to lie about his name, didn't he? He asked you not to call him by his surname anymore. Yes, señorita. What did he say to you on that beach that day you first met me? That I was to guard you with my life, that your value to him was incomparable. My flash of elation shatters me further. I have to remind myself that they're just words. Dante's good with those. He doesn't deserve a single trace of my affection anymore. Besides, it won't change anything. My mind is made up. As soon as I get out of here, I'm going to unmask him as the immoral bastard that he is. His facial composite for the authorities will be meticulous because every contour of his face has been committed to my memory. His eyes haunt my soul. I won't rest until his beautiful, terrible face is topping their most wanted lists. There is no place on earth you can hide from me. Our souls are bound forever. Lies. His passionate declaration in the car was just him tightening his grip on me. I see that now. He knew I was falling for him, so he stepped up his manipulation to another level. My mind is filled with all the blood-soaked images I've been privy to during my years of research into the Santiagos. Photographs depicting mangled and mutilated corpses strewn across empty warehouses. Then there are the more personal, like watching my own brother die an agonizingly slow death in a cold hospital bed. Dante has left a shattering trail of destruction in his wake, and he needs to be held accountable. What's happening here today is his retribution. I hope he burns in hell along with his fortress. You are special to him, señorita, I hear Manuel say gently. He's studying my face again, but for what? Traces of compassion, of forgiveness. There are none and there never will be, but damn my heart for stuttering at his words again. Dante Santiago isn't capable of such sentiments, I say harshly. He may say them out loud, but he'll never truly mean them. No man can live without love forever. He's not a man, he's a monster. One day you'll realize it too. Here, señorita, you're shivering, take this. Sophia reappears next to me clutching a man's blue shirt and arranges it across my shoulders. A darkly rich and familiar scent hits my senses and I tear it from my body immediately. "Where did you find this?" I demand angrily. "Next door in his closet." She looks crushed. "I'm sorry, Sophia. I didn't mean to react like that. Thanks for thinking of me, but I'd rather freeze to death than wear anything of his." I sit back down next to Manuel. "If you can't get us back online, will the smoke raise the alarm?" He shakes his head. "The authorities know to leave this place well alone." My slim sliver of hope is extinguished. "You mean they're paid off?" The guard's silence is diplomatic. He shrugs awkwardly and his gaze flitters back to the laptop screen. At the same time, the underground bunker is rocked by a violent shudder and Sophia whimpers in fright. "Why would Senor Emilio do this?" "Because he's a master criminal with no morals or scruples like your own boss. Because he has a death wish," Manuel growls. "There is no one more deadly than Senor Dante. He will return and avenge what has happened here. This man, this traitor, will be nothing but blood and bone by the morning." "What if he's not?" I interject quietly. "What if he captures one of Dante's men and tortures our whereabouts out of him? They would rather die than give up this place and you. It is a matter of honor, of pride." I pause for a moment. What other transport does he keep here? There is a boathouse to the north. The Mozambique coastline lies 30 miles east of us. Mozambique? I scour my mind for where in the world we are. I think Mozambique lies next to Zimbabwe and South Africa. Somehow I need to get to a US embassy or consul in either of those two countries. "We need to get to that boathouse," I say urgently, rising to my feet. "It's our best chance of survival. It's the best chance of my escape." Manuel shakes his head. "My orders are to keep you here until help arrives. But that could be days. We have no food, no water." "I believe we have a small amount of provision next door," Sophia says, rising to her feet as well. "Let me go and check." "No, let me," I say firmly, placing a restraining hand on her arm. "If there's another way out of this place, then I'm determined to find it myself." The first room I check is the one adjacent to his office. It's a windowless bedroom with 2 doors leading off to the side. The first reveals a functional white en-suite and the second, a walk-in closet. I gaze in shock at the rows of designer suits and shirts laid out before me. So this is where he keeps all his stuff. After tonight, Dante, the enigma, will cease to exist, but I know that Dante, the liar and murderer, will haunt me for the rest of my life. Before I can stop myself, I'm inside the closet and inhaling deeply. His rich, masculine smell will forever be the scent of betrayal, but now I find myself devising a sort of comfort from it as well. My eyes prick with tears. None of this makes sense to me. How can a man who murders my brother make me feel safe? I run my hand along the different fabrics and toy with the drawer handle nearest to me. Why would he hide himself away like this in his own compound? This place doesn't belong on maps. The authorities shun its very existence. It's a place of secrets and lies, yet I can't help thinking that his last few remaining truths are concealed around here somewhere. Perhaps in this closet, or in the cabinets in his office. The reporter in me wants to tear this place apart until I find the answers to all my questions. What turns a man into one of the deadliest drug dealers in the world? What buttons were pressed? What hardships has he endured? Can he ever redeem himself? There's still light in him, I've sensed it. I can't save him, but perhaps in time I could learn to understand him. What the hell am I thinking? Never in a million years will I ever surrender to his touch again. I'll never understand his motives, nor will I ever forgive them. I slide the drawer towards me and then freeze. There are photos in here. Hundreds and hundreds of photos, black and white, color. The top one catches my attention straight away, and I hold it up for a closer inspection. It's a picture of a little girl with black hair, no older than 3 or 4. She's holding out a half-eaten ice cream for the lens and smiling at whoever is holding the camera. Her eyes are reeling me in straightaway, holding me captive, two tiny pools of emotion with pupils so brown they're almost black, a coloration so achingly familiar to me. Dante. I let out a cry and dropped the photo in shock. He has a daughter. At the same time, another shockwave ripples through the bunker. The explosions are becoming weaker. Most of Dante's men are almost certainly dead by now. We need to hold fast and pray this bunker remains hidden, at least until Manuel can work his computer magic. When we're back online, I'm going to demand he contact the police. I'm a kidnapped American. Surely someone, somewhere, has to care about that. My parents must be tearing the world apart looking for me. All the remaining photos seem to be of this girl, but there are none that portray her any older than this. There are no surprise 10th birthday party shots, no gawky teenager with her girlfriends, no graduation portraits. Did something happen to her? Is she still alive? What about her mother? Was she Dante's first love? I'm devastated by how much her very existence rips at my insides. Is this jealousy? It's an unfamiliar emotion to me. I've never felt it before with other men. How is this deceiver, this killer, managing to twist my affections when he's not even in the same country? Incensed, I rip open the next drawer and take a step back in shock. Military medals. A Purple Heart, a Silver Star. Holy shit, is that a Congressional Medal of Honor? Who is this man? I reel away from the drawer, unable to equate the cold-hearted criminal with this hero. Did he steal the medals from his victims? Is this some sort of sick trophy drawer? I'm exhausted suddenly. The clock on the nightstand is flashing 9 a.m. I've been awake since Sophia flung herself onto my chest and informed me of this new nightmare, effectively yanking me onto this battlefield between two warring master criminals. I use the bathroom and take the time to splash cold water onto my face, but the weariness I'm feeling is bone deep. It's entrenched in every fissure of my fractured heart. I can hear the king-size bed calling to me, so tempting, so seductive. I won't have to feel a thing when I'm unconscious. No conflict, no bitterness, just peace and oblivion. Kicking off my shoes, I curl up on top of the white cover, dragging the nearest pillow towards me and burying my face in it. There are no traces of his scent here, no sharp, poignant reminders, but as I shift position, I feel the lethal solidity of his flick knife pressing against the side of my ribcage. I slide my hand into my bra and remove it, turning it over in my fingers before closing my fist around it. Dante and I will always be this terrible illogicality. I miss him so much it hurts, but if I ever saw him again, I'd run far, far away. I hate him with every broken part of me. I crave him with all this feverish passion he's unleashed in me. Another shudder rumbles through the bunker. "Where are you, Dante?" I murmur, and I swear I hear him answer me from the shadows. "I'm here, my angel, always." 23 Eve. I have no idea how long I sleep for. When I come round, the clock face is turned away, but I get the impression of minutes, not hours, from the scant clues around me. The strobes are still glaring down from the ceiling. The closet door is still ajar, exactly how I left it. The photo of the little girl is still lying on the nightstand, as if I'd hoped somehow that my dreams would knit together the missing pieces for me. His knife is still tightly clasped in my fist. I go to stretch and then freeze. There's a strange prickling sensation on the back of my arms. It sets in flux a chain reaction that spreads unease throughout the rest of my body. My stomach muscles tight, my breath quickens, and my heart begins to thud. I'm not alone in this room. His presence hits me immediately. It's like our bodies are connected on some intrinsic level. I can sense his anger, his frustration, his inner turmoil. With a gasp, I wrench myself up to a sitting position. He sat on the floor against the far wall, his dark eyes coolly appraising me. His long legs are stretched out in front of him and crossed at the ankle. The black fatigues he was wearing are stained and torn. The tan skin on his face is dirty and bruised, and there's an ugly red wheal lacerating one side of his forehead. Scratches and cuts cover most his powerful forearms. There's a handgun resting lightly in his lap. "Hello, Eve," he says grimly. At first I'm too shocked to speak. He waits patiently, cat-like, as if he has all the time in the world. His eyes are flickering over my face constantly. "The compound," I mutter. "Your men, gone." That one single word is so cold and brutal in its finality. He seems curiously unmoved by it, though, as if his focus has shifted to something far greater than the ruin of his empire. "Is your brother?" "Not yet, but he soon will be." Another shiver of fear courses through me. He seems so calm, but I know that storm is always raging just below the surface with him. I glance at the gun in his lap. "What happened to you?" He cocks his beautiful, battered head to one side. "Do you really want to know, my angel, or are you just stalling for time? Why don't you ask me the one question you're desperate to?" I think we both know that the rest is just bullshit. He's right. I have to know the truth. My fingers tighten around his knife in my palm. I fell asleep clutching it, like I was seeking out his protection even when I was unconscious. I take a deep, unsteady breath. "Did you murder my brother?" He carefully considers my question. There's no flicker in his face to betray his shock at my asking it. There's no downward turn of his mouth to suggest a hint of remorse, just more of this cold indifference. "Yes." I let out a cry. My face crumples beneath an avalanche of grief. I drop the knife, pull my knees up to my chest, and try to stem the torrent of tears with my hands. "You bastard!" I scream at him. "How could you keep me prisoner here knowing what you did? Haven't my family suffered enough?" He makes no move to contradict or comfort. He just sits there, watching, waiting. He wants me to react badly, to hurl angry words at him, to draw blood. That way he can come back at me with a strong contradiction, just to show me how powerful he is and how weak I am. I guess that's what makes his next move so unexpected. He lifts his gun from his lap and slides it across the floor in my direction. It skids across the tiles and lands within touching distance of the bed. "Take it," he says harshly. "You get a free shot at me today, my angel." Without thinking, I lurch forward and scoop it up. I aim the muzzle at his head, though I can scarcely see through my tears. "You sicken me, Dante Santiago." I sicken myself sometimes. How can you even look at yourself in the mirror? I'm trembling all over. The gun is shaking all over the place. How many people have you killed? How many lives have you shattered? My life is not a tale of morality, Eve, but you knew that already. "I knew nothing," I cry, wiping my face and swinging my legs off of the bed. "Because you chose to deceive me instead. What gave you the right to bend my every rule, my every impulse in your favor?" He laughs, but it's a bitter, twisted sound. "Do you really think the odds are in my favor right now, Eve? My business is fucked, my brother betrayed me, and the woman I desire most in the world is pointing a goddamn gun at my head." My breath quickens. "You deserve it. You deserve everything that's coming for you. I hope you rot to death in some African jail cell." "Does that mean you're not going to kill me?" He sounds almost disappointed. "Do you wish to die that badly, Dante?" I say, rising to my feet, the gun still trained at his head. "Isn't there any part of you that feels pain or regret, or are you just numb all over? I've felt something these past 2 weeks. With you, I've felt more than I have in years." "Don't say those things," I scream at him. "You don't have the right anymore." "Maybe so, but if today is the day I die, then I do so with all truths unveiled." "Truths? You want to talk about the truth?" I gasp, stunned by the nerve of this man. "Who's the little girl in the photographs then, Dante?" I jerk my head at the nightstand. "She your daughter?" There's a slight jolt of his shoulders as I say it, like a mild electric current is passing through his body. It's the first visible reaction he's given me since I woke up and found him sitting there on the floor. "Why do you care?" he says, recovering fast. "Take your vengeance and do it swiftly. Oh, and don't forget to unclip the safety first." My eyes widen at his contempt. He's trying to goad me. He wants to see how far I'm willing to go for my revenge. That's when it hits me. This man doesn't just enjoy inflicting pain on others. He enjoys inflicting it on himself. Don't think I won't do it, Dante. You have no idea how long I've dreamt of this moment. 5 years, isn't it, my angel? Stop calling me that. Just fucking do it, he roars at me suddenly. My tears are trickling down my cheeks now, rivulets of my own pain. The world tilts and distorts. I can barely see his face anymore. I put a price on his head, Eve, he says softly, goading me again. I never pulled the trigger, but I may as well have. He kept calling me, begging and pleading for his miserable life. Shut up, shut up, shut up. I sent Grayson to finish him off, but by the time he landed in Miami, he'd already dead. He couldn't be bothered to waste the bullet. My tears are an unstoppable force now. I can barely catch my breath. Jesus Christ, haven't you heard enough? He springs up from the floor and throws himself onto his knees in front of me. Before I can stop him, he's grabbed the muzzle of the gun and is pressing it tightly against his own forehead. Pull the trigger, Eve, he orders, gazing up at me. This is your one shot. You will never get another chance after today. He looks so beautiful, so terrible, so determined to die. His cuts and bruises are shocking close-up. I can't tear my eyes away from them. What hell and high water has this man experienced to get back to me today? We stay locked like this for the longest time. Me barely standing on shaking legs by the edge of the bed, and him knelt down before me, connected only by a loaded gun and the ruin of his actions. Just staring at each other, neither one of us willing to break eye contact first. I can't stop thinking about Ryan on the last day I saw him alive. He was so excited and hopeful, joking about some new, get-rich-quick scheme he was going to invest in. I had no reason to suspect narcotics. None of did. We'd both grown up in the shadow of my father's work. We knew all the cautionary stories, the tragedies, the statistics. Damn him for thinking he was any different. I can't stop thinking about my parents either, how they'd broken down on the day of his funeral, and the guilt they must have felt. And then I think about a panicked phone call not long before he died, a pleading for money that was refused, a decision I will regret for the rest of my life. My finger flicks the safety off and the noise splinters the silence in the room. Do you feel any remorse for the things you've done? I whisper, searching his face for one final bargaining chip. Something that will make this criminal's life worth saving. Something that will make my finger loosen on this trigger. There's the longest pause. Every damn day, Eve, he sighs eventually. Every damn day. Moments later, the gun drops from my fingertips and hits the floor with a dull thud. So help me God, Dante Santiago, you better pick up that gun and shoot me, because I will find another way to destroy you for what you've done. There's no triumph in his face, no relief. Even so, his next words devastate me. No, you won't, my angel. You can't pull that trigger on me, any more than I can pull that trigger on you. With a gut-wrenching sob, I run for the en-suite. Slamming the door on his face, I smash the lock across and slide down the white tiles in a crumpled heap. I hate myself 1,000 times over. I had the chance to exact revenge for my brother and my family, and I couldn't do it. There's a sharp rap on the door. Open up, Eve. He sounds stronger, more like the old Dante. I've played into his hands like a dream. He knew I'd never kill him, no matter how hard he pushed, no matter how cruel his taunts, but he had to give me that chance in order for us to try and move past this. Go to hell. I'm there already, Eve, believe me. Leave me alone. We need to talk about this. Stand back. Don't you dare. Do it, Eve. A moment later, the whole frame shudders and caves inwards beneath his fists. I cover my head with my arms as I'm pelted with splintered wood and plaster fragments. Through the broken remains of the door, I see his silhouette, and then a large hand is reaching out for me. Don't you dare touch me, I hiss, cringing against the tiles, but he grabs my upper arm and drags me to my feet regardless. Pulling me out of the bathroom, he throws me onto the bed and stands there, looking down at me, a familiar fire raging in his eyes. I can't help laughing, but there's no humor in it. Don't think that because I didn't kill you I still want you, Dante Santiago. I watch his eyes grow darker and harder. If I wanted you, Eve, I'd do so, and by God, you'd be screaming out my name. So you're adding rapist to your long list of dubious accolades. It's my turn to goad him now. Would it really be rape, my angel? Despite everything, I know you still burn for my touch. Besides, you already think I'm the devil incarnate. One more sin isn't going to change that. You just said you regretted everything, I whisper in horror. Not everything, he corrects with a grimace. Don't chip away at my armor, Eve. You might not like what's underneath. You lied to me. Not lied exactly, more creative with the truth. I do regret my part in your brother's death, though, that I can assure you. I never ever want to be the cause of pain for you. Is he for real? You will always be the cause of untold pain for me, Dante. Let me go. There's nothing left for us now. There's a pause. Perhaps you're right. My head jerks up. His words are like a blunt knife penetrating my heart. My aircraft is on standby to take you back to America. I only ask that you take one of my men with you. I'm in the midst of hell now, Eve. I can't have any distractions, and the other side won't take prisoners. They need to think your history. It's the only way to keep you alive. I'll have a security detail waiting for you when you land. They'll be discreet. You're letting me go. I can scarcely believe it. I've wished for this moment for weeks, but now that it's here, I feel sick with disappointment. How has this play flipped so far in his favor? Is this just more of his skillful manipulation? Yes, I am. He grits his jaw like it's painful for him to say it. Just like that. The rules of the game have changed. So that's all I am to you, a fucking pawn, he frowns. I thought this was what you wanted, is it? Then why do I feel like I'm being betrayed all over again? I swivel sideways and push myself off the bed. I'd like to leave now, I say quietly. He nods. It's for the best, Eve. Is the compound safe? Yes, it's back under my control. My brother and his men were long gone before I returned. I nod and turn towards the door. I can't look in his direction or I'll lose whatever self-discipline I have left. Give my pilot an hour to refuel. He's speaking so formally to me now. His sentences are short and concise, his tone devoid of emotion. It's like we're strangers already. I pull the door towards me, but he moves swiftly and slams it shut again, his large palm lingering on the wood panel above my shoulder. He's standing right behind me. I can feel his hot breath on my neck. Our bodies are thrumming with energy from their close proximity with one another. His scent is so strong, so masculine. 2 days without washing has made it even more potent. I inhale deeply and close my eyes. I want to submerge myself in it and never resurface. Eve, don't. Let me look upon you one last time. He sounds weary suddenly. You don't deserve it. I know I don't. Even so, I find myself turning around. There's a shadow disfiguring his left cheekbone, and one socket is darkening already. Before I know it, I'm tracing a finger across the wound on his forehead. His eyelids flutter shut, and I can feel his powerful body shuddering beneath my touch. When he opens them again, they're blazing like burning embers. A fire for me and me alone. I'm transfixed, pulled under his riptide again, drowning in his raw masculinity. He looks so bloodied and glorious, like a warrior returning from battle. A deep coil of longing unfurls within me. My gaze falls to his lips, so full, so smooth. I want to feel them on me so badly. If this is goodbye, then I want our last kiss to be as memorable as our first. Like always, he seems to know exactly what I need. Our resolve crumbles together, and he smashes into my mouth with a groan, delving deep and hungry, pinning me to the door with his body weight. Damn this fucking life, Eve. Damn it straight to hell. Come with me, I beg him, pulling his mouth back to mine, drinking in the sharp contours of his face, his beauty no less dulled by these new scars. I remember my dream last night. I remember his smile. I remember how happy it made me feel to see it. Turn your back on it, Dante. Walk away. His face contorts in agony. I can't. There's nothing left for you here. It's not that, he curses, and I see the conflict written all over his face. Christ, you have no idea, my angel, and I hope you never do. My dream starts to fade. Soon my hopeless tears are drenching both of our cheeks. If this is how it has to be, then I need to feel that passionate connection one last time. Moments later, we're lost in each other's embrace. He reacts quickly by pulling me closer. I'm so overwhelmed already, the intensity slicking my senses as he slams me back against the door, his tongue engaging in a feverish duel with mine. I go to fling my arms around his neck to drag him even closer, but he winces and twists away. Fuck. What's wrong? I broke my shoulder. My eyes widen in shock. Are you serious? You need to be in a hospital. He stares down at me as his lips start to twitch. I then watch in wonder as the smile that I dreamed about slowly creeps across his face. It's like a sliver of light penetrating the bleakest of circumstances. I'm mesmerized. It's so much more than I'd hoped it would be. His first genuine smile for me is a thing of rare beauty, banishing his darkness and transforming his face into a priceless memory. Why are you so happy all of a sudden? I gasp. The smile widens. For a moment there I could almost fool myself that you cared. I do care, regardless of how wrong and messed up that sounds. I hate you, I want you, and I'm fucked if I understand any of it. Don't curse. Fuck you. I have to send you away, Eve. I wouldn't stay if I could. I need to be close to you. His last sentence is more a strangled groan. Instantly that beat is back and my stomach muscles tighten in anticipation. Sit on the edge of the bed, I instruct him, and his eyes gleam with comprehension. He takes a step back and unfastens his pants before complying with my request. I quickly remove my skirt and top. I can't think about the horrors of his past right now. I've banished all shame and guilt momentarily. I want him too much. This stunning man who desires me as much as I desire him. You're beautiful, he says softly, raking his eyes over me as if committing every curve and flaw to memory. His dark pupils are nearly black with longing. So are you, I murmur, climbing astride him, tipping my head back and moaning as he guides me closer. He holds me hungrily, his presence pressing against me as I gently rock my hips back and forth, creating an exquisite friction between us. One hand is kneading my back, directing and encouraging me constantly, and the other lies redundant by his side. His shoulder must hurt like hell. Pleasure is the only distraction I can offer him. Lifting my hips, I wrap my arms around his neck and guide him towards me, sinking slowly and reveling in every last, perfect moment as he stretches me to my limits and beyond. He groans and stills as I work myself closer to him, tilting forward until I'm pressed tightly against his burning skin. And then I pause, savoring the sensation of being filled so utterly and completely by his presence. I never dreamt that anything could feel this good, me Alma. I hear him groan. Never forget me. My breath catches in my throat. Never. He sounds so determined, so resolute. You are forever imprinted on my soul. In response, I let my forehead fall forward until it's resting against his. At the same time, I cradle his strong jaw in my hands, taking care not to brush against his bruises. Hold me close, Eve, he declares. Leave me that treasure. I smile down at him and circle my hips slowly, satisfying my aching need, riding him so gently so as not to jar his injured shoulder, making every single moment count. He groans again and buries his face into the side of my neck. At the same time, he's circling his thumb until my rhythm starts to falter and I'm trembling from the inside outwards. Growling impatiently, he whips his hand away and brings his palm down hard on my side. The stinging slap makes my eyes fly open and my body convulse around him. Too slow. I want you screaming my name, not panting it. You told me to hold you close. I've changed my mind. You don't get to dictate this. I always dictate this. Pivoting sideways onto his good arm, he flips me over onto my back and drags me to the edge of the bed by my hips. Dante, your shoulder. Fuck my shoulder, he hisses. We're not cut out for gentleness, Eve. I want to consume you, not treat you like a pet. He grabs my sides and opens my legs wide, baring my most intimate part to him. He pauses, his gaze fixated on me. "Christ, Eve," he mutters, "you bring me to my knees every goddamn time." His words spike my body with longing. "Take me then," I say desperately. "Do it, Dante, please." I ball my fists around the sheet beneath me and arch my back, opening myself wider, urging him to take me any way he desires. "Quiet, let me look at you. I will never see a sight more exquisite than this." "Damn you," I'm hurtling closer and closer to the abyss. I never knew a woman could reach this peak from words alone. "Give me something, hurry, your presence, your fingers, your lips, your tongue." "I need to claim you first," he snarls, his expression singular and primitive. "Keep your legs open, you're mine, Eve Miller. Always." He lets go of my legs and grasps himself. He starts to move right there in front of me, pumping himself in a brutal fashion, never once lifting his eyes from his destination. I watch his expression switch to hunger and determination, and suddenly his intention is clear. Oh my God, he means to mark me. I glance down. He's tantalizing close to me. His body is straining to reach his release now, his movements almost violent in their intensity. I can't stop staring at him, this savage picture of virility and desire. He's the most erotic thing I've ever seen. His olive skin is covered in a thin sheen of sweat, his head is thrown back, his eyes are shut tight. He's so damn close. He comes with a low hiss of my name, directing his warmth all over me, coating me in his sticky heat, and then using his fingers to spread himself into my every crease and crevice. "Mine," he repeats, enthralling me with the roughness in his voice before he's plunging 2 fingers inside of me. The crude nature of his act seals my fate. With a harsh, rasping cry, I peek too, my body throbbing and burning as I'm pushed over the edge by his desire to claim me like this. There's a moment of clarity as the strobes spin above my head like fireworks on the 4th of July. It's one that both frightens and exhilarates me. He's the blood pumping through my veins, the last gasp of breath in my lungs, my dreams, my nightmares, and everything in between. No matter the distance, no matter the circumstance, no matter who dares to try and tear us apart, I'll always be his forever. 24 Dante, my shoulders screaming like a bitch, but I can't stop holding her. I can't bring myself to break the connection, not when I can feel her pulsing around me again. Is that her 4th peak, her 5th? After I branded her with my essence, I thrust inside of her, and we've been bound together like this ever since. My desire will never be satisfied with gentle closeness. We have to come together hard and fast to quench that dark need in both of us. I have to feel those tight muscles helplessly gripping me, pulling me under, drowning me in her essence. I can't let her go, but I must. It's too dangerous for her to be by my side. "Dante," her quiet sobs draw me back to her again. Her voice is weak with fatigue. I've been rough with my touch, taking her deep for at least an hour, but she hasn't resisted until now. It's like she can't bring herself to break our connection either. I contemplate pushing her legs back and taking her again, but my angel is faltering. The time has come. I surge forward with one final thrust, my body flushed to hers. I can almost taste the oblivion, and then I'm there, my stifled groan shattering the space between us as I fill her up with everything I have left. "My angel, my devil," she whispers. Her soft words rake like razor-sharp nails across my soul. She'll never know how right she is. She thinks she knows the worst about me, but here's the deal, she's barely even scratched the surface. Afterwards we shower together, frozen like statues beneath the falling water. Heads hanging, the water is streaming down our faces like a never-ending flow of tears. She's standing facing me in the vast shadow of my body. My hands are resting lightly on my hips. She won't speak to me. She won't even look at me. I reach out to switch the water off and gently tilt her chin upwards. "Talk to me, Eve. Tell me what's troubling that beautiful mind most of all." She bites down gently on her lower lip. It's a new trait of hers, like the nail-biting thing. It tells me she's fretful and uneasy. Is this it? I hear her say, her sweet, melodious voice hitting all the minor keys. Will I ever see you again? Releasing her hips, I reach up to cup her jaw with both hands and gently run the pad of my thumb across her lip to stop her biting down again. I need to end this war with my brother. She steps away, breaking my hold. She rests the side of her head against the frosted glass of my shower cubicle, her face turned away from me. All that bloodshed, and for what? A crooked empire to preside over. If only it was that straightforward. Her innocence only serves to strengthen my obsession. I sometimes imagine I can taste it on her skin. This is your chance to leave it all behind, Dante. You have the money, so buy yourself another fortress. Go invest in stocks and shares, banks, nightclubs. Anything but this. Her faith in my ability to transform into a law-abiding citizen is touching, but I'm too entrenched in this world to ever let it go. This organization needs stability, and it's time for me to step up and take control. I need to finish him, my angel, before he finishes me. I watch those blue sapphires widen in dismay. So you like pushing coke and wrecking lives? Is that what you're implying? She brushes past me, then steps out of the stall to grab a towel from the rail. I can almost taste the bitterness of her frustration. It's never been about the drugs, Eve, you know that. No, it's about bloodlust. You left the army, but you missed the kill, so you seek your kicks elsewhere. I'm stunned by her perception. And here was I thinking I'd kept it all so well hidden. She catches my eye in the mirror above the sink. She has no idea how fucking beautiful she looks, with her pale ethereal skin, and her long dark hair jet black from the water and falling in damp tendrils around her face. My fragile angel with enough strength and goodness for the both of us. She drops her eyes first, as if she can't bear to look at me anymore. My lack of morality is a black hole that even she can't fathom. She thinks she can fix me, but it's too late for that. I'm damaged far beyond anything that her sweet salvation can reach. What can I do? I hear her mutter, her soft voice laced with despair. How can I make you see that there's another life for us? I will find you again, Eve. She nods, but I know she doesn't believe me. I step out of the shower cubicle and slide my arms around her waist, pulling me back against my damp body and kissing the top of her head. She feels so slender, so breakable in my embrace. Distract yourself with words when I'm gone, my angel, I murmur, kissing her again. Find a part of me in every flawed hero you come across in your books. Use fiction to erase every wrong I've ever done you with the deeds befitting of a good man, a better man. I don't want to replace you, Dante, she gasps, staring up at me as if I've just struck her across the face. You've broken my heart more times than I can count since you held a gun to my head, but I can't simply erase my feelings. She trails off as her eyes widen in comprehension. Is that another reason why you gave me your gun tonight? Was this your messed up Santiago way of trying to redress the balance of our first encounter? No, my angel, I say grimly. That was me giving you the chance to reap vengeance for my part in your brother's death. I curse myself 1,000 times over as I watch her beautiful eyes refill with tears. I've just reminded her of what a monster I am, of what terrible things I've done. We're going round in circles. Dropping my arms, I head for the closet to select a fresh pair of jeans and a clean shirt. She follows me out of the bathroom and stands behind me. I can feel her gaze flickering over my wounds as I attempt to shrug into my jeans one-handed, grimacing as the action jolts my bad shoulder. Jesus fucking Christ. Here, let me help you. She bends down to guide my feet into the material as I lean against the nearest wall, feeling dizzy suddenly. Damn, this pain is intense. Joseph's already sent for our medical team. What happened to you in Colombia? She asks quietly. We were ambushed. Did you lose many men? I pause. Some. I'm playing fast and loose with the truth again. In reality, 99% of my army has been obliterated. Every single man that I sent to New York and Florida was rounded up and pumped full of bullets, and Sanders is still off the grid. Fuck knows what Emilio's done with him. If I wasn't so damn tired, my rage would be irrepressible, but with my shoulder banged up like this, my revenge is on a temporary hiatus. How bad is the damage to your compound? Outhouses are still burning. Sector 6 is destroyed. Millions of dollars of firepower stolen. Are those the barracks? Is that where you made the co? There's no production here. Our processing plants are elsewhere. I snap, irritated by the note of hope in her voice. This is one discussion I'm not prepared to have. I trust her not to reveal my identity, but beyond that is a gray area. She detests my business, and I feel the battle in her constantly. Her feelings for me have caused a ripple effect with everything she holds dear: her family, her job, her future. I'm going to resign from the paper. She sounds reluctant but accepting. We're quite the conflict of interest, aren't we? The cartel boss and the investigative reporter. I can't give up writing, though. I'd miss it too much. I wouldn't want you to. I lean over and briefly catch her lips with my own. Writing is part of her identity, her strength. Just focus on another criminal for a change. I hear Wall Street's full of them. She doesn't smile. It's like she hasn't even heard me. I need justice for my brother Dante. Those words. They're wounding me in ways I never thought possible. Once again, my past has chucked a bucket of water over whatever fragile portrait of a future we might have shared. Shall I turn myself into the D, FBI, or CIA, or is this a citizen's arrest? I drawl, shrugging into my shirt sleeves with difficulty. She reaches out to help tug the hemline across my abs. At the same time, I catch her staring. It's quite a dilemma, isn't it, my angel? I add, my voice softening. We're all about the lust and the hate and that fine line you dance in between. There's a huge part of me that will never forgive you for what you did, Dante. I miss him every day. I don't answer. I can't. I hate seeing the hurt reflected in her eyes, and the knowledge that I caused it grazes deeper than any bullet. I reach out and punch a number into the safe in the wall with far more force than necessary. Picking up the gun, their eye slided into the waistband of my jeans. If we get through this, my angel, I promise to spend the rest of our lives making it up to you. There's only one thing that will make this better, Dante. She doesn't need to elaborate. I know what she's implying. What did she label my affliction again? An unquenchable bloodlust. Sounds about right. Whatever the fuck it isn't going away anytime soon. Get dressed, we need to go. She drops her towel and bends down to pick up her bra and top from the floor. I can feel myself growing hard again. What happens after I'm gone? I drink myself into a stupor before I commence my bloody retaliation. I force a grim smile. The less you know about that, the better, she pauses. Because you don't trust me. No, me, Alma, quite the opposite. My expression relaxes as I tug her back into my arms and nuzzle the top of her sweet-smelling hair. It's because I don't trust myself. Exiting the bunker through the main house is too risky. The fires are out now, but the joists have warped and the roof has partially collapsed in on itself. It's going to take months to rebuild. Until then, I've instructed Joseph to quietly source and purchase another fortress, a private island in the Pacific, to serve as a base whilst we set about planning our counterattack. There's another reason, too. All the men that I left here to protect Eve have been mutilated and dumped in a bloody pile on my driveway, all except Manuel. Every single one of these men have earned my thanks and abiding respect. Their families will be exceptionally well compensated for. No one talked. Not one of them let slip the location of my secret bunker despite hours of torture. My men fought and died like fucking soldiers. This way. My hand tightens around Eve's as I drag her along the tunnel towards a second concealed entrance near the beach. I can feel her wincing at my grip, but I daren't loosen it, not for a second. Her touch is the only thing that's stopping my darkness from overwhelming me. I can't reflect on what my brother did to my men, not here in the presence of my angel. I punch another code into the wall. The door slides back and we're both blinded by the sun's harsh glare. The sound of waves crashing against the rocks is acting as some sort of conduit for us as we stand there waiting for our eyes to adjust. "I know this place," she says in surprise, blinking and looking around. "We're next to the beach by the house. You had men stationed her." "Not anymore." Joseph steps into view. He's been waiting for us. He nods briefly at Eve and I watch her eyeing up his nasty head wound. "Medics are here. Everything else is arranged." I nod at him. "Good. Let's get to the aircraft. We'll discuss more then." With our hands still locked together, Eve and I move in single file along the narrow path that cuts straight through the vegetation towards the landing strip. Joseph is bringing up the rear. I'm careful to keep the house and Emilio's parting gift out of view at all times. The stench of death and smoke is still ripe in the air, and the palm trees either side of us are charred and smoldering. My brother meant to destroy everything of mine before he panicked and ran. Somehow he received word that we'd escaped Colombia, though I'm fucked if I know how. We killed all of his men and left his mansion burning. We've effectively razed each other to ground. Now we're locked in a deadly race to see who can rise from the ashes first. Did he align himself with our enemies to pull this off? How long has he been plotting my downfall? This isn't just about business. I can see that now. He meant to hit me harder, and that's why he came for Eve. Oh my God, the horses. I can feel Eve tugging on my hand as she yanks me to a reluctant stop. "Are they okay? Did you manage to save them?" I catch Joseph's eye over her shoulder. If what my brother did to my men was bad, then what he did to my horses was unimaginable. I shake my head. She looks stunned. "Can we just double check? They might have escaped to another." "They're dead, my angel." I keep my tone as neutral as possible, though I'm raging on the inside. I watch her beautiful face skip through a whole range of human emotions, from shock and disbelief until finally settling on anger. "I see," she says tightly. "More innocents caught up in the crossfire. When the hell will you people ever learn?" She goes to push past me, but I grab her by the arm and spin her back around. "Calm yourself, Eve. There's nothing we could have done for them. You should have left them alone. You never should have bought them here." She goes to push past me again, and this time I let her, even though it sends red-hot pokers through my shoulder blade. I deserve the pain. I know she's not referring to the horses anymore, and the worst thing is she's right. If I'd carried on walking past that liquor store, I never would have given Emilio the ammunition he was seeking. None of this would be happening. "Don't say a fucking word," I snarl at Joseph. "I wouldn't dare," he says mildly, but he's giving me the benefit of his coldest, most unflinching of gazes. "How's the shoulder?" Nothing escapes his attention. I know he saw me flinching just now. "Hurts like a bitch." "You want morphine?" I shake my head as I watch Eve draw further and further away. Her head is down, her slim shoulders hunched over. She's fucking furious with me. He follows my gaze and his lips start to curve. "If I didn't think you'd kick my ass, I'd say she was growing on me." "I will, so keep your damn mouth shut." "Fair enough," he sighs, and true to his word, he doesn't speak again until we reach the landing strip. Eve heads straight for the aircraft steps without so much as a backward glance at me. Tomas is hovering nearby and his eyes flicker to mine for instruction. I shake my head. Let her go. If she liked the damn horses so much, I'll buy her a dozen new ones. Everything is expendable and replaceable in this game. Everything except Eve. "We have a location on Sanders," he announces, coming over to join us. I go very still. "Since when?" "A couple of hours ago." Anger rises up from the pit of my stomach. I hate being kept in the dark even for a minute. "Why the hell are you only telling me this now? You were otherwise engaged," Joseph murmurs tactfully, and I turn to glare at him. That dead-eye shit of his is getting on my nerves today. He's dangerously close to a smirk as well. He better wind that in before my fist connects with his face. "So, Sanders isn't decomposing in a body bag," I say coldly. "On the contrary, he's in Thailand. He was spooked after Colombia, sensed something was about to go down. He's been laying low. We intercepted a coded message from him this morning. I've arranged transfer to a safe house of ours in Singapore. As soon as Tomas delivers Miss Miller back to Miami, he'll fly straight there and pick him up. I glance over at the aircraft where Eve's pale face is glaring down at me from one of the cabin windows. I remember Rick's warning in Colombia, something about beautiful women and starting wars. Is he on our side? I believe so. I savor a quick moment of satisfaction. I knew Sanders would never betray me. He's got the connections to help us rebuild our army and firepower too. Get me an Ada on the other aircraft, I say to Tomas as I turn towards the steps. I want it landing here within the hour. Anything salvageable goes on board with us. Tomas nods at me. Sure thing, Jefe. I find Eve at the back of the plane chatting to Manuel. Jesus, if I was mad before then, I just hit a new detonation button. She keeps her face turned away from me on purpose, barely flickering as I prowl up the aisle towards them. Manuel's not so restrained. He glances up and his handsome face pales beneath his bruises. Leave us. Yes, senor. He scrabbles to his feet immediately. Hang on a second, Manuel. Eve places her hand on his arm and I nearly explode. You don't have to go because of him. No, senorita, I really do. He backs away from her like she's covered in anthrax. He saved my life, Dante, she says angrily once he disappears outside. Can't you tone down the irrational jealousy act for a minute and be a little appreciative? I'm appreciative of no man who gets to spend time with you, mi alma, I growl. No one except me. Stop, just stop. Her head flops back against the leather seat as if she doesn't have the strength to deal with my unreasonable behavior anymore. A knot of disquiet settles in my stomach. Is my angel tiring of me already? How long until we're airborne? There's a pause. I'm not coming with you, Eve. What do you mean? Her blue sapphires turn to fix on me as I swing my body into the spare seat next to her, taking care not to jar my shoulder. My path lies to the east. Away from you. But I thought we'd travel this part of the journey together. My fears evaporate when I see the devastation on her face. She's trying hard to conceal it, but the color spreading across her high, slanting cheekbones tells me otherwise. My angel always blushes when she's struggling to get a hold on her emotions. I guess this is goodbye then, she mutters. I force a grim smile to my lips. It will never be goodbye between us, Eve. You know that. I lean over and press my lips against hers, closing my eyes as I do, breathing in her sweet, unique scent. That knot of disquiet from earlier is now moving up to my throat. Her fingers are on the back of my neck, her lightest touch enticing me even closer until I'm pivoting the whole of my upper body. I press my chest tightly against hers, pinioning her to her seat. Thank you, she whispers, pulling away, the breath of her words lacing my upper jaw. For what exactly? I frown. Holding a gun to your head, causing you and your family untold pain, or kidnapping you twice. There's a pause. For bringing me back to life. And fuck if those aren't the sweetest words I've ever heard. I gave up everything when Ryan died. I cocooned myself away from love, from danger, from anything that might cause me pain. I barely existed. I know I can't live like that anymore. You've opened my eyes to that, Dante. You've taken so much from me, but you've given me so much in return. My hand drops to the armrest of my seat, my fingers convulsing around the soft leather. Hold fast to that thought in the upcoming weeks and months, I say roughly. I'm the only one who can open them wider. Is that so? She rolls her eyes at my possessiveness, and I surge forward again, catching her chin between my thumb and forefinger and wrenching upwards. Careful, my angel. Your acts of defiance will only lead me to bending you over this seat and taking you again. I don't care how sore you are. And yet here I am still fully clothed, she taunts softly. I better brush up on my disobedient skills before we meet again. I lick my lips and gaze down at the only woman I see, the only woman who holds all the cards with me and the only one who ever will. Really, Eve, is that how you want to play it? God, I love corrupting my angel. I love feeling her body ripple with desire beneath my touch. I'll play any game you want me to, Dante, she breathes, her pupils dilating with lust. And I'll love every dirty, filthy minute of it. Both my lips and my cock start to twitch simultaneously. Then I look forward to doling out your punishment. She grins at me and I feel myself sliding like an avalanche, all the way down to an unknown destination. My cock is straining against the inside of my pants now. I want nothing more than to climb inside her and fuck her raw for the second time today. Instead, I'm left tussling between my hunger and my conscience again. If I truly cared for her, I'd let her return to America and never resume contact, but I'm too selfish a man to make that sacrifice. I let go of her chin and run a finger down the smooth plane of her cheek. So soft and innocent, mine, I think savagely. As much as I applaud this newly reacquired lust for life, Eve, I need you to stay out of trouble. Keep my knife close to your heart. You'll be under surveillance all hours of the day and night. If Emilio so much as breathes your way, I guess that means no dates then. Her grin widens and I resolve to make it my life's mission to screw more sparkle into her eyes like that. Not unless you want their deaths on your conscience. We stare at each other, a single moment frozen in time. Our faces are barely inches apart as I soak up every dimple and curve. I'm fighting all my instincts to let her go. It might be months, years, before we see each other again, but there won't be a second when I won't be thinking about her, silently worshiping her from afar, fucking her over and over in my dreams. I need to leave her now. I need to do what I have to for however long it takes. I need to make her safe again. I owe her family that much. Exhaling loudly, I lean over and trail a final line of kisses from one corner of her mouth to the other, and then I force myself to pull away. I'm hollow with grief when I do, though. I'll be a husk of a man without her. Eve Miller, with all her angelic light and strength, has gone and staked a claim over whatever blackened ashes were left of my heart. I rise to my feet and walk swiftly towards the exit, my emotions in a state of riotous flux. Before I disembark, I can't help looking back at her one last time. My resolve nearly crumbles when I see my own anguish mirrored back to me on her perfect face. It's a sight that both kills and cures me 1,000 times over. I did this. I took her, I made her desire me, and now I'm cutting her free. It's this decision that will torment me during the long, lonely months ahead. Part Roman 2 betrayed 25 Eve, oh my God, I can't do it, I can't do it. Get me off this pony, it's like riding a mountain. I drop the reins and clap one hand over my eyes. Anna laughs and pats my thigh reassuringly. Oh, get on with you, he's only a midget. I promise I won't let go of his bridle until you say it's okay. I don't believe you. You've been dying to see me land on my ass ever since kindergarten. My friend laughs again. Well, I wouldn't put it quite like that. It's so good to see you back in the saddle, Evie, she adds quietly. Her voice has taken on that husky, affectionate tone that tells me she's been missing the old Eve as much as I have these past 5 years. It's good to be back. I glance down at my other hand, the one that's clutching handfuls of wiry black hair belonging to a fat pony called Rufus. Don't worry so much, señorita, yells Manuel from the other side of the fence. That pony's so slow he's a snooze button. Great. Even he's laughing at me. You're not helping, Manuel, I giggle, losing my composure as the pony stamps a foot and swishes his tail angrily at the flies swarming around his flank. Picking up the reins again, I take a steadying breath as I drive my weight down into my heels, keeping them as snug to Rufus' belly as I can. He's the oldest, most dependable rescue pony at the animal sanctuary where Anna works, so why does it feel like I have a Porsche between my legs? Still, I'm doing it. I'm taking risks. I'm learning to embrace life again. It's been 6 weeks since I returned to America. 6 weeks since I was deposited on the tarmac at Miami Opa-locka Executive Airport with only the dirty, white clothes I was dressed in. more than twice the length of time I spent as his lover. 6 long, agonizing weeks of no contact, of few highs and bone-crushing lows, of unbearable solitude and feverish longing, to a deception on a scale I never dreamt I was capable of. Once again I've lied through my teeth to the authorities, painting a picture of Dante Santiago with every contradictory description I could think of. I've shocked myself with my own ingenuity. With no clues as to where I was being held and no outward signs of rape or abuse, they're growing weary of my case already. I'm home, I'm safe, I'm not outwardly traumatized. More importantly, I'm showing them a readiness to put the whole episode behind me and to get on with my life, and they seem willing to acquiesce to my request to allow me to do so. As if I could erase him from my mind so easily. He's the man who has filled my life with every color and emotion. He's my first waking thought and the last, flawless image in my head when I close my eyes at night. He haunts my nights. He plagues my nightmares. In the first flush of dawn, I swear I can feel his strong arms wrapped around me, his rich scent soothing away my loneliness. I wake from dreams so intense that I throb for hours and hours before seeking my own release. His name is the only one I cry when my fingers finally tip me into the void. A deep whicker from Rufus snaps me out of my reverie. With renewed gusto, I squeeze his generous girth with my heels and click noisily with my tongue. Walk on, boy. Okay, I'm letting go, I hear Anna say. Do it. A thrilling blast of joy hits my senses as I kick Rufus into a slow trot, sliding effortlessly into his two-step rhythm, posting exactly how I remembered. Every action and movement comes flooding back to me as I angle his head to the outer path of the arena and complete a full circle before tugging him back to a walk, red-faced and breathless from my exertions. You did it, Manuel hoots, his handsome face creasing into another grin as I pass him by. I return his smile and brush the tip of my whip against my jockey cap in a mock salute. I thank Dante every day for insisting Manuel accompany me back to America as my bodyguard. To say I was surprised was an understatement. Dante is a deeply possessive man. The decision would have tested him greatly, but it shows a level of trust in me too. It shows how far we've come. Manuel kept his head down and his mouth shut whilst I cried for hours and hours on that plane journey home. Afterwards, he'd quietly moved to the seat next to me and placed his hand over mine. That simple gesture cemented something between us. Now he's as close a friend to me as Anna. He's so easygoing and everybody adores him, including my parents. Still, I die a little more inside every time I catch them chatting together, knowing what I do about him, knowing whom he works for. In the last few weeks, my betrayal of my family has sprouted dark roots and infiltrated every part of my life. No one would ever suspect that Manuel is a trained killer, hired and coordinated by Dante Santiago himself. He kept his story modest, like he'd been instructed to, and I corroborated every detail. Just another abductee, same as me, set free by a faceless stranger and dumped in an airport. Dante provided him with a fake passport, ID and visa, and they all checked out fine. There was nothing to suggest he was anything other than who he said he was, but we know because he's a constant reminder of the danger lurking in the shadows. Somehow it's easier to ignore the security detail observing my every move, those 5 scary-looking men who blend seamlessly into my everyday life. On the odd occasion, I catch a glimpse of a familiar car or a surly expression and then they're gone. These men are as discreet as they are intimidating. Take him round one more time, Evie, Anna shouts. She's standing in the middle of the arena smiling encouragingly at me. I squeeze Rufus, belly with my heels again, and grit my teeth when I feel my underworked muscles ache all the way from my hip right down to my ankle. I'd forgotten what a demanding workout horseback riding could be. The only exercise I've done in the last few months has been sexual, And even though Dante was relentless in his appetite, taking me for hours each night and again several times during the day, I still feel unfit. I decide to start back at the gym first thing tomorrow as I spur Rufus on for a second loop of the arena. Is he still alive? I finally screwed up the courage to ask Manuel that question last night, but he just shrugged his shoulders. We're locked into this hideous waiting game now, with no fixed time frame and no respite. All contact has been forcibly severed until the target has been destroyed. Just then, a car backfires in the car park next to the arena. Rufus throws up his head with a grunt and goads his old legs into a canter. My body adapts quickly to this new rhythm as I deepen my seat and loosen the reins to give him his head. The cold air slices against my skin and whips my fringe back, and I feel my grin stretching from ear to ear. Back at the barn, I remove Rufus' tack, and Manuel helps me rub him down. As he bends over to reach the pony's underbelly, I catch a glimpse of the gun concealed beneath his gray shirt. I run my fingers along Rufus' mane and pat his broad shoulder absent-mindedly. "Manuel, did you know Dante was in the US Army?" He hesitates before answering. "I heard rumors, señorita, but it was never my place to pry." "How did you first meet him?" "Many years ago. My mother was a maid in his father's house." I watch his face, shutting down all emotion. Dante does the same thing whenever he finds the topic of conversation disagreeable. He runs the cloth down Rufus' flank and then ducks under his neck to join me, throwing the cloth over the stall door. I was just a small boy at the time. Mama would bring me to work some days and let me play in the yard. Dante was much older, more a man by then, but he always used to stop and ask after my family. He always remembered who I was. He smiles slightly at the memory. "What was his father like?" "A hard man, señorita," he says grimly. "Cruel like his eldest son." Their mother died when Señor Dante was 16. I was 6 at the time. He left Colombia soon after. "What did she die of?" Manuel sighs and runs his hand through his hair, leaving it a dark, disheveled mess. "Señor Dante warned me you'd be inquisitive. I want to know everything, Manuel. I want to try and understand his motives for doing what he does." "Is this for one of your articles?" he inquires slyly. I shake my head. I would never expose Dante like that. "Anyway, I can't. I resigned from my job last month. I hate what he does, but I can't justify writing about the narcotics industry anymore." I trail off, feeling depressed suddenly. "Do you think my silence is the same as me endorsing it?" "We are not all bad men," says Manuel gently. "For some of us it's a way of existing, a way of providing for our families. But the effects on other families are devastating. I'm not buying that argument for a second. You had a good job, a decent, honest job. Why turn away from it? Because when Señor Santiago asks for something you don't refuse. Hey, what are you two whispering about?" Anna exits the feed room at the far end of barn and makes her way over to us. I watch her glance at Manuel and then slide her gaze away. I swear she has a crush on him. In turn, I watch him rake his eyes over her as she unties the knot in Rufus' lead rein and leads him into his stall. With her long blonde hair spilling over her shoulders and her golden tan bringing out the green hue in her eyes, my best friend is undeniably gorgeous. A shard of jealousy pierces my heart. I miss him so much. Beautiful, dangerous, sophisticated, controlled. There isn't a man alive that comes close to Dante Santiago. Please God, I know he belongs in hell, but just keep him alive for me. I think we should celebrate. Anna's silky voice floats out from the stall. "Celebrate what?" "Your successful return to the saddle, of course," she grins, reappearing in the doorway. "First horses, now mojitos." She takes one look at my face and rolls her eyes. "Don't give me that look, Evie Miller. I haven't seen you touch a drop of alcohol for years. I want to see you loosen up a little. We used to tear up that dance floor together back in college. What do ya say?" "Oh, why the hell not?" I sigh. "Ata girl, do you dance, Manuel?" Her voice takes on a suggestive undertone as she turns to address him. "Could you be any more obvious, Anna? A little, he shrugs, trying hard to suppress a smile. That settles it then. Her green eyes are glittering with triumph. The place I work nights has a great cocktail deal on. I can get us free entry too. She steps out of the stable and checks her watch. We better get going, we only have 3 hours. 3 hours for what? I say, sounding mystified. To make ourselves queens of the dance floor, silly. And I have just the dress for you. 26 Eve, it's been 5.5 years since I last stepped inside a club. Everything feels strange and unfamiliar. From the faceless crowd and the relentless, indecipherable buzz of conversation, to the flashing lights and the hard beat of the music moving up from the floor and through my body, jarring my bones and accelerating my pulse rate. I feel like I'm being jolted back to life again with every pounding note. I'm sat at the bar between Anna and Manuel, 2 cocktails down and feeling the after effects already. It's packed in here tonight. My head is spinning. I have to keep shutting my eyes to ground myself, to try and block out the heat and intensity all around me. Glancing at the mirror beneath a row of vodka bottles, I barely recognize myself. My long hair is falling like a dark, shimmering waterfall over my pale shoulders, and my eyes are ringed with smoky eyeshadow. The dress Anna lent me is so tight I had to pour myself into it earlier. It's metallic silver, strapless, stupidly short, and it makes my cleavage look ridiculous. Dante would never approve. For starters, it's not white and the cut is way past the point of sexy, it's obscene. Not such an angel now, I mutter, yanking it up again. Leave it, you look gorgeous, Anna chides, sliding another neon pink cocktail over to me. It's too tight, corset tight. I feel like I'm in a Bront novel. Manuel, you're a guy, tell Evie she looks great, orders my friend, drawing the young Colombian into our discussion. He smiles but doesn't say a word. He doesn't dare. It's more than his life's worth to pay me a compliment. He keeps his eyes fixed on my face so that they don't stray downwards like every other man's in the vicinity. Oh my God, I love this song, let's dance, cries Anna, jumping to her feet and shimmying seductively to Calvin Harris as his latest tune starts pumping from the speakers. Her red dress is even tighter than mine, and all of a sudden Manuel's eyes are nowhere near me anymore. Fine, I'm in, I say, knocking back my cocktail in one hit as Anna gapes at me. The liquor burns the back of my throat and my eyes start watering as I slide off the stool and drag her to the edge of the dance floor. You look like a queen, Señorita his queen, Manuel whispers to me as I pass. I shoot him a quick smile in gratitude. He's the only one in this club who knows my darkest of secrets. He never leaves your side, does he? Anna muses, throwing him a backwards glance as we start to move. Manuel is standing over by the barrier now, his gaze constantly flickering over the crowd, assessing the dangers, keeping me safe. I guess it's a survivorship thing, I shrug. She mulls this over for a couple of beats. Did you screw him in Africa? I stop dancing immediately. Are you crazy? No way. Why not? Anna frowns. He's got that brooding sexy thing going on, and I bet you were lonely in that place. Anyway, he's hot. Then maybe you're dancing with the wrong person. Maybe I am, she says, smirking at me. Laughing, I turn back to Manuel and motion with my hand for him to come join us, and then I freeze. Manuel whips round to see what's attracted my attention before his gaze snaps back to me. He's by my side in an instant. What is it, señorita? I swear I trail off in bewilderment. I must be seeing things. I knew drinking alcohol again would be a bad idea. It couldn't be, could it? But the tingle on my arms is unmistakable, and there's a slow, steady pulse unfurling between my legs. There's only one man in the world whose nearness can influence my body like this. There's only one with the same fluid, controlled movement, the same breadth of shoulder, the same tousled, silky black hair that I'm constantly aching to run my fingers through. I only caught a glimpse as he made his way upstairs to the VIP lounge, but it's more than enough to convince me. Dante, I whisper. Manuel's expression changes instantly. Here, he whips around again and scans the overheating crowds, Heading up the stairs, the club is really starting to spin now. I clutch his arm to steady myself. Are you certain it was him? Manuel's eyes rake across my face, searching for traces of ambiguity or hesitation. I have to find him. Okay, señorita. Splintered thoughts flitter through my mind as Manuel guides me over to the spiral staircase next to the bar. What's Dante doing back in Miami? Why didn't he come and find me? You can't go up there. A beefy-looking guy in a cheap black suit and tie slaps his arm across Manuel's chest. Get your damn hands off of me. The Colombian pushes the club bouncer away and reaches underneath the back of his shirt for his gun. Hey guys, what's going on? Ana comes rushing up to us and Manuel drops his arm. You know these people, Ana. The bouncer loses his tough guy act immediately. My friend looks so sexy he even attempts a smile at her. We need to get up to the VIP area, Ana, I say quickly. Can you help us? She nods. Hey Sammy, let my friends through, okay? Sure thing, honey, he grins, standing to one side as if it's the easiest decision in the world. What's going on? She asks as we hurry up the stairs together. I thought I saw some guy I used to work with. I wanted to speak to him about a job. Ana buys it immediately. I'm an ace at spinning lies these days. We reach the VIP area and scan the crowds of sports stars and celebrities together. What does this guy look like? Tall, dark, lethal. In other circumstances, all the paparazzi magnets here tonight would have impressed me. Ana works at one of the hottest clubs in Miami, and the clientele reflects this, but the man I'm searching for is more savagely beautiful than any of them. I can't see him anywhere, though. He's close by, I can feel it. He just hasn't revealed himself to me yet. We're starting to attract attention now. One famous A-lister seems particularly hot for my friend. Hey sexy, come sit with us a while, he drawls at Ana, patting the empty space on the sofa next to him. Manuel stiffens as she smiles vaguely in his direction. No thanks. The guy shrugs and turns back to his companions as another movie star tries his luck. Guys, I'm done being a sleaze magnet up here, Ana hisses after coolly dispensing with him as well. I need another drink. Give me a holler when you find him, Evie. Fancy keeping me company whilst our girl chats business, she adds casually to Manuel. Perhaps later, he smiles, softening the blow as much as he can. I think I just need to hang out with Señorita Eve a little more first. You know you don't have to keep calling her that, she huffs before turning on her high heels and stomping back down the stairs. I shoot Manuel a sympathetic look. He just shrugs. He knows his priorities. One of the most dangerous men in the world has entrusted him to keep his woman, his angel, safe. There's no way in hell he's going to screw it up by having a flirt-a-thon with her friend. I scan the crowds again. One dark-haired guy in particular keeps catching my attention. He's older than most, early 40s, and attractive in a lean, mean, angular kind of a way. He's also dressed to kill in one of the sharpest midnight blue suits I've ever seen, and there's a powerful, dangerous vibe about him that reminds me more than a little of Dante. He's stretched out across the best sofa in the VIP area, with a tumbler of hard liquor in one hand and an equally hard-looking blonde in the other. As I watch, she kicks off her shoes and drapes a long tan leg over his lap as she wriggles closer. Now she's straddling him and throwing her long, dyed hair back and giggling for effect. How much does she charge, I wonder? The whole sordid scene changes abruptly when he catches me staring. The smile dies on his lips and he tips the blonde off his lap immediately. She lands on her ass with an indignant squawk, but he doesn't seem to hear. Either that, or he doesn't care. He's moving towards us now, his icy blues never once leaving my face. I hear Manuel curse and reach for his gun again. We need to go, Señorita, now. Why, who is he? Too late. 4-man mountains have swooped in out of nowhere, positioning themselves like a wall of steel behind us and blocking our exit. I can smell their cheap aftershave and deodorant. At the same time, I feel a tight grip on my shoulder and the unforgiving sensation of a weapon pressed up against the hollow of my back. This can't be happening. It's like my life has hit some shitty reverse button. The man stops in front of us and nods at his men to let me go. He makes no move to touch me or shake my hand. Instead, he slides his hands deeper into his pockets as if he doesn't quite trust himself and can't face the penalty of a slip-up. My heart rate quickens. Dante's been marking his territory again. Helen of Troy, I presume. Why did you call me that? He smiles slightly. The face that launched 1,000 ships. I suggest you read up on your Greek mythology, Miss Miller. I figured you'd be beautiful, but I never imagined this. He sweeps his eyes over me appreciatively. Rick Sanders, I believe we have a mutual friend in common. I'm a former business partner of his. I didn't realize Dante had any friends, I say, arching my eyebrows at him. Rick laughs. Not many, and their numbers have certainly dwindled in recent months. Former business partner. Is this man working for Emilio now? Not much escapes you, I see. He told me you were smart. I used to run the operational side of his business in Florida. Traitor, Manuel hisses. Rick turns to acknowledge my bodyguard. I assure you that I am no traitor, not to Dante Santiago. I'm perfectly content with all 4 of my limbs, thank you very much. His lips curve again as removes his right hand from his trouser pocket, extending it in his direction. Dante speaks highly of you, Manuel. The Colombian seems to relax and swell with pride all at the same time. He takes Rick's hand briefly. Tell me where he is, Mr. Sanders, I say, trying to sound casual and failing. My craving for him is too strong. Rick's eyes flicker back to me and I see a flash of sympathy there. Please, will you join me for a moment first? He indicates to his sofa where the sulky blonde is easing her hurt pride by knocking back his champagne as fast as she can. Beat it, baby, he snarls at her and she scoops up her red heels and disappears immediately. Rick Sanders clearly isn't a man to mess with. He sits down opposite us and clicks his fingers at the waiting staff. How is he? I ask him, desperate for crumbs of information. I can't cope with knowing that Dante has been so near to me tonight, watching, devouring, leaving. Better than he was, Rick says tactfully, turning to address the pretty waitress who's appeared next to him. More champagne, please, sweetheart. You'll be pleased to hear that he's acquired himself an island. I've just spent the last 5 weeks out there in his company. Why did you come back? Rick grins again. Not all of us can stay celibate for that length of time, Miss Miller. Neither can we stay committed to just one woman. I feel those mocking eyes on me again, swirling over my face with interest. At me, the woman who has brought the great Dante Santiago to his knees. Besides, I have other business interests that require my attention. This happens to be one of my clubs. How's his shoulder? Healing? Is he ever coming back for me? I want to ask the question so badly, but I'm terrified of the answer. Instead, I watch Rick pour out 3 flutes of champagne and hand one to me. Manuel waves his away. To Dante Santiago, he declares. I return the toast and drink deeply, more out of nerves than anything else. What about the other problem? Manuel asks. He's still looking tense. Despite Rick's charm and claims of unswerving loyalty, I can tell he's still undecided about him, evading termination. He leans forward to snap open the front button of his jacket. His expression doesn't look quite so genial anymore. And their business, I ask, currently being ripped apart by circling vultures. I think it's safe to say that the Santiago reign is over. Still, between you and me, I'm not sure Dante's heart was in it anymore. My head jerks up. Rick is appraising me above the rim of his flute. I believe he's exploring new ventures these days. What sort of ventures? Now that would be telling. He smirks and taps a long finger against the side of his glass. Still illegal then. Is he watching me right now? He's always watching you, Miss Miller. All angles, 24 hours a day, but you knew that already. Is he here in your club? Rick pauses a fraction too long. Then why doesn't he want to see me? I can't answer that, Miss Miller. Then fuck you. Banging my flute down on the glass table, I rise to my feet and walk quickly towards a black door labeled private. I'd already scoped it out when we first arrived. Miss Miller, Eve, stop. Ignoring him, I smack my palms against the door and find myself in the club's security room. There are dozens of monitors mounted on the wall depicting hundreds of people, but not a soul in here. I can still smell him, though. There's a lingering trace of his aftershave in the air. It's like he's left it behind to taunt me with. "Damn you, Dante," I whisper. "Why are you doing this to me?" "I'm sorry, Eve." Rick appears in the doorway behind me looking sheepish. "He told you to stall me, didn't he?" I say bitterly. "He knew I'd seen him. He needed the time to slip away. Why, is this it? Has Dante changed his mind? Does he ever want to see me again?" Rick just shrugs. "Things are a mess for him right now. You know he has his reasons." "Yeah, he's always got plenty of those." I push past him and head for the stairs with Manuel following close behind. Anna catches up with us as I'm heading for the cloakroom to collect my coat. "Hey, did you find that guy you were looking for?" She looks down and sees my ticket in my hand. "Oh, where do you think you're going?" "I think horseback riding was more than enough excitement for me," I say, forcing a yawn and a smile. She concedes with a sigh, enveloping me in a quick hug. She knows that today has been a huge step forward. "I'm still proud of you, even though you're ditching me at 10 p.m. on a Saturday night. You okay if I stay a while longer? Shall I get the guys behind the bar to call you a cab?" "Thanks, but no need. There are a couple outside already." "I can't tempt you to stay," she says, turning to Manuel, but he shakes his head. Poor guy. I can sense his inner struggle from all the way over here. Anna goes to say something else, and then I see her gaze shift to just over my left shoulder. Her eyes widen and her mouth drops open to form a perfect O. "Holy shit, Evie, you have got to get a load of this man," she whispers. "I don't need to turn around to know it's him. I don't even need to see Manuel take a diplomatic step away from me. All of a sudden my every nerve is on fire. That beat has exploded between my legs, and I'm quivering with lust even before the rich, potent scent of his masculinity hits my senses. Once there was a time when it produced nothing but fear and revulsion in me. Now it's a guaranteed hotline to red-hot heat and promise. "Hello, my angel," he purrs softly into my ear, his voice so velvety smooth and deadly and so goddamn sexy I want to drop to my knees and worship it. "Have you missed me?" 27 Eve, "Holy crap, do you know this guy, Evie?" Anna looks shocked in a not-so-flattering way, but it's like I'm hearing her from inside a bubble. There's only him and me in this club now. Everyone else has faded from view. He's standing right behind me. His presence is overwhelming. "Sebastian Diaz," he announces smoothly, extending his hand to Anna and deliberately brushing against my waist as he does. I jump sideways as if branded, as if this brief physical connection with him has seared my skin. Glancing down, I see the thick forearm with its olive skin and the light dusting of black hair so familiar, so desired. Anna Williams. "So, how do you guys know each other?" my friend stutters, jerking her hand away from him and shooting me the mother of all WTF looks. "We met a while back," Dante explains vaguely, as if I was nothing more than a passing flirtation at the back of a board meeting. "Manuel, why don't you take Miss Williams up on her offer to dance? I'll be happy to stay with Eve." Manuel nods a little too enthusiastically. "Of course, Senor Diaz, Anna." But Anna doesn't budge. She keeps looking at me for guidance. She's unsure if she should leave me alone with this dark and dangerous creature. "How do you know Manuel?" she asks suspiciously. "We grew up in the same town in Colombia," Dante says without missing a beat. "It's okay, Anna," I say, forcing another smile. "You go, Sebastian can walk me to a cab." "Only if you're sure," she shoots another wary glance at Dante. "I am. Go have fun," I urge, sliding my gaze to Manuel again. There are too many loaded looks happening around here. He gets the gist straight away. "Come," he says, taking my friend's hand to lead her over to the dance floor. "I've been wanting to dance with you all evening." This seals the deal super quick, and then there's just us. Alone again, with my pulse rate climbing to dangerous levels and nervous sweat trickling between my shoulder blades. "Aren't you going to look at me, my angel?" he murmurs. Aren't you going to give me the benefit of that divine face? I turn slowly to his sharp intake of breath. There she is, he breathes, tipping my chin up to stab me 1,000,000 times over with those unforgiving dark eyes. The light to all my wickedness and sin. There's a hint of mockery in his voice, but there's an inherent truth there too. It's like he's reveling in our disparities tonight, and a shiver of uneasiness courses through me. My memories haven't done him any justice. He's far more beautiful than I remembered. The bruises are gone, and there's a fading scar on his forehead where the red wheal used to be. He's wearing a black three-piece suit and a crisp white dress shirt with the silver-gray tie loosened and the top button undone. I can't tear my eyes away from those broad shoulders and tapered waist, the long, muscular length of his thighs. I've never seen him dressed in anything other than jeans or army fatigues, but my God, this man was born to wear these clothes. He smells fresh and clean like he's recently taken a shower, but there's another scent that lingers on his skin. It's one I can't place. I watch his eyeline drop to my outfit. "Come," he snaps, his mood souring as he takes my arm and leads me towards the exit. "Let's find somewhere a little more discreet, shall we?" He's commanding all the attention as we leave the club together, which only serves to highlight our disparities more. He's tall and elegant, his walk a compelling swagger of power and ownership. He's a king in this world, and I'm barely a footnote. He steers me towards an idling SUV with blacked-out windows, and I recognize it immediately. Is that? Yes. It's the same car from the night we met. The very night he took me, bound my body to his for eternity, and then walked away. I recall my fear when he forced me onto the backseat, how his fingers felt around my neck, the first pangs of lust as he loomed large and threatening over me. He opens the door. This time I go willingly. "Hello again, Miss Miller," Joseph murmurs from the driver's seat. "Less talking, more driving," Dante snaps, sliding in next to me. "I spoke with Sanders. The deal is on." "What deal?" I know better than to ask. He's got that primal fresh from the kill look about him again that's giving off warning signals in all directions. He turns to glare at me as I inch ever so slightly away from him, but there's no move to yank me back. After 6 weeks apart, I'm desperate to taste his dark and all the ecstasy that he brings to my body, but I'm too scared to initiate anything right now. Whatever he's brooding on is pushing him beyond the limits of his control. If I move to touch him, I know he'll hurt me. The car pulls away from the curb. He's gazing out of his window now, his elbow resting on the lip of the door, his chin slotted between his forefinger and his thumb. The muscles are flexing hard in his jaw, and there's a fist clenched in his lap. What's going on? The edgy silence persists, peppered only by the whir of the engine and the swipe of the windshield blades as a light summer shower mottles the glass. Eventually, we pull up to a gated mansion right on the waterfront. As we exit the vehicle, Dante puts a hand on the hollow of my back and practically shoves me up the front steps and into the property. There are at least 20 armed men stationed around the house, and Joseph, as always, is following us in silent, deadly pursuit. He peels off once we're inside and disappears through an open door to my left. "Get upstairs," Dante growls, barely looking at me as I stand there shivering in his lobby. His sparse furniture and empty walls are a bit like his present mood. Nothing in this house is offering me any warmth. I watch him walk through an archway and into the adjacent living area. "I don't ask twice, Eve." His threat floats out from behind another of his bleak white walls. "And I don't jump to your every command," I say, storming into the room after him. The furniture in here is practically non-existent. There's a tan leather couch and a mini bar and not much else. My voice reverberates around the huge empty space, sounding weaker and more fragile with every passing echo. He turns to face me, and I instantly regret my outburst. His dark eyes are completely devoid of emotion. I shouldn't provoke him when he's like this. I know exactly what he's capable of. If you insist on wearing outfits like that, Eve, then I'll treat you with the little respect you deserve. My skyscraper heels skid to a halt. How dare you, I screech. We're not in your fortress now, Dante. You don't get to dress me up in pretty white clothes like your angelic fuck doll anymore. Glaring at me, he crosses the room to the minibar and pours himself an extra-large drink. You do whatever the fuck I tell you to do, he says, downing his glass and slamming it back down on the counter. And when the hell did you start drinking alcohol again? It's none of your business. Screw you and your controlling bullshit. He comes for me then, dark and dangerous and utterly mesmeric. Take it off. I stare at him in shock. Take off that fucking dress, Eve, or so help me God, I'll rip it from your body. His words are like liquid fire to my core. I stagger away from him so he can't see my naked lust, so he can't exploit and revel in what he does to me. Apologize first, I gasp, trying to compose myself. Sordid images keep invading my mind. I want every single glorious inch of him on me and in me. He's barely 2 meters away and closing in fast. I never apologize to anyone, my angel, you know that. You did in Africa. Do it again now or I'm walking right out of this mansion and I'm not coming back. He grinds to a halt and stares at me as if he can't quite believe I've got the balls to speak to him like this. Don't make your punishment any worse than it already is. Eve. Other women would be terrified by this threat, but I'm not like other women. Oh, I'm counting on it, I whisper, watching with dark delight as his gaze drops to devour me whole. My defiance does things to this man that no one else can. Okay then, I apologize, he says softly, taking another step towards me, his dark eyes holding mine captive. I apologize for demeaning you. I apologize for leaving you for 6 weeks without my presence to satisfy you. I apologize for leaving your soft skin and your lips so bereft of my touch. I apologize for leaving you without my closeness between your legs. He prowls to a stop right in front of me and runs a leisurely finger down the length of my arm as I try not to flinch away. But most of all, I apologize for the way I'm going to hold you close and make you feel my intensity. He lunges for me then, and our mouths collide in mutual frustration. He grabs me by the back of my hair, his fingers knotting painfully around my darkened strands as he kisses me fiercely. His taste is unique, and it is potent. I grasp his thick bicep to steady myself as I moan helplessly into his mouth. No man in the world kisses like Dante Santiago. By some wicked devilry, he can affect every part of my body with just a touch of those talented lips. I'm tearing blindly at the front of his trousers now. I'm like a woman possessed. I have to have this man inside me. Did you miss me, Eve? He growls, breaking away to help me out, ripping at his belt so hard he breaks the buckle. I didn't miss you being such a smart-ass control freak. But you missed my presence. Every damn day. You're mine, me Alma. Don't ever forget it. With his belt and zipper undone, he spins me around, wrenches my dress up and bends me over. He's rough with his touch and I gasp in surprise as the lip of the couch bites into my lower stomach. He doesn't bother to remove my panties any further than a few inches down my thighs before he's kicking my legs apart and positioning himself. Shit! I scream as he drives all the way into my body, splitting me into pieces. I'd forgotten how big he is. I'm wet, but I'm still struggling to breathe through the pain. Take it all, he orders harshly. I want your tight grip holding every inch of me. Yes, oh yes, I whimper, pushing back on him greedily despite the discomfort, accepting everything he has to offer. Hold tight, my angel, here comes your intensity. He withdraws a fraction only to surge forward again, his new assault just as deep and violent as the first. Giving me no time to catch my breath, he moves against me like this, hard and fast, pinioning me against the leather, his hands like 2 vices clamped to my hips, forcing me to submit to him over and over. There's no more dirty talk, no preamble, just an overriding urge to claim back what is his. Pain and pleasure are fusing together. My lungs are on fire. Each new thrust is ripping the air clean out of them, and I can feel myself quickening already. Dante. I sob as the waves of pleasure engulf my body. My tears of relief smear across my face as he continues to grind into me until, shockingly, the waves start to build again. My inner muscles are still rippling with the aftereffects of my second release when he tenses with a groan. I feel him pulse inside me, and then he's pulling out and spinning me around to face him. Positioning me on the edge of the sofa, he pulls my legs apart and drops to his knees to press his face against my sex, closing his lips around my still sensitive core and drawing hard. Oh God! Oh fuck! Seconds later, I'm coming for a third time, crying out and grinding against his mouth to intensify my pleasure. Afterwards, I slump forward and wrap my arms around his neck, burying my face in the sweat and vitality of his crook of his shoulder. He slides to the floor and pulls me down with him, cradling my throbbing body in his arms as we race to catch our breath together. I missed you so fucking much, I hear him murmur as he nuzzles my hair. Dreams were like torture. You were so present, so vivid, but when morning came it was like you'd been torn from my arms again. Then why avoid me tonight? I ask quietly. It's complicated, he sighs. I thought you didn't want me anymore. His arms convulse around my shoulders. Never question my affection for you. He sounds really angry now. I meant to leave, but I couldn't get past the exit knowing you were there. I had to see you. I had to taste you. 6 weeks is an eternity to be parted from you. He presses soft lips to my temple and my body shudders in response. That man in the club, Rick Sanders, he said Emilio was still alive. He won't get to you, my angel. I won't let him. I have my army back. He gambled everything and lost. I've trebled your security in recent weeks. Half the men in Sanders' club tonight were mine. He sounds so confident and so sure of his methods to keep me safe. As a result, I feel a gossamer-thin veil of contentment drifting over me. I'm secure. I'm in his arms. There's nowhere else in the world I'd rather be. You said you'd come back for me, and here you are, I say sleepily. He shifts his position and pulls me closer. I always keep my promises to you, Eve. Are you back in Miami for a while? He shakes his head. I can only fly under the radar of the authorities for so long. My business here is done. We travel to Colombia tomorrow night to resume the hunt for my brother. I can feel the edges of our future blurring again. One day at a time, my angel, he sighs, sensing my despair. But it'll be another day without you. I clamber astride him, cupping his jaw in my hands and marveling at the strength beneath my fingertips. Now that you've returned to me, I don't want to let you go. Always hunting, always the hunted. He looks exhausted suddenly. It's my penance for a life without morality. I consider his words. Perhaps there are some evils in this world that can never be atoned for. I don't believe this about him, though. I have to trust in the light that I've sensed in him. He was a good man once. I have to believe that my betrayal of my brother will count for something. You can't fix me, my angel, he says softly, reading my mind again. You can never undo the things I've done. I have to try. He stares at me, and I sense a part of him is desperately seeking validation in what I've said. Don't overthink us so much, I tease, echoing his own words back to him, lifting my hands to run my fingers through his silky black hair. He closes his eyes briefly, reveling in my touch, before he bucks his hips and pitches me forward into the solid wall of muscle stretching from his chest to his abdomen. Smart ass, he growls, and I feel his arms closing in around me again. So you're wicked and depraved, and you have really, really bad interior design skills, I sigh, glancing around the room. I bet you only held me close over the sofa because you forgot to buy a bed. Oh, there's a bed, my angel, he says, his voice suddenly husky with desire. You'll find out all about that later on. Why later? Why not now? He lifts his eyebrows at me. Insatiable are we? Insatiable for you only, Dante Santiago. He kisses me then, crashing his lips against mine with a kiss so passionate and intense it draws tears to my eyes. When Emilio is dead, mi alma, I will buy you 1,000 mansions to decorate to your heart's desire, he declares fiercely. Don't say that, I whisper. That's our one condition, Don. We never discuss the future. It's too ambiguous. We have no way of knowing what it holds in store for us. Can a man not dream a little, or am I too far gone for that? Only time will tell, my devil. Do you really hate my dress that much? His expression darkens. Yes. And before I can stop him, he's dragged the zipper down and ripped it over my head. They're much better, and don't change the subject. I look down at my bare breasts, still glistening with beads of sweat. Okay, I shrug. I'll just wear panties and high heels next time I go clubbing. A low growl escapes his lips as he slides his palms beneath my ass cheeks and rises to his feet, lifting me effortlessly with him. He throws me onto the couch and stands there looking down at me as he refastens his zipper. You can't be trusted with clothing choices anymore, Eve. From tomorrow you'll wear exactly what I tell you to. You don't have a choice, young lady. Never, I grin, unhooking my black stilettos and chucking them at him one at a time. He ducks easily. Is that another flash of defiance, my angel? It depends, are we alone in this house? He frowns. Of course. If any man so much as dares to come through that door. I watch his face contort with fury at the thought of someone other than him seeing me unclothed. Now, back to your insubordination. Would you prefer your next punishment here or upstairs? Either sounds fun, but you'll have to catch me first. As I say it, I push myself off the couch and sprint for the hallway, catching him off guard. Cursing, he tries to catch my arm as I pass, but I swerve out of the way just in time. Where the hell do you think you're going? To seek out this mythical bed of yours. I say, taking the smooth marble steps, 2, 3 at a time, slapping my hands across my naked breasts to stop them bouncing all over the place. I almost make it to the top before a strong arm is sliding around my waist and lifting me high up into the air. I see your shoulders better, I gasp as he folds me into an embrace and carries me like this to his bedroom. No thanks to you, he snarls, chucking me into the middle of an enormous king-size bed. He arches his eyebrows at me as if to say, see, I wasn't lying after all. Rising to my knees, I hook my thumb seductively into the waistband of my panties. Tell me what you desire tonight, Senor Santiago. I never would have dreamed of taunting a man like this in the past. My lust for him is turning me into some sort of demon goddess. All of you, he growls, ripping off his waistcoat and tie and shredding buttons in his haste to undress. Your lips, your presence, your soul. I'm demanding everything and you will give it to me. I pause my striptease to rake my eyes across his upper torso. Tonight he's part devil, part deity, from his muscular shoulders to the crude definition rippling across his abdomen. I want to run my tongue over every dip and arc and scar. He catches me staring at him. Do you like what you see, my angel? No, it's exhausting, I say wickedly. I hate to think how much work you put in to have a body like that. He smirks and lowers his trousers. No underwear. Hard as stone, like always. Hard just for me. Take off your panties real slow for me, he orders, moving closer to the bed. I do as I'm instructed, delighting in the growing hunger in his face as I slide the scrap of black lace further down my legs before tossing them in his direction. He beckons me closer with one crooked finger. It would appear that my angel has a devil inside of her after all. Sooner rather than later, I hope. He laughs. I'm mesmerized. Hold out your hands. I watch as he binds my wrists with my discarded panties and pulls the knot tight. Which version of me would you like this evening? He croons, trailing an agonizingly slow finger down the center of my body and through my soft folds before sliding it inside me. The devil or the monster? Neither, I groan, tipping my head back and widening my thighs to accept more of him. Tonight I just want you. 28 Dante. Just before dawn I slip from her arms. I don't sleep much these days. Since Colombia, I see shadows and movement in every dark corner. These past 4 hours wrapped around Eve's luscious body have been the longest and deepest I've slept in months. Once I'm showered and dressed, I make my way downstairs. As I do, I muse on how much I hated this house until approximately 10 hours ago, when she brought back her grace and spark into my life and made everything light again. Material possessions have never held any interest with me. Like most things in life, they're to be used and discarded. It's this mindset that made it so easy for me to slide into obscurity 15 years ago. Emilio found it harder. He never shared the same discipline. I find Joseph in the kitchen standing by the counter and hunched over his laptop. "It's 4 a.m. Don't you sleep anymore?" he grumbles, not bothering to look up. "Don't you?" I shoot back, heading for the coffee machine. "I never sleep. We don't deserve to. Not after the cull we've orchestrated recently. The last 6 weeks have been tainted with a breathtaking violence, the likes of which we've never known before. When I look down, I don't see my hands anymore. Instead, I see weapons of death. My head is filled with the screams of our victims. Without Eve to temper me, my bloodlust ran unchecked. We hunted down and executed all of Emilio's co-conspirators. Yesterday, right before I visited Sanders' club, I held a gun to my treacherous cousin's head and pulled the trigger. This was only after I'd extracted Emilio's last known whereabouts during a protracted 5 hours. We took grim pleasure in our work. Nicholas was the one who gave the order to execute every single man I sent to America. What I did yesterday was done in their name and in their honor. What's the name of that horse dealer in Montana? I murmur, picking up my iPad and skimming through my emails. There's another one from the Pi team in Colombia, still no news. This girl is proving as elusive as my brother. 15 years I've been searching for her and still nothing, not even a glimpse. What's wrong with a bunch of flowers? Just find me the damn number, I say, ignoring the jibe. How are those new coordinates checking out? I'm referring to the intel we extracted from my pleading, dying cousin yesterday. Tomas has a team of men on the ground right now. Looks like we just missed him. We need to get over there and flush him out ourselves. He's running out of places to hide. You screwed up, big brother. The gamble never came to fruition, did it? Not even close. Did you really think you'd win this war against me? We've executed your allies. Your business is destroyed. Those 4 walls are closing in on you. Who's the blonde? Asks Joseph, interrupting my reverie. Which blonde? I frown. The one in the club with Eve. I saw you talking by the entrance. I don't see other women. I only have eyes for my angel. I do read her daily security reports, though. Some friend of hers, Anna, I believe. Pretty name. I glance up from the coffee machine in mild surprise. I've never heard Joseph take an interest in a woman before. I thought brunettes were more your thing. I'll take a blonde with a body like that. Why is everything so fucking monochrome in this house? I grumble, switching my attention to the black tiles above his head. Eve's right, the decor in here is shit. Hire a decorator then. Jesus, could he sound any more apathetic if he tried? Quit goading me. This time tomorrow will be gone. I want it on the market by next week. I have no further use for this property. The renovations for my new island are nearly complete. I've had a team of hundreds working round the clock. It's costing me millions, but it's billions that I have. The place will be fully operational in the next fortnight, and then Eve can decorate away to her heart's content. She doesn't know my plans for her yet, but she will do soon. Once Emilio's 6 feet in the ground, I'll be back for my angel, and nothing will ever part us again. Change is afoot for all of us. Cartel warfare holds no interest for me anymore. We don't need that kind of money. We kill for the thrill, so my team and I are branching out. Eve's initial assumptions about me may have proved somewhat of a premonition because we're mercenaries now. Skilled guns for hire. These past 6 weeks have been as much about planning for the future as it has been about revenge. I scan my emails again. There's one from Sanders. Rick's happy with the terms. The deal's as good as done. I imagine he was. You just handed him a business with a $20 billion turnover. Joseph fixes me with his pale gray eyes. Any regrets? Easiest decision I ever made. That and abducting an angel from a downtown liquor store. Sanders came through for me. His stellar connections have resurrected my decimated army and restocked my arsenal. In return for his loyalty, I've gifted him all us Santiago territories. It's his business now. He can fend off the vultures for himself. As for me, I'm rising up from the burning ashes of my family's name. I'm here for whoever wants to hire my bullets. I'll take no sides in wars or conflicts. I pour my coffee and scowl at the dishes piling up in the sink. We need a maid for the island. Contact Sophia. She's back in Colombia with her family, and stay the fuck away from that girl, Anna. She's not available. Is that so? I mean it, Joseph. And when the hell has that ever stopped you? There's an icy coolness to his gaze that would put the frighteners in anyone other than me. Manuel, I state grimly. He's a good bodyguard. Eve trusts him. Anna fancies him. Don't fuck it up. I grab my coffee and head back upstairs. I love to watch Eve sleep. She's so peaceful, so childlike. I settle in the armchair by the bed and take a sip. She stirs, reaching out for me with one hand and then furrowing her brow when she senses I'm not lying next to her anymore. She wants me even in her dreams. She turns to face me, and a lock of dark silk spills over her cheek as she does. I fight the urge to smooth it away. Since our reunion yesterday, I can't stop touching her. Last night we were together until she begged me to stop. This woman is my obsession, my drug. Her sweetness is the only life source I need. I know it's wrong, I don't deserve her, but like Joseph said, when the hell has that ever stopped me? Could she ever love this cold-hearted killer? My mind won't allow me to think the unthinkable. I'll force her to if needs be. I took this woman hostage. I can steal her heart as well. Dante. Her soft voice calls out to me, and I swear to God I'm smiling just from the sound of it. I'm right here. Come back to bed. I put my coffee down on the nightstand and remove my t-shirt in one fluid movement. My jeans are next. I'm hard already. As you wish, my angel, I say, sliding back into bed with her and wrapping my warmth around her slender frame. I press myself against the curve of her ass cheeks and try to get a handle on my lust. Eve is exhausted. I'll let her sleep for another hour, and then I'll satisfy us both all over again. One more hurdle, I think to myself as I snake my arm around her waist. One more bloody scalp, one more retribution killing, and then I'll lose myself in this body forever. No way, Dante, no way. These are Bal Harbor shops. Eve's delicate pale skin is flushed with color, and her pale blue eyes are glinting sapphires. She looks so desirable I can barely contain myself. Too bad we're sat in the confined space of an SUV with two other men. Did you know about this? She yells, turning to Joseph in the driver's seat. Next to him, Tomas is trying not to crack up. I kick the back of his seat with my foot, and he straightens his face immediately. Certainly not, Miss Miller, Joseph deadpans. No one can outlast an interrogation longer than him, but he hasn't faced my raging angel before. Oh, don't Miss Miller me. If you're gonna lie to my face, I'd prefer it if you called me Eve. Joseph catches my eye in the mirror. Got him it, even he's trying not to laugh. This woman is bringing us all to our knees. Just get out of the car, Eve, I snap, leaning across her to open her door with a violent shove. My body reacts as my arm brushes against the side of her breast. They better have decent-sized changing cubicles in these dress shops. No way. No man, not even you, tells me what to wear. Not anymore. Who says you have a choice? I say mildly. Me, she cries, slapping her chest with her hand. Jesus, she should be in the movies. You may have charmed my body, Santiago, but my free will is not so easily seduced. Charmed her body, that's an interesting turn of phrase. More like fucked it into next century. I'm feeling a little exhausted myself right now. Exiting the car, I glance at the exclusive row of shops in front of me. This whole place reeks of money. It's perfect for my angel. Leaning back inside the vehicle, I grab her wrist and manage to coax her out onto the pavement. I don't want to go shopping, Dante. A woman who doesn't want to go shopping. I've never heard of anything so ridiculous in my life. I contemplate tipping her over my shoulder and carrying her into the damn shops, but she's still wearing that far too short silver monstrosity from last night, even though I insisted she wear one of my white t-shirts over the top. Are you even listening to me? She's standing there glaring at me, my fingers still wrapped like a cuff around her slim wrist. If she could chuck me under a passing bus right now, she probably would. A compromise then, I say, yanking her closer and placing my other hand on the hollow of my back, locking her against me, breathing in traces of citrus from her shampoo that does absolutely nothing to ease my arousal. Why don't we choose your new wardrobe together? You're still not hearing me, she hisses, her body as rigid in my arms as my dick is in my pants. You keep telling me I'm not your person and then you go all pretty woman on me. She struggles to free herself from my embrace. I don't want your money. I will never want your money, because it's tainted. The unspoken words lay heavy and toxic between us. For heaven's sake, Eve, I explode, making passers-by stare. I've never known it's so hard to give a woman a present. I let go of her and take a step back, balling my palms into fists of frustration and thrusting them into the front pockets of my jeans. She has the ability to light my fuse quicker than anyone, but it's a different sort of anger with her. We glare at each other, and then out of nowhere she goes and smiles at me just like that, flooring me completely. Ask nicely. What? Stop demanding I do everything your way. I'm only going to resist. So you want me to drop to my knees and beg to buy you a dress? Why don't I just carve my heart out for you whilst I'm down there? She has the nerve to roll her eyes at me then. Oh, don't be so dramatic. Jesus Christ, did you just say that to me? I'm really going to punish you for that. Judging from the sly smile creeping across those pink lips, that's exactly what she's planning on. She's played me. Again. Evie. We turn together, Eve out of recognition and me thankful for a respite from this argument. A tall, vaguely familiar-looking man in his mid-50s is crossing the road in front of my SUV and smiling in obvious delight at my angel. I cast a practiced eye over him, taking in everything, leaving out nothing. Joseph has exited the car discreetly as well and is doing the same thing. He's a handsome guy with thick salt and pepper hair, but there are faint lines on his face that cannot be attributed to age alone. My guess is they're fairly recent. His body is lean and firm. The guy works out, but he's favoring his left arm. As I watch, he shifts his shopping bag to his other hand and winces from the slight movement. He never takes his eyes off Eve's face for a second, so I go to put a possessive hand on her arm. To my intense fury, she swerves out of the way. Oh boy, she is definitely getting punished hard for that. I see him clock the gesture. A slight frown appears on his face as his eyes travel upwards to fix on mine. Bam! I recognize him immediately, but not a muscle in my face betrays my shock. I could pick out those eyes from 50 yards away. This should be interesting. He's about 10 meters out now and closing in fast. My gaze shifts to Joseph, who is reaching underneath his shirt already. I shake my head. No bloodshed in this neighborhood. Not in front of Eve. I'm just going to have to front this out. Please, Dante, I hear her whisper. There's no playfulness in her voice anymore. She sounds scared, panicked, conflicted. Her two worlds are colliding in the worst possible way. Don't hurt him. I'll buy whatever dress you want. Promise me. You have to promise me. I say nothing. I can't give her any assurances right now. If this all goes south, then there's only one outcome. Evie, what an unexpected pleasure. Her father declares, his face splitting in two as he throws his good arm around her shoulders, forcing me to take a step back from this intrusion. That's an interesting outfit you're wearing, honey. I'm not even gonna try to understand fashion these days. Are you and Manuel still on for dinner tomorrow night? I'm planning my world-famous rib surprise. Your mom's already griping about the washing up, so I thought I'd buy her a little something to sweeten the deal. He chuckles at his own bad humor and rattles the small black Gucci bag in his hand. Manuel and Eve on a happy family dinner date. This day just keeps on getting better and better. Perhaps I need to break the other side of my young recruit's jaw to remind him about his boundaries. Thanks, Dad. Sounds great, Eve gasps, disentangling herself awkwardly. Myers' gaze shifts to me next, and I watch him take in my olive skin, dark hair, expensive car, clothes, and bodyguards. I don't believe we've met, he says, the smile freezing on his lips, his voice notably cooler, but he extends his hand to me anyway. The man has manners, and I respect that. Robert Myers. Sebastian Diaz, I say, taking his hand, giving nothing away. Not betraying for a single moment that a couple of months ago I had my gun pointing at his head and I chose to abduct his daughter instead. That 5 years ago I drove his only son to suicide. That I'm currently enemy one for his beloved D. This guy would tear me apart with his bare hands if he knew the half of it. Eve's fear is palpable. I can almost taste it. Her eyes keep darting back and forth between us. Joseph hasn't moved. He's still standing by the open car door, ready to attack if required. I know Tomas is too. He's shifted to the driver's seat, his hand on the ignition. If we need to get out of here fast, then he's the man to make it happen. So how do you two know each other? He asks, smiling at his daughter again, blissfully unaware of the cataclysmic fallout awaiting him if he so much as breathes on me the wrong way. We have a mutual work colleague in common, I answer smoothly. Or should that be former work colleague? The flash of annoyance on his face tells me exactly how he feels about his only daughter quitting her job. Don't start, Dad, she says quietly, catching sight of it too. I will start, Evie, he says, his expression darkening again. You're a damn fine writer. Your articles were doing the work of 10 of my agents. Eve shakes her head and stares at the pavement. Something's going down, baby. The Santiagos are on the ropes, he continues gently, oblivious of the sharp temperature drop. It's only a matter of time before we track them down. You had M running scared in the first place. There's an awkward silence, and then he seems to pull himself together. Forgive me, Mr. Diaz, he says, turning back to me. I'm a little too proud of my daughter sometimes. Have you kids of your own? There's a pause before I shake my head. No, I don't. Myers shrugs. Well, perhaps one day you'll understand. Anyway, baby, I'll see you and Manuel tomorrow. He leans over to peck Eve on the cheek. It was good meeting you, Mr. Diaz, he adds, but I know he's lying through his teeth. He's getting a bad vibe off me like he should. I watch him recross the street and climb into his car. A minute later, he's pulling away from the curb and waving briefly at us as he passes. Meanwhile, Eve and I are standing there in the middle of the most awkward silence imaginable. In truth, I have no idea what to say. Dante, my head snaps in Joseph's direction. Time to go. He's right. We need to keep moving. Towards the next kill, the next country, the next drama. I feel shattered suddenly. For a moment I imagine what it must have felt like to have a father like Myers growing up. Someone to laud my achievements instead of beating the shit out of me for not killing quick enough. For being too slow on the trigger. But these kinds of thoughts will always be pointless. There's no room for them in my life. I was born bad. The end result was always going to justify the means. Shopping time's over, I announce grimly, wrenching the door open for Eve. She glides into the car without looking at me, and I follow after, trying to keep my temper in check as she positions herself as far away from me as possible. Update from my team, Tomas says, passing me my iPad. They think your brother's heading south to Salamina. Either that or he's still seeking refuge in Cartagena. I take the iPad and skim the details, but I find myself glancing at Eve's profile more, taking in those soft lips and her sweet upturned nose. Her hair was still wet from the shower when we left my house, so she twisted it up into some kind of messy bun. I want to run my fingers through her long dark strands, reforging our connection and binding her back to me. She won't stop gazing out the window. Passing the iPad back to Tomas, I try to take her hand, but she wrenches it away from my grasp. I clench my jaw and chalk it up as another defiance. This was meant to be a fun outing, but it's turned into a juxtaposition of hell. I know how her mind works. She's sitting there totting up all the reasons why we shouldn't be together. There are too many against, and only one for, and I intend to remind her of this over and over for the rest of the afternoon. 29 Eve, this was always going to happen, but I figured it would be on my terms when it did. So much of the last few months has been dictated and governed by him. I just hoped it would be something I'd have a little more control over, a meeting set at my own pace. I hadn't counted on the element of surprise, and now it's a mess, a big, horrible, twisted mess. Seeing Dante and my father together has stirred up so many unwelcome memories. Suddenly, I was right back in that hospital room again, begging for his mercy, begging for us both. Seeing Dante as the cold-hearted killer, and not as the beautiful, conflicted man that I've come to crave. I'm so hurt and angry too. He ignored my pleas for a guarantee not to harm my father. As a result, it's broken something between us. Then there's the lie he told, the one about his daughter. He knows I've seen the photographs. Did he think I'd simply forget his reaction in the bunker when I questioned him about her? I wrongly assumed that with so much deception flying about that somehow there would be more transparency between us. God, I'm so naive. This man will never open up to me. I will always be an outsider, even when I'm in his bed. I'd like to go back to my place, I announced quietly. There's a pause. Fine. I need to debrief Manuel anyway. You mean beat the shit out of him again for daring to make friends with my father instead of pointing a gun at his head? My words are as vicious as my temper. Dante exhales loudly before reeling off my address to Joseph. I hate him all the more for it. Must he memorize every little detail of my life? We pull up to the curb just as Anna is slipping out of my apartment block, still wearing her slinky red dress from the night before. Walk of shame. She giggles when she spots me exiting the vehicle, then stops abruptly when Dante appears next to me. Seems like I'm not the only one. She raises her eyebrows at me, and I know I've got more than a little explaining to do. Is Manuel awake? Asks Dante, looking at her with disinterest as Joseph exits the vehicle too. Anna glances at the tall American next to Dante, and her eyebrows disappear into her blonde fringe. Wow, Evie, that's some company you're keeping. You and I really need to have a catch-up later. I'd like that, I smile, stepping forward to give her a quick hug. Did you have fun? I whisper. Oh yes, Anna says, her green eyes glittering with mischief. He was definitely worth the wait. Manuel, snaps Dante, his voice slicing through our chat. Is he up yet? He's growing impatient with her, so I place a hand on his arm to calm him as I silently beseech my friend to answer. Hurry, Anna, he doesn't like to ask twice. Yeah, he's up, she says, staring down at my hand. I feel a great sadness suddenly. In other circumstance, she would have shot back a feisty reply, something like, "Don't be silly, he's been up all night, ha ha." Not today, though. These dangerous criminals and their sinister presence have stolen all of her sass, just like Dante's stolen all of my innocence. He's given me back my lust for life, but he's also given me uncertainty, doubt, fear. The world will always be a darker place for me now. Couldn't you at least try to be nice to my friends? I say to him as we take the elevator up to the 5th floor together. He just shoves his hands in his jeans pockets and glares at me, his black t-shirt stretching flush against his abs and making that fine definition clear for all to see. I look away quickly. I'm too mad at him to even contemplate being turned on, but there it is again, that persistent beat, thrumming away between my thighs. Oh, for God's sake, I mutter, folding my arms and moving away from him, but the elevator carriage is too small and I end up crashing into Joseph instead. Wow, he's another man built of solid muscle. The door to my small 2-bed apartment opens up into a light and breezy living space with a small kitchenette off to one side. Manuel doesn't hear us come in. He's leaning against the side of the breakfast bar, barefoot, bare-chested, devouring a bowl of my cereal like he hasn't eaten in months. Lucky Anna, I think, right before Dante and his posse start menacing up the place. All of a sudden, there's not enough room for all the testosterone. "Get your shirt on," Dante snarls, and Manuel practically drops his bowl in fright. He curses, apologizes to his boss, and then dives for my spare bedroom. "Stop throwing your weight around," I say furiously, but he just ignores me and turns to speak to Joseph instead. He's got that unnerving stillness about him again, like the ominous tick of a bomb before it explodes. "Get that son of a bitch out of here," I hear him say. Joseph nods and moves towards the bedroom. I can't be in the same room as Dante anymore. He's driving me mad, grabbing a bowl from the cupboard. I tip way too much cereal into it before storming past him and into my bedroom, slamming the door behind me. I sit down on the edge of my bed to take a mouthful, but it tastes like cardboard without milk. There's no way I'm going back out there again, so I bang the bowl down on the nightstand and curl up under my silver quilt instead. As I do, I catch sight of a collection of old photos stuck to the cork pin board opposite. Me and Anna laughing, drinking, having fun. Our first years of college before life got way too complicated. I shudder at how much I lived under a cloud of blissful ignorance before Dante Santiago came along. A few minutes pass and then I hear the front door slam. Moments later, there's movement outside my room. The handle is turning. Dante doesn't bother knocking. He just walks on in like he owns the place and stands there at the foot of my bed, glaring down at me. "Are you sick?" "Sick of you," I mutter, refusing to look at him. After a beat, he strolls into my periphery to take a closer look at the pin board I'm gazing at. My eyeline can't help but dip a little to the sight of his gorgeous form. Why does this devil have to look like such a god? "What college were you at?" he murmurs. "You know that already. You know everything about me, so why don't we turn the question into a rhetorical one?" There's a pause. "Northwestern. Are you serious?" "I was a bright kid," he shrugs. "Too bad it didn't translate to adulthood." He doesn't answer. It's like he hasn't even heard me. I can't be bothered with his mind games today. I just want to sleep. "Dante, listen. I messed up," he says suddenly. "I should have given you that assurance about your father." I'm shocked. "I thought you didn't do." "I don't, but it seems that once again, Miss Miller, you've pricked at my conscience." There's an edge to his voice now. He said his apology and he wants to move on. "I thought men like you don't have guilty." "We don't." He turns his head to look at me and I see a brief flash of the storm inside him before he shuts it down twice as quick. I'm the one exception to the rule. He leans against the edge of my desk and crosses his arms in front of him. It's like he's bracing himself for the next intrusive blow. "You hurt me more with your lie than your silence, Dante," I say quietly. He frowns. "I never lie to you, Eve." I re-emerge from the safety of my quilt and rest my back and shoulders against my bedstead, tucking my knees up to my chest and wrapping my arms around them. I'm still wearing his white t-shirt and it's swamping my slender body again. "What about when my dad asked if you had kids?" "I didn't lie," he repeats, gazing steadily back at his dark eyes burning a hole in my face. "I did have a daughter, but she's been missing, presumed dead, for nearly 15 years now." "Oh my God. Why didn't you tell me?" I whisper. I can't even conceive the horror of having to live with that much uncertainty for so long. He shrugs again. "There's not much to tell. She paid the price for having me as her father." "I'm so sorry." "Don't be," he says brusquely. "I didn't tell you to curry favor. She's not some convenient card I pull out whenever I need to ingratiate myself with you. I leave the country in a few hours for another continent and I don't know when I'll return. I'm trying to be as straight as I can so you don't go to sleep every night despising yourself for missing such a monster." It takes me a beat to digest his words and another to clock the wicked gleam in his eye. "Why, you arrogant." But I never get to finish. Before I know it, he's pinning me to the bedstead by his mouth, his insistent tongue rimming the edges of my lips and demanding entry. I concede with a gasp, and we begin kissing with all our usual passion. His hand is at the back of my head to hold me steady. Mine is plunging into that silky dark hair and tugging roughly. He continues his magic, and somehow I find myself flat on my back with him settling between my legs, his body pressed against mine as he slowly moves against me, arousing every nerve and impulse until I'm hovering right on the edge. What was her name? I gasp. Isabella. His eyes dull with pain before he silences everything with another kiss. That's beautiful. Too much talking. With a growl, he rears backwards, taking my clothing with him, grazing my thigh with his short nails in his rush to remove them. The time for conversation is over. That tiny glimmer into the window to his soul has slammed shut again. His only impulse now is to lose himself in the stupor we create together. Dante, slow down, but he's too lost in the moment. He wrenches me into a sitting position and whips off my t-shirt and the remains of Anna's dress. Put your arms around my neck. I do as he says, though I'm frightened by the look on his face. It's too singular, too remote. Somehow our usual connection is misfiring. He carries me into the kitchen and settles me on top of the breakfast bar, impatiently kicking the stool out of the way to make room for us. Stepping back, he removes his clothes, slamming his gun down on the counter next to me, never once taking his eyes off my face for a second longer than necessary. I swear I could come just from the look in his eyes, so primal, so dominant. It's like I'm the only person in the world and he'd kill to have me. Manuel's presence in my apartment has unnerved him, and he means to claim my body back for his own. Without warning, he grabs me by the back of my knees and drags me to the edge of the counter, the thick muscles in his forearms straining as I lose my balance and topple sideways. Slow down. I beg him again, smacking the palms of my hands down to steady myself. No incidents today, thank you. I give you no promises, he snarls, wrapping my legs around his waist. We'll both be aching tomorrow, my angel. Don't worry, I'll make you feel incredible first, though. I want you ready before I take you for the rest of the afternoon. A low sound escapes my lips. He's the only man alive who can ignite this crazy wildfire inside me. My body is burning already. One touch and I know I'll be crying out his name. He cups my left breast and inclines his head to feast upon my nipple. When are you due your next shot? I'm rudely jolted out of my Santiago trance. Next week, why? Good, don't forget it. Incensed, I drop my legs from his waist and jerk backwards out of his grasp, wincing as his teeth catch the tip of my nipple. Having a baby with a wanted criminal isn't exactly high on my list of achievements, Dante. I don't know why I'm so mad. I don't want a baby with him. I'd be crazy to even consider it, but it's like I can't stand the thought of some other woman giving him something that I won't. He sighs and lets go of me, placing his fists on the counter either side of my body, imprisoning me right where I'm sitting. I know that's not what you want, Eve. That's why I bought it up. Well, your timing sucks. So it would seem, he says grimly. Can I get on with this now? I have a plane to catch. No, you can't. I shove him away and jump down from the counter, but he grabs my wrist and pulls me back to him. Somehow I end up bent double over my own breakfast bar, with the heat of his body pressed tightly against me. My hands wrench behind me and his forearm across my shoulder blades, forcing me down into the icy cold surface. I'm not done with you yet, Eve. You know what your defiance does to me. Get off me. I hiss, struggling to free myself and failing miserably. I'm like a fly batting away a horse. I mean it this time. Let's see how much you mean it in a minute, he says, dropping his mouth to the base of my spine, his forearm still pressing me into the counter. All my resistance evaporates when I feel his tongue trace a hard line downwards. He stops tantalizing close to my core, preferring to slide his hand up the inside of my thigh instead. He keeps up an agonizingly slow rhythm, which puts me right on the edge in seconds. Shit, oh shit, I groan helplessly. Stretch your hands above your head, he orders, letting go of my arms. Trance-like, I do as he says, my fingertips flexing around the tip of the counter as my body starts to ripple and shudder against his intrusion. Don't respond until I say so, now brace yourself. For what? I think hazily. A second later I have my answer as his stinging slap ricochets off me. The force of his blow jolts my hips forward, colliding with the side of the counter. At the same time, I can feel the fingers from his other hand plunging back inside me. Not letting me catch my breath, he smacks me again. And again. And again. I count 4 in total before my climax consumes me in a potent mix of fire and flame. I'm tipped over the precipice by that exquisite duology of pain and pleasure. I told you not to respond, he says harshly as I lie there convulsing against the counter, gripping on as tight as I can. I couldn't help it, you're a sadist for making me hold off. He removes his fingers from my body. A moment later his hands are on my hips and he's burying himself deep inside of me. Heavens! He smacks me again, the bite of his touch bringing tears to my eyes. What have I told you about cursing? Screw you. I turn my head to the side to look at him. I'm not your angel anymore, Dante. It's more like you're my devil now. Don't say that, he snarls, grinding his hips against me. Your light appeases my dark, Eve. When we're together I can almost taste whatever good is left in me. And what happens when we're apart? His gun is lying inches from my face and terrible thoughts keep stealing into my mind. How many people have you killed in the last 2 months? Don't ask questions you don't want the answers to. I could smell the blood on your skin at that club. That's why you didn't want to see me. You weren't sure if your demons were quite satisfied. You keep shielding me from the real you, Dante, but can't you see? My imagination is far worse than you'll ever be. There's a pause and then I feel his forehead touch the soft skin beneath my shoulder blades as he leans over to cover my hands with his own. He's buried so deep inside me that there's a dull ache intermingling with the sheer indulgence of him now. If anyone can save me, you can, Eve, he murmurs, nuzzling upwards and into my neck. I can't save a man who doesn't want to be saved. He rears back only to slam forward into my body again, filling me up completely. I'm done with this conversation. Not like this, I plead, feeling my inner muscles quivering around him again. Take me back to my bedroom and be gentle with me. He slams back into me once more. We don't do gentle, Eve, we do this, dark and intense, satisfying that need in both of us. Maybe we need to relearn everything. Maybe we only do this because the nothingness it creates makes it easier to forget how different we really are. He curses and withdraws completely, the sudden absence of his body heat leaving me cold and bereft. I turn to find him standing a meter away, just staring at me. That stillness has settled over his expression again. Is it such a crazy theory? I offer tentatively. He doesn't answer. Instead, I watch in mounting disbelief as he picks up his jeans and pulls his t-shirt back over his head. It's time I left. Pass me my gun. Dante, I asked you to pass me my gun, Eve. No. I walk up to him and bind my arms around his neck, breathing in his frustration and anger, placing myself between the cold-hearted killer and his weapon of choice. I've never felt more exposed. He doesn't move away, but he doesn't return my embrace either. Be gentle with me, I whisper, and this time I feel his whole body judder in response. I can't, Eve, he sounds pained. This gives me an element of control. I can't lose that around you. You won't. I trust you. You shouldn't, he says sharply, pushing me away. You have no idea. You think your imagination takes you to dark places. Trust me, my capabilities are so much worse. He takes a step towards me and cups my jaw in his hands, running the pads of his thumbs roughly across my lips as I try not to flinch away. He stands at least a foot taller than me and I can feel the raw power and strength emanating from his body, intimidating me, enthralling me. His eyes are so dark and unflinching, the eyes of a killer. You're right about that night in the club, Eve. I slaughtered 3 men that day. I tortured the last one for 5 hours before he gave me what I wanted. I try to wrench my head to the side, but his grip is unflinching. He's giving me no choice but to accept all of his truth. "Is this what you want to hear?" he says, his lips peeling back into a snarl. "Because I have a whole roll call of depravity and sin I can share with you." "Why?" I whisper. "Why do I take such pleasure in hurting people?" "Because I enjoy it, Eve. It's the only thing that gets me as worked up as you do." There's a horrible, lingering pause. Saving me seems a bit of a stretch now, doesn't it? I know what he's doing. He's daring me to turn away now that he's shared his terrible secret. Men like me don't do gentle. We take what we want and then go. "Have you finished taking what you want from me?" I despise the hurt I hear in my voice. How can I still want him after everything he's just told me? This is a man who thrives off of killing people. "If I don't leave now, I'll end up hurting you." He drops his hands to refasten his jeans as I grab the gray check throw from the back of the couch to wrap around my body. "I may not understand what it's like to kill and enjoy it, Dante, but I know what it feels like to be broken inside." "I think we may have differing opinions on what constitutes broken," he scoffs, picking up his cell from my coffee table and tapping out a quick message. "You don't get to have a monopoly on this." "Oh, I think I do." I watch him slip on his shoes and head for the door. "Stop," I say softly, but his hand is already on the handle. "Please, Dante, I don't want you to go." He's opening it now. "I love you." The three words slip from my mouth almost like an afterthought, but their eloquence wrapped up in the simplest of idioms, connecting my heat and desire for him so flawlessly I find myself questioning why I never uttered them to him before. I watch his handsome face crease in confusion. That's when it hits me. He doesn't think he's deserving of love. Not now, not ever. He hurts people because that's all he's ever known. He's never been shown an alternative. I walk over to him and take him by the hand and lead him into my bedroom. He follows willingly, meekly even, but as soon as we step over the threshold, he's pushing me up against the nearest wall and trying to take back some semblance of control, bunching my hair around his fists and pressing his whole body weight against mine. "How can you love me?" he snarls. "How is that even possible? I've stolen from you, kidnapped you, hurt you, showed you my true self. Maybe I see more than that. Maybe, despite everything, I still think you're worth loving." He stares at me for a moment before tugging away my throw, scooping me up into his arms and placing me gently in the middle of the bed. Undressing quickly, he settles himself between my legs. "I wish I could be the man you see in me," he groans, nuzzling into my neck. "You will," I say, easing some of the burden in his voice with my certainty, "because I refuse to see any other." He kisses me then, entangling our tongues in a deep, deliciously slow rhythm that leaves me squirming against the sheets. I run my hands across the thick knot of muscles adorning his back as he rises up on his elbows and buries his fingers into my hair again, his body nudging up against mine. Wrapping my legs around his waist, I open myself wide to him, and he slides in easily, nipping at the hollow of my neck, burning my cheek with his stubble as he jerks his hips upwards, slowly, so slowly, working every inch of himself into me. There's a gentleness to his touch that I've never known before. He's trying so hard to give me what I asked of him, and I find myself loving him all the more for it. We settle into a temperate rhythm, his downward thrusts grinding so deeply into me that I feel skin on skin, shifting his position constantly to ensure his lower abdomen purposely brushes against me. At the same time, I can feel his body quivering as he tries hard to hold himself back. His hand leaves my hair to grip the nearby pillowcase so tightly that his knuckles turn white as his groans fill the silence of my room. "Look at me," he gasps, and I do just that, gazing up at those dark irises with their seldom-seen flecks of gold, so evocative of this man's soul, like guiding lights in a sea of darkness. "You are my everything, Eve Miller," he declares. "If I thought myself capable of those 3 words, I'd give them back to you, I swear it." "It's okay," I whisper, tightening my grip around his neck. "Until that time, I'll love enough for the both of us." He bows his mouth to my own as he keeps on moving with that divine pace, making me feel cherished with his words, his body and his tongue, intensifying the pleasure until neither one of us can hold back any longer. We reach our peak together to the sounds of my soft cries and his animalistic roars, my nails ripping a jagged red course down his back as he moans my name over and over again into my hair, only juddering to a stop when he's emptied every single drop of himself inside me. And in that moment there are no broken rules or compromised morals, no complications or sin. The only thing that matters here is us. 30 Eve too many goodbyes, Dante. I chide him softly, watching him dress for the third time today, rewarding me with a reverse striptease that's equally as erotic. It won't be like this for much longer, he reassures me, sliding his gun into the waistband of his jeans. He straightens up and there's a strange expression on his face. I had a vision about being with you like that the night we first met. Before or after you held a gun to my head, he shoots me a look. You with your dark hair spilling all around me and your nails shredding my back. Oh, did I hurt you? I raise the sheet to my face to hide my blushes. Sweetest pain I've ever felt, he says, his lips twitching. Well, it's not a vision anymore. I drop the sheet and kneel on the bed before him, wrapping my arms tightly around his waist, laying my cheek on his chest and breathing in the heady, masculine scent of him. He hasn't showered and my guess is he has no intention of it. Like me, he wants to keep the smell of us on his skin for as long as possible. He plants a quick, chaste kiss on the top of my head and unravels himself from my arms. I need to leave soon and I have to speak to Manuel first. He's downstairs in the car waiting for me. Please don't give him a hard time. The kindness you showed him all those years ago has left a big impression. What kindness? You used to stop and talk to him when he was a boy. Dante shrugs. I don't remember, he must be mistaken. Bullshit, you do remember. Stop dismissing yourself like that. Why can't you accept that you're not a total monster all the time? You're the only one who thinks so, he murmurs, bending down to catch my lips with his own. Will you take your knife back too? Ounds. No, you should keep it. Please, Dante, there's so much security around me now. You're in more danger than me. He considers this for a moment. Fine, he says, picking it up off my nightstand and then sitting back down on the bed. Return to me, I whisper, pressing my palms against the side of his jaw, reluctant suddenly to let him go. Always, he says, kissing my lips again. I'll be back before you know it. Unease and despair are lying in wait for me as soon as the front door closes. This isn't some safe business trip he's taking. He's traveling into the eye of the storm to seek out and murder his brother. The more I try to wrap my head around it, the more improbable it sounds. Somehow I need to find a way to entice him out of the shadows, to show him that there's another way, like he's done for me. Perhaps then his bloodlust will start to lessen. I flick through the pages of a book to try to distract myself, but I see Dante in every line. It's his fault. He asked me to meld him with all my fictional heroes, to supplant his own failings with their strengths. But Dante Santiago is too complex for that. There is no man, imaginary or otherwise, who can match his beauty, his confidence, his presence. His strengths are too great, his weaknesses too deplorable. He's the only man I see when I close my eyes. I must have fallen asleep because the next thing I know it's pitch black and someone is tapping at my bedroom door. Señorita. Hang on a minute, Manuel, I yell, grabbing an old gray college sweatshirt from the chair next to my bed and tugging it over my head. He knocks again. Okay, I'm good. He enters with a guilty expression on his handsome face. He thinks I'm going to give him a hard time about spending time with my best friend. Are you hungry? I cooked pasta. What, no hot date with Anna? I joke, trying to put him at ease. He rolls his eyes and shakes his head, but something tells me he's not fully on board with that plan. I asked Dante not to give you hard time, I wail, reading between the lines. He didn't, he grins. But my first priority is you, Señorita. Perhaps when Señor Santiago returns. The cell on my nightstand starts ringing, interrupting us. I tilt my head to see who's calling, but the number's withheld. I bet it's Dante on one of his crazy, high-security lines that zips around the world 48 times before connecting. "Hold that thought," I say, picking it up. "Miss Miller?" "Yes." "Miss Eve Miller." I pause. Something about the caller's heavy accent is making the skin on the back of my arms tingle, and not in a good Dante-like way. At the same time, I hear a faint knocking at my front door. "I'll get it," Manuel whispers. "Who's calling, please?" I say, nodding my thanks at him. The caller chuckles. "You let that good-looking bodyguard of yours answer the door, Miss Miller, and all will be revealed." My blood turns to ice. "Manuel, stop!" I scream, flying from my bed, not bothering to hang up. "Don't open the door." But it's too late. It will always be too late. The next few seconds play out in horrific slow motion. Manuel's hand is still resting on the handle, his profile half-lit from the light in the hallway outside, when I see his expression switch from surprise to anger. At the same time, his other hand dives under the back of his shirt for his gun. The next thing I hear is a dull roar and a distant, piercing scream. The back of my bodyguard's head explodes in a cascade of crimson as his body is propelled backwards into my living room, coming to rest sprawled out across my broken glass coffee table. More seconds tick. I can't take my eyes off Manuel's dead body. There's nothing left of his head other than a bloody, bleeding stump. Reality hits me like a hard slap to my face, and my stomach roils in revulsion. My brother's woman, I presume. Recognizing the same contemptuous voice from the call, I drag my gaze upwards. 3 men are standing in my doorway, all staring at me, but I only see one. He's tall and rail-thin, olive-skinned with slicked-back dark hair, a solid jawline, and the same razor-sharp cheekbones that I've kissed 1,000,000 times. I meet his cold, unflinching gaze as random thoughts slice my mind like shrapnel from a detonated bomb. He's in Colombia. Dante promised me. Is my security detail dead too? "You're a hard woman to track down, Eve Miller," Emilio Santiago sighs, stepping further into my living room. "I tortured every single man in Dante's compound, and I still couldn't get the location of your little rat cave." Revolted, I watch him rake his gaze up my bare legs and then linger over the heavy swell of my breasts beneath my gray college sweater. "Well, he has taste, I'll give him that," he murmurs, and his men laugh. What are you doing here?" I stutter, tugging down my sweater to cover as much exposed skin as I can. He doesn't answer immediately. Instead, he transfers his gun to his other hand and calmly shuts the door behind him. "Do you know who I am?" I nod weakly. "Good. That spares us the painful, drawn-out introductions." He glances around my small apartment, wincing in distaste at the colorful chaos of my overloaded bookcase, my collection of mismatched, well-loved furniture, and the dark bloodstains spreading across my favorite cream rug. "I'm afraid I don't share Dante's affection for this country, Miss Miller. I loathe both the place and the people." "Go back to Colombia, then," I whisper, earning me a tight smile, but it's one that never reaches his eyes. It doesn't even come close. "Oh, I'm planning on it, just as soon as my business here is done." "I can't help you, I don't know where Dante is," I say quickly, inching backwards towards my bedroom. "I know you don't." My steps falter. "What does he want with me then?" At the same time, I realize I'm still clutching my cell. I angle my wrist away from the men and slide it carefully behind my back and out of view. If I can somehow get to my room and barricade the door shut, it might buy me enough time to call for help. Emilio looks faintly amused. "Would you like to hand over your cell phone now, Miss Miller? Or do I have to break every one of those delicate little fingers in the process?" I stare back at him, all wide-eyed and innocent, though my heart is pounding right out of my chest. "I don't know what you mean. Diego, please show her how I deal with liars." I cringe backwards as the largest of his 2 men makes his towards me with an unpleasant expression on his face. Ripping the phone out of my hand, I see a blur of his fist before my left eye socket explodes in a blaze of blinding agony. He throws me to the floor as my hand flies to my face to staunch the heat that's radiating like molten lava down through my jaw and up into my hairline. When I pull my trembling fingers away again, they're drenched in blood. Shit, shit, shit. Not so pretty with a broken cheekbone, Emilio sighs, a note of quiet satisfaction in his voice. Still, I know how much my brother enjoys inflicting pain on his women. I'm sure you're used to it by now. How did you find me? I gasped, choking down the urge to vomit again. I can't seem to think straight. Any minute now I'm going to pass out. Dante shouldn't put so much trust in his confidants. Emilio crouches down on his haunches and brings his face level with mine. I recoil in horror against the wall. His cold, dead eyes are even more terrible close-up. His aftershave is bitter and overpowering, and my stomach starts roiling all over again. Time to leave, sweetheart, he grins. And guess what? You're coming too. 31 Dante, come take a look at this. Joseph's words drag me away from my Eve-related thoughts. I'm here in my shitty monochrome kitchen again, arms crossed, back against the breakfast counter, idling away the minutes until Tomas does whatever the hell he needs to do so we can get the hell out of here. He insisted on swinging by to collect some personal items on our way to Miami Opalaka. He's taking his sweet time about it, though. My aircraft is fueled and waiting. We should be halfway to Colombia by now. What it is, I say, glancing over. Joseph's mouth is stretched into a grim line. Instantly I'm on high alert. I take the iPad from his outstretched fingers and scan the email. What the hell is this? I hiss moments later, an icy cool breeze washing over me. Tomas contacted them right. He's been across this from the start, as soon as we learned Emilio was back in South America. The latest coordinates didn't add up. We were chasing our tails, so I asked the guys looking into your daughter's disappearance to do some investigation on the quiet. That email confirms my suspicions. Tomas never instructed a team in Cartagena after we terminated Nicola's. Whatever status reports he's been showing us detailing Emilio's whereabouts have all been fabricated. I spring away from the counter as if it's burning. Are you saying my brother might not be in Colombia? I'm saying no one knows where the hell he is because Tomas never looked into it. But why the hell would he? I trail off and stare at Joseph. Seconds later, I'm tossing the iPad onto the counter and retrieving my gun as Joseph does the same. He's still in the house, he hisses. I curse and motion him back from the open doorway. If Tomas is working with Emilio, he knows everything, the location of the island, the deal with Sanders, Eve's whereabouts. I can't even comprehend that right now. Go bring the car round. We need to get the hell out of here. We need to warn Manuel. I'm afraid it's too late for that. Joseph and I whip round together, guns raised, poised for action. Tomas is standing right behind us, swinging a cell phone between his forefinger and his thumb, cool as anything, like he doesn't have the two new deadliest mercenaries on the block pointing their trigger fingers in his direction. You double-crossing asshole, I say calmly. You orchestrated the ambush in Colombia as well, didn't you? Tomas' smug expression makes me want to smash the butt of my gun against the side of his face, repeatedly. Bullets are too good to waste on this son of a bitch. They were men you helped train yourself, I hear Joseph say, and I know this is deeply personal to him. He vetted Tomas before he joined our organization. He came to us highly recommended. At one point did my brother turn him. All expendable, he drawls, unmoved by his words. Lower your weapons, please, gentlemen. No one makes a move. Stalemate. I'm filled with rage then for Tomas, my brother, myself. I've been too distracted by Eve. I knew from the get-go that she and my business would be a match made in hell. Meanwhile, Tomas, tan skin, is turning his blue eyes into chips of ice. I said lower them, Dante, or you don't get to see that pretty girl alive again. The beast inside me roars to life. What have you done with her? I growl, my hands tightening around the trigger. If that sick bastard has touched a single hair on her head, Dante. Joseph's hand is on my shoulder. He knows I'm a bomb mere seconds from detonating. If I kill Tomas, I may never see Eve again. There are noises in the front lobby now. Men's voices, accented, unfamiliar. I don't even need to ask whose command they're following. Tomas used one of his old SAW contacts as security for this house. All of my newest recruits are out tracking Eve. My guess is they're already dead. How long have you been playing us? I hear Joseph ask him. Long enough. Take me to her. I slam my weapon down on the counter and slide it in his direction. Hesitating, Joseph follows my lead. Tomas catches them easily and then has the nerve to smile at us. My anger is like a veil of red descending over me. I find myself halfway across the kitchen before Joseph manages to pull me back. Rein it in, Santiago, Tomas growls, his smile fading fast, and we find ourselves staring down the barrels of our own weapons. Believe me when I say you're not in control of this situation anymore. Not even close. Guns never faze me. They're just pretty pieces of metal that satisfy a dark, lingering hunger. The ones with their fingers on the trigger have far more of an affect, and right now they've definitely caught my attention. Joseph and I are sat in the back of an SUV with two muzzles trained on us by a couple of the hardest-eyed motherfuckers I've ever encountered. They wouldn't think twice about blowing the back of our heads off. Violence is their only anthem. I can't even glance at Joseph without a fist connecting with my face. My nose is broken in 2 places already, but I don't feel the familiar, smarting ache because the beast inside is consuming me again, blocking out all nerve endings and pain receptors. My hands are tied behind my back, but he's prowling up and down the bars of his cage regardless, just waiting for his opportunity to unleash hell. Still, there's a growing unease inside me too, and it's one that won't quit. With Sanders on my side, I figured I could outgun and outsmart anyone. What I didn't count on was Tomas and his army of buzzcut brothers stepping up to wreck the party. But I should have. The car brakes sharply and we're forced out at gunpoint. The salty air hits my senses. We're right on the edge of the container docks, next to a grim, gray line of empty warehouses with broken windows. The rasping cries of the gulls above our heads are loud enough to drown out whatever unpleasantness is about to transpire. "Move it," says Tomas, shoving me towards the open doorway of the nearest warehouse as more men exit the cars behind us. They start to converge on us, all pointing their weapons in my direction. My military training misses nothing, not the deep depth of the water running parallel to me, nor the lack of security cameras. Not even the 2 snipers stationed on the roof of the warehouse next door. Then there are the 3 vehicles parked a little way up the track. Calculations form the basis of escape plans. 6 vehicles in total means that there are at least 30 men waiting to mess us up. The sight that greets me when we step inside is my worst nightmare. Eve, half-dressed in a gray college sweatshirt and strung up by her hands, suspended from a rusted metal joist above her head, her black panties and slender, pale stomach on display, a stomach that I've kissed and tasted 1,000 times. The left side of her face is a bloody mess, her dark hair is matted crimson. She's not moving and her head is pitched forward at an angle like that of a broken flower. She's out cold. I quickly scan the inside of her thighs for more blood. To my relief, there's none. So far, these animals have only used their fists to ravage her body. I know that will all change if I don't cooperate. "Don, glad you could join us." Emilio. The beast inside lets out an almighty roar. I don't bother turning in his direction. My focus is fixed on my future. "What the hell have you done to her?" I howl, striding over to Eve, but a couple of meters out I feel a stinging blow to the back of my head. It's one that forces me to my knees. "Only what was necessary," I hear my brother say as I focus on the dirty concrete floor to stop the world from blacking out. The whole of my skull is on fire. Expensive black loafers slide into my line of vision. Emilio always did have shit taste in shoes. I will myself back to full consciousness again. I need to stay sharp. I need to figure out a way to get us out of this. What is this charade, brother? I say, forcing my gaze upwards to meet his head-on, feeling a surge of satisfaction when I see the fear in his eyes. My head's smashed up, my hands are bound, and I'm on my knees in front of him, and he still doesn't think he's incapacitated me enough to stop me ripping his throat out. He's right as well. If you want me dead, then put a bullet in my head and be done with it. Let Joseph and Eve go. Where's the fun in that? He laughs, taking a step back from me. At the same time, my fingers connect with a hard lump in the back pocket of my jeans. Eve's knife. I wonder, keeping my eyes trained on Emilio, aware of Tomas' militia gathering en masse behind him. I inch the knife out of my pocket and flick the blade up, slicing my fingers in the process. I pause only when Joseph is shoved in my direction and has his knees kicked out from under him. Fucking hell, he groans, landing hard on his knees. I watch his gray eyes glance across to mine and then downwards. Like a total pro, he takes in the situation without any trace of a reaction. I sense his solidarity. This is a battle we might not win, but he'll go down fighting alongside me. We share 17 years of history. We kill together. We die together. And that's the way we'll ride that bitch all the way the end. I've decided that death is too simple a solution for you, Dante, Emilio announces, his scrawny face lighting up with malice. Instead, I've decided to make you suffer. By making my ears bleed with your incessant whining. I drawl, slicing at the ropes binding my wrists together, barely moving a muscle in my forearms as I do, letting my fingers and hands take the brunt of the work. They're soon cramping in protest, but I carry on regardless. My angel's life is at stake. Emilio smirks. On the contrary, there are other ways to destroy a man. You're going to kneel right there whilst I eliminate the 3 things that mean the most to you. How inventive, I say, sounding bored. Tell me, did you come up with this plan all by yourself, or is this Tomas' idea? He's a disloyal motherfucker, but I'll credit him with a couple more brain cells than you. I get the reaction I'm hoping for when I see the mask of rage descending over my brother's face. You've dishonored the Santiago name for the last time, Dante. You can't descend from the gutter, asshole, I scoff, the first strand of rope working loose. Our father drove us straight to hell and then kicked us both out. You're far worse than he ever was. That shuts me up. It's a truth that even I refuse to accept. Army life really messed with your head, didn't it? Or should we attribute your killer instinct to your daughter's disappearance? Whatever it was turned you into a loose cannon with a talent for torture, and for a time I was happy to exploit it. Cut the bullshit, Emilio, I snarl. What's this really all about? The business, have it. Take your beef up with Sanders. I don't want any part of it anymore. Emilio starts laughing again. Sanders will be dead by the morning, but that's more about tying up loose ends. You know how much I hate those. He slides his hands into his pockets and considers me coldly for a moment. This isn't about money, Dante, it's about peace of mind. Now it's my turn to smile, but it's more a hate-filled grimace than anything else. Are you drawing a line under me, Emilio? Is this my penance for putting a bullet in our father's head? I'm guessing at his motives now. It has to be something personal, some wrong I've done him in the past. Meanwhile, a second strand of rope works itself free. 3 more to go. No, that dog long outlived his usefulness. He needed to be put down. The truth is I'm tired of always looking over my shoulder for you, Dante. Waiting for that sharp knife, the well-aimed bullet, the car bomb. Jesus Christ, you always were a paranoid fuck, Emilio, I say, shaking my head at him in disgust. I was quite happy keeping 1,000 miles between us. And I believed you until you learned the truth, which I guess was an inevitability. I pause. What truth? That I have a nasty habit too, Dante. Some might call it a family trait. What the hell are you talking about? Something tells me I'm about to be blindsided by a whole heap of dark and twisted shit. Even so, he seems surprised by my reaction. But surely you've guessed. That confrontation in Colombia had me convinced. He considers me carefully for a moment. Or perhaps not. It makes no difference. You're as good as dead anyway. He cocks his gaunt face to one side and moves in as close to me as he dares whilst I stare up into the flat, black eyes of a madman. I like to kill people too, Dante, he whispers conspiratorially. But shhhhhh, he wags his finger in front of his lips and retreats to a safe distance again. There's silence. Who did you kill, Emilio? Say it, asshole. Don't leave me in suspense. He smirks again. You didn't think you'd have all the fun, did you? My eyes shift to Tomas, who's standing nearby. And you switched allegiance to this crazy motherfucker. I yell at him, frustration amping up the volume of my voice. What the hell did he offer you that I couldn't? Revenge, says Tomas, making the word sound like a hammer blow. Valentina was my girl, Dante. You strung her up and watched her bleed out for 2 days. She's still alive, you fool. She's in a hospital in Mozambique recovering. You can thank my angel for that sliver of leniency. If it were up to me, I would have slaughtered the two-faced bitch. What if she was Eve, Dante? What if things were reversed? Would you let me live? No chance. I'd slit your throat from ear to ear. Tomas nods at my silence. Exactly. So this is it, my final reckoning, where all of my past sins and transgressions are converging to make one hell of a finale for me. I don't regret any of it save one. Dragging the sweetest damn angel to ever walk the face of this earth into my unholy mess of a life. She shouldn't have to pay for what I've done. My anger filters all the way through to my fingertips, and I resume my sawing twofold. My fingers are slick with blood now, and I nearly drop the knife twice. Another strand works loose. Isabella was the most satisfying, announces my brother suddenly. I go very still. Dante, Joseph gasps. Don't listen to him, he's messing with your head. Diego, Emilio orders. A second later, a bullet is ripping through Joseph's shoulder, pinning him to the concrete floor. He's silent in his agony. He'll never give Emilio the satisfaction, but I know it's costing him greatly. His hands are still bound behind his back, and that tight angle is dragging at the gaping wound. Blood is drenching his blue shirt already. From my vantage point, I try and assess the injury the best I can. If I can staunch the bleeding, he'll live, but it's gonna hurt like a bitch in the interim. I'm going to gut you for this, Emilio, I roar, rising to my feet to the sound of 30 grown men aiming their loaded weapons at me. She took 3 hours to die, he smiles, basking in my rapt attention at last. But there's no body, I say hoarsely. I've been searching. Try the bottom of Lake Toda, you might have more luck. The certainty is his voice leaves me with little doubt. For a moment I consider ending it all now with my hands wrapped around his neck. 30 bullets in my body will make it quick, but I can't leave Eve behind. I know what Tomas will do to her. I've seen how his eyes linger on her. Who else? I mutter. Isabella's mother, our mother. No, it wasn't suicide after all. The injustice is breathtaking. Every bait, every provocation that has driven my bloodlust to such extremes has been perpetrated by this man, my own brother. I killed our father because of this. I explode, unable to contain my anger. You led me to believe he'd abducted her. Emilio shrugs. It was time to take over the business. My skull is pounding. Sweet oblivion is beckoning me ever closer. I'm losing focus. If we ever get out of this, I'll grieve for my daughter then. In the meantime, I need to save my angel. If I do one decent thing in my life, it has to be that. 3, I say wearily, dropping to my knees to give him the impression of a defeated man. You said you'd be taking 3 things from me today. I assume Isabella is the first. I stumble over her name. She didn't deserve to die, and neither does Eve. Our mother the second. Fuck no, that bitch doesn't even count, but you do, don't you, sweetheart? Emilio jerks his head in Eve's direction. I force myself to look at her again, and when I do, my heart stops dead for a beat or two. Sometime in the last few minutes, she's come around. She's staring straight at me, her blue sapphires punching a line into my soul, stripping away all of my bravado, all of my bullshit. I did this to her. I forced her to accept this life, and for the first time in my life, my guilt is a swinging guillotine above my head. How much has she heard? And the last. I say, never once taking my eyes off of Eve's battered, bruised face. I see both defiance and strength there. She has never looked more beautiful. Your anonymity. I whip round in shock. What? Emilio looks delighted with my reaction. He knows he's hitting me right where it hurts. Approximately 1 hour ago your name, picture, and New Island coordinates were sent to the D, he announces. I emailed them directly to Eve Miller's father myself, a personal touch if you like. Of course he'll be dead soon as well. No more hiding in the shadows for you, baby brother. It's time to embrace the limelight and answer for your crimes. Our crimes, I murmur, the world falling away beneath my feet. I'd always looked upon my anonymity as our one saving grace. I figured as long as I kept my identity concealed, then Eve and I had a chance. Now we'll be hounded for the rest of our lives. What makes you think I won't implicate you? Be my guest, he grins. I never enjoyed hiding away. I earned my name, my respect. From now on I intend to revel in it. He's psychotic. He'll be dead within a month. You really thought this through, didn't you? Smokescreens and mirrors, baby brother. Gomez couldn't be turned to my way of thinking, but his son was an easier proposition. With their processing plants guaranteed and Tomas and his men stepping into your role, the New York deal was finally agreed last night. But it's not all bad news. You're officially a D-wanted fugitive. Dante. Her soft voice is calling out to me from the darkness. Pleading, comforting, encouraging, our eyes meet. 1,000 words unspoken, yet somehow articulated and understood. Seconds later, the last threads of the rope disintegrate and my hands are finally free. I take one last moment to gaze upon her beautiful, broken face. My devil, she says quietly. Forgive me, I murmur. She nods as if she understands. Always. 32. Eve. My vision is partly obscured by all the matted clumps of hair stuck to my face, but I can still pinpoint the exact moment I see his monster take over. As he stares at me, I watch his eyes darken and narrow until 2 black pools of malevolence and hate are dominating his face. In contrast, his features are so still, there's barely a flicker of movement. No muscle twitch, no clenched jaw. He's a hard-muscled killer waiting to strike. From my sideways vantage, I catch a flash of silver in his hands. In that split second, I understand his last words to me. He wasn't apologizing for his past wrongdoings. Instead, he was asking for my forgiveness for the bloodbath about to unfold, for unleashing his true depravity in front of me, the one that he tries so hard to conceal from me every day. I glance back at the 30 or so men lining up behind Emilio Santiago. They're like armed quarterbacks, all itching to take down the man I love. My breath falters. The odds are impossible. In the next few minutes, I'm going to watch Dante disappear under a hail of bullets. I'm going to see all that fire and passion destroyed forever. And then me and my father are next. Meanwhile, Joseph has stopped rolling around and has somehow wrenched himself up onto his knees again. His face is deathly pale. His once pale blue shirt is now completely drenched in red, but his eyes are glittering with renewed zeal. He sensed something is afoot, and he's gathering what little strength he has left to join Dante in their last stand together. What happens next transpires so fast that Dante's body is nothing but a blur. Before I know it, the 2 men nearest to us are down and clutching their gaping throats, and he has a loaded machine gun in his hand. 5 more men go down in a hail of bullets as the rest fall back as they try to form some semblance of a retaliation strike. There's a continuous roar of gunfire and shouting now. I see Dante chuck something Joseph's way and then dive for cover behind the burnt-out shell of an old car near the entrance of the warehouse. He's guiding the line of fire away from us. Eve, Joseph gasps, reaching my side, wrenching his hands free from his constraints at the same time. His face contorts in fresh agony. How the hell did he do that? I look down and see Dante's flick knife between his bloody fingers. Somehow he raises his good arm and slices through my restraints in one jagged arc, and we both collapse to the floor in a crumpled heap. Joseph's skin is glistening from sweat and blood. The metallic smell is saturating my senses and smearing the concrete beneath us with trails of crimson. Meanwhile, the gunfire has spilled out onto the docks. We're all alone in the warehouse now. "Stay here, keep safe," he says hoarsely. "I need to help Dante. You're hurt, let me help you first." I look around frantically for something to use as a tourniquet. I need to stop the bleeding. At the same time, I notice the ghost of a smile catching at the corners of the tough American's mouth. "I've had worse, Eve." "Well, it looks pretty bad to me. Here, give me the knife." He hands it to me without protest. Leaning over the nearest corpse, I plunge my blade into his black shirt and rip two long, jagged strips out of it, trying not to scream out loud when my jerky movements make his head roll sideways and his lifeless eyes fix on me. "It's okay, Eve," Joseph soothes. "He's gone. Just don't die on me too, okay?" I say, my voice trembling as I scoot back to him and wrap the material as tight as I can around the gaping wound in his shoulder. "I'm not planning on it, thanks." He grabs my hand suddenly, and I try not to flinch from the warmth and wetness enveloping my skin. "I had a love like yours once. He's a good man. I know you see it too. Don't let him self-destruct. Don't let his damn darkness." "I've no intention of it," I say, cutting him off quickly as tears pricks the corners of my eyes. "You met in the army, didn't you?" Joseph nods wearily. "What happened to you both out there to him? If we get out of this, then maybe I'll tell you one day." We share a look as I tie off the second piece of material. "Done. Now go save the man I love." That hint of a smile returns. "Yes, ma'am." He picks up a couple of discarded guns from another corpse and limps towards the warehouse's exit. After checking out the immediate conduit, he throws me one last grimace before disappearing into the night. I force myself to pick up a weapon too, and when I do, I see it's a Glock semi-automatic, my dad's weapon of choice. I check the clip, fully loaded. Keeping flush to the wall of the warehouse, I follow in Joseph's footsteps, crouching down at every fresh wave of gunfire, making sure that I stay well out of sight from the broken windows. I can see more bodies littering the ground outside. Dante and Joseph are evening up the numbers, I think, with a quiet satisfaction. I can't deal with what I've learned about his past right now. If we escape with our lives, we have years ahead of us to dissect the hurt and significance. Mimicking Joseph's action, I peer around the open doorway, my Glock raised in anticipation, my wrists still tender from the bite of my rope restraints. The ache from my shoulder muscles has settled into a dull throb. It makes me think about Joseph and how much pain he must be in. The gunfight has moved to the next warehouse, leaving a red trail of dead and dying in its wake. I keep moving in that same direction, keeping low to the line of discarded black SUVs strewn across this part of the roadway next to the water line, their amber headlights illuminating more and more felled bodies up ahead. I rake my eyes over each one, but they're not Dante. Bullets are still flying up ahead, which means he's still alive. I don't have the capacity for much rational thought anymore. I don't give myself the chance to be frightened. I can only think of reaching him before it's too late. But then what? We need backup. We need an extraction plan. Steeling myself, I kneel down next to another corpse. Keeping my eyes fixed on anything other than the bloody mess of his face, I start rifling through his front pockets, trying his jacket first and then moving down to his trousers. I soon find what I'm looking for. Yanking out the cell, I punch in the number for directory assistance, cutting straight across the polite welcome that greets me. I need a number for Ace's nightclub, South Beach area. "Certainly, ma'am. Shall I put you through?" "Yes," I screech. The phone rings and rings. I almost lose hope until some guy answers, sounding really stressed out. "Is Mr. Sanders there tonight?" I gasp at him. There's a pause. "Sorry, I don't know anyone of that name." "Oh, of course he doesn't. Can I take a message and get someone else to call you back?" "Yes," I cry, reading between the lines. "It's Eve Miller. Tell them it's super urgent." I have to take a leap of faith here. I have to believe that Rick Sanders is still on Dante's side, on our side. Okay, hang on. I think there might be someone here who can help. The next few minutes last an eternity. I'm crouching down for cover behind the back bumper of one of the subs. In the background, the gunfire is starting to trail off. Please, can Dante be alive? Please, can Dante be alive? Eve. Rick Sanders' voice cuts through my silent pleas. I stop myself just in time. Oh God, you have to help us. Eve, stop, he says harshly. This is an unsecured line. The package re-emerged, I babble at him, here in Miami. Where? His word is curt and sharp, like a miniature bullet in itself. Docks, Southside, Manuel, my apartment. I burst into tears then. I can't hold back any longer, not when I think of my friend and bodyguard lying dead on my living room floor. Breathe, keep to single words and short phrases, Eve. Outnumbered. Fuck, I'm sending a present right away. I need your exact location. All of a sudden, a chorus of sirens erupt in the distance. Dockside crew must have raised the alarm that the mother of all shootouts in going down out here, and for the first time since this whole nightmare began, my fear is beginning to overwhelm me. If what Emilio said was true, then Dante has been exposed. If he gets captured, he'll never get out of prison alive. Sirens, I sob, getting closer. Okay, says Sanders, sounding relieved. We can track the location that way. I need to go. But how will you? Remember what I told you about Helen of Troy, Eve. My mind goes blank. She was beautiful, she caused a war, and she launched 1,000 ships. Oh my God, Rick Sanders is sending boats. Yes, I do, I scream in relief. Good, relay the message. He hangs up and I glance at the warehouses again. The gunfire is done now, and as I watch, 2 men spill out into the roadway. In the glare of the car's headlights, I can see them locked together in a deadly duel of fists. My heart lurches when I recognize one of them. There's no man on earth with that fluidity of movement, that same grace and power. That's savagery. Dante. The fight moves ever closer. They're barely 20 feet away. His black hair is a disheveled mess, and there's barely an inch of his olive skin that hasn't been tainted with blood. Somehow he manages to gain the upper hand and straddle the other guy, raining fists down onto his face and chest. So controlled, so deadly. He raises his fist in one final arc, and that's when I see the knife glinting in the darkness. I let out a cry and drop the cell. I've just watched him stab a man over and over again. No doubt, no hesitation, the ruthless killer. Game's up, Dante. Drop the knife. Emilio is emerging from the warehouse behind him, clutching at a bloodied chest wound. I look down at his other hand and my stomach drops. He's pointing a gun directly at Dante. With a growl, Dante tosses away his knife and complies, rising to his feet and turning slowly to face his brother. I was hoping Joseph had finished you off. His voice is rough with exhaustion. His chest is working hard to draw breath into his lungs, but there's still fight in him. I can see it. His eyes are dark and deadly, his expression as controlled as ever. Emilio hasn't spotted me crouching down by the car yet, but I know Dante senses me. I watch his gaze flicker in my direction and then back to his brother. No such luck, I'm afraid, Emilio sneers. You've just murdered 30 of my best men. And I'll murder another 30 given half the chance. Why did you do it? Why kill my daughter? She was only 3 years old and innocent in all of this. My eyes fill with tears when I hear the raw emotion in his voice. Because I knew how much it would damage you. Because I knew what you were capable of even as a boy, and I wanted to twist it to my advantage and turn you into my pet killer, for a while at least. In the darkness, I can see the sinister white outline of Emilio's grin. It forced you back to Colombia, didn't it? We are brothers no more, I hear him roar. My thoughts exactly. Goodbye, Dante. 2 shots rings out sharp and deadly in the cool night air, slamming into that beautiful body that I love so much, and I watch in horror as he goes down. No, I scream, leaping up from my hiding place, my mind a dangerous blank. Emilio turns in my direction and I see surprise and intent written all over his face, but I'm too quick for him. Flicking off the safety, I fire 5 rounds in quick succession and watch his body fly backwards against the tarmac, my arms and shoulders absorbing the gun's harsh recoil with grim satisfaction. The silence that follows is the loudest sound I've ever heard. I feel no regret, no guilt, nothing. Dropping the gun, I rush over to Dante, who's lying face down, a sinister red pool spreading out from underneath him. Somehow I roll him onto his back. 2 gaping holes mar his chest and abdomen. "Please don't die, please don't die," I sob over and over again as I rip my sweatshirt over my head to press against the bloody wounds. "You know I can't resist you like this," murmurs a voice. I fall back in shock. His dark eyes are staring right at me. The skin on his face is waxy and pale and pain is etched into his every feature, but he's alive. He attempts a weak smile. "Oh my God, Dante Santiago, don't you ever die on me again." I throw myself on his chest and he groans. "Not planning on it, don't curse." He coughs and it's a rough, agonizing sound. "Fuck, that hurts." The sirens are nearly upon us now. I can see a convoy of lights barely half a mile away, hurtling up the road that runs parallel to the container docks. "You need to stand up," I say urgently. "I have to get you to the water's edge. I called Rick. He's sending a boat for you." He turns to look at me. His eyes are softer now. I can see golden flecks re-emerging in a sea of darkness. "You really are my angel, Eve." I shake my head. "I just killed your brother. I don't get to hold that title anymore." "You will always hold that title with me," he says harshly, coughing once again. "No more talking. The police will be here any minute. And you said you'd never visit me if I got locked up. Let's not hang around to find out, shall we?" I help him up into a sitting position and throw his heavy arm around my neck. "Do you remember everything I've said to you?" He nods and nuzzles into my neck, smelling like sweat and death and the man I love most in this world. Every single word. Somehow we both stagger to our feet and I half drag, half carry him to the edge of the dockside. He's twice the size of me and my arm muscles are screaming out in protest from all the times he keeps collapsing. We stop to rest as we pass the dead body of Emilio. He's sprawled out on his back, a thin trickle of blood oozing out of the corner of his open mouth. His eyes are no less cold and flat than they were when he was alive. "Did I really just kill a man?" "You did well, Eve," Dante murmurs. "I didn't expect to feel this numb about it." "It gets easier," he says grimly. "Not for me, it won't." "Dante!" Joseph is materializing from the warehouse, dragging his left leg behind him, chucking away his gun away as he goes. "Old friend." They collapse against each other, clutching at each other's faces as if they're disproving a mirage, 2 soldiers surviving against all the odds again. "Let's get the hell out of here," says Joseph, breaking away first. Dante nods, looking gray and exhausted suddenly as he takes back my hand. The police cars have reached the roadway now, but a lone speedboat is racing up alongside. It pulls up as close as it can get to us, but there's still a 10-meter gap between the stern and the dockside and no space to unload a gangway. I watch the 2 men glance at each other. "Jump," I urge them. "What are you waiting for?" Dante grips my hand tighter. "Are you ready for this?" "Not me." Somehow I wrench myself free. "I can't swim, Dante." I watch him process this information. "It doesn't matter, we can keep you afloat between us." "No," I say quietly. "You're both bleeding heavily, you'll barely be able to keep yourself afloat." "I won't leave you," he snarls. "There's no time for this." My face is working hard to push the tears away. "Eve, please, Dante, they have your name, they know what you look like. You've saved me. You've saved my father. You don't belong in a cage for that." "Come with us," he pleads again, taking my face in his hands, smearing his blood all over my cheeks. I shake my head, my heart breaking 1,000 times over. There's too much mess. I need to stay here and face the consequences. I have no idea how I'm going to explain everything to my father, but I have to try. They can't lose me too, Dante. I see the comprehension in his eyes. He has to let me go. He has to make that sacrifice. He has to return me to my family because it's the only way he can ever hope to atone for driving my brother to his death. My angel, he says softly, pressing his forehead against mine, enveloping me in his warmth. I breathe him in as deep as I can. My devil, I whisper, smiling through my tears. Find your daughter's body. Grieve. Come back for me. No question, he says gruffly. He stumbles away from me then, keeping hold of my hand until the very last second like he did on the plane in Africa, and when the contact finally severs my own grief is like a blunt knife lodging deep within my heart. I love you, Dante Santiago, I call out after him, my voice breaking. And I forgive you. He turns to smile at me, a sight so rare, so exquisite, that I feel my whole body shuddering from the power and intensity of it. I watch as he tips his glorious head back to first, look at the myriad of stars above our heads, and then at the soft lights reflecting on the water below. He opens his mouth to say something but stops himself just in time. Moments later, he's diving headfirst into the water. Epilogue 6 months later. Eve. This is good, Eve. This is really good. The sound of my new editor's enthusiasm rouses me from my thoughts. I turn away from the window and smile down at him as he pores over my copy for the third time this morning. I've spent the last few months investigating the rise and downfall of a Ponzi-type scheme that has gripped and devastated the upper societies of New York in equal measure. Dante was right. It appears that dangerous criminals lurk in every facet of life. Thanks, Rob, I say, grinning at my overweight, overworked but perennially cheerful boss as he sits back in his chair to consider printing schedules. We'll run this at the weekend. Front page. Excellent work again, Miss Miller. Does this mean I get a corner desk? He tips his balding head back and laughs. Let's see what the circulation figures look like first, shall we? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I return his good humor with another quick smile, then head for the door, running my fingers along the delicate chain of my necklace as I do. I've given up biting my nails. I have a new habit now, and I catch myself doing it often. The necklace arrived 14 days after I was rescued from the dockside, dressed only in my underwear and covered in blood, mute from shock, surrounded by dead bodies, and unable to explain what the hell had just happened to me. It was delivered with no note, but I knew who'd sent it, even before I opened the exclusive black box with the embossed lettering spelling out the name of a famous jeweler renowned the whole world over. Resting on a light gray velvet cushion was an exquisite silver necklace featuring a pendant like no other. It consisted of 3 numbers spelt out in dozens of tiny diamonds. 666, the mark of the devil, the mark of Dante Santiago. A man who has branded himself across my heart and soul forever. The authorities aren't buying my story of wrong place, wrong time, even though Rick had Manuel's body removed and my apartment cleaned up for me. Thanks to Dante, I recognize a tale when I see one, and the FBI aren't exactly discreet. I'm being watched 24/7, and I tell myself that this is the real reason he hasn't returned for me yet. I may have forgiven Dante for what he did to my family, but my family won't forgive me. I've put my father in an impossible position, and I hate myself for it. He knows exactly who Sebastian Diaz is. He knows it was him who stole me away. He holds the key to linking me with the man who murdered his only son, but he's keeping my secret safe for now. I may disgust him. He may think I'm a traitor to my brother's memory, but he doesn't want to see my locked up either. I'm still hoping that one day he'll understand. Are you coming out for drinks tonight? Rob calls out after me. Sure, you're buying right. After you turned in a piece like that, damn right I am. I'll see you at 6 then. I make my way along the corridor and back to my desk, pausing for a moment to gaze out at the familiar sprawling skyline of Miami. I know he's out there. Sometimes I'll catch the last few threads of the news and I'll find myself face to face with the hallmarks of his handiwork. The African dictator cut down in a hail of bullets, the rogue snipers who assassinated a wanted terrorist. He's still slaking his bloodlust. He still hasn't broken the cycle, but perhaps in time, in the immediate weeks and months following that night, I found myself questioning my place in the world and my whole identity. How could I profess to be a good person and then kill a man and feel no remorse for it? How could I love a man like him? I'm still searching for the answer to that. We're all flawed and broken in some way, and it's up to us to find happiness in the unlikeliest of places, sometimes in the unlikeliest of men. My pulse quickens as I remember his presence looming over me and those deliciously tense moments right before he speaks. I miss his touch, his scent, and his words. I miss the way he makes my heart race. I miss the dark and intense way he connects with my emotions. I miss how he pushes me all the way to my limits and beyond, breaking through my barriers in his haste to claim me. Like I'm the only woman alive who can calm the storm that's raging inside. I close my eyes and finger my necklace chain again, willing the feeling deep within me to subside. Maybe it's okay to hover on the edge of morality for Dante Santiago. We will never be conventional after all. My dark and dangerous lover. My reason for living. Oh, where are you, Dante? I murmur for the 20th time that day, and just like before, I swear I can hear him answering me from the shadows. I'm here with you, my angel, always.